Rabbi says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakama Sabbath the Chazi lay Tafis, Dillo Chazi, Tafis. So Rabbi is like this. Tanakama is like this. You're right. It has one and no C. But as one only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money is, and therefore Allah Almighty goes to the ocean. That's the kind of combo. Where is Sakta? Talk to see, don't talk to her. All the money collected, or the money necessary for the burial. Therefore, therefore, it says don't touch the danger until Yana comes. The bad office, no, it's obvious as one will see, and therefore again, the burial identity develops upon all of the money, and therefore Allah so all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. And if you don't need it for the burial, use it for aromatics. But if you don't here, I'm not saying about so on and so forth. Rabbi interprets his reasoning. The Khuli Amor has not a lot of everybody wears Rabbi. Everybody according to Rabbi, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. So Tanakam is like this. In general, collection of money for one's burial means embarrassing. This is embarrassing. And a person can't take care of it for themselves. But nevertheless, again, the mace is mochel for the Yarshin. Doesn't want the Yarshin to have to be silent for anything, and therefore it's mochel, and therefore Allah puts the remainder goes to the Yarshin. But the name is not showing that the mace is mochel or not. Therefore, you go by it. Therefore, don't touch the remainder of the money. Rabbi Nasa Shita like the low mochel, and it says ultimately. Again, the point over here is the point over here is that
listen here, bitch. The ship is out.
Good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara
here too.
Ultimately again is mochel on that day. So that's at the bottom. When he was alive, he was ultimately again on his embarrassment. He'll be embarrassed after his death.
This is very important.
Okay, so the bottom line is both
this is very important for the safety of all. Do you understand this strategy, you dumb bitch?
So distressed in all of their items, literally, and we're throwing it onto the sounds of they're throwing it on top of their son. As almost like Rashi points out over here, as like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. But the problem over here is
bitch, we are so fucked if this plan doesn't work.
The significant issue going forward. We tell other people to quickly go and save the garments. In other words, look at Rashi.
Take a deep breath or whatever you do to get that air through your plug, girl.
So other people, as the parents are throwing that, pick it up, take the garments. Now, what do you see from this? The fact that the others could go ahead and step in and pick up the garments indicates us has mana designation is not, because the designation was significant, and how long for the Maisa, it would be too late. What's the other days? Hassan Mishum Maraihu. It's different over there. That case is different. Why is that case different? Because halal it's clear the parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening over there? They're consumed by grief that they're just throwing away all of their stuff. So there's a lack of gas. So this is not a thing that has mana no has mana la so there's no gas. So because there's no gas, others could step in and see hockey. So it says when is that so that you can save it? When the items being thrown have not touched the meat. Now I will say they were assuming over here, which literally means the burial bed. But again, I will say so the pashtos, what this sounds like is as well.
Get ready to fire like an air cannon.
If there's not really formed a das over here, so why should it make a difference? No. When we say the it's not talking about the funeral over here, but saying mita in which, but then there was another mita with which the nace was buried. So when the parents are originally throwing garments, they're throwing it on the mita, on the beer, on the deceased is being carried. So that again, other people become rescue the items.
This is like opposing fire hoses spraying at each other.
This is grief. And they can salvage the items. But on the other hand, items are thrown on the structure that the son is going to be buried with. Stuff has been thrown on there, you can't take it off. Why not? Because anything thrown on beer in which the mace is going to be buried almost could be confused with kakrikum. They're concerned that if people start taking stuff from that bed, people will think that burial should be repurposed as well. Okay. Tashma. She goes, you know, it says Tashma kiss. Don't say back case. If you have a pouch that was made for children, a children bag, so ultimately they can't use it for a money pouch. And we have children. Sorry. Kisha so that we have children. So Rashi says that was made for
Humanity. Look at what that gas between your legs goes, girl.
If you only place the children
up here. Give me your fucking hand.
not made for children, but rather it was a pouch. You happen to put children in it, then what?
No, okay.
Put money in it. So once you see interesting enough, this certainly sounds like has money also. So it sounds like designation again is significant. To which the Gemara says, Ema Oti Niachbo Tfilin, the Haniachbo, no, Skibra Krista. So I say, no, rather read it as follows. If the pouch for children, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who's it paying? Does that reflect? That's Rav Chisda. But again, what did Rav Chisda say? You need designation and usage in order to go ahead and endow an item with identity. So Tashma, Amar Umar, Aseli Tikshal, say, but not Tikshal Tillin. I go to the Christ, I say the Christ, that's me. Make me
like an air cannon.
The box.
It's like firearms spraying at each other.
What's that? And Kodesh. So Kodesh, Mutter, Lasham, Kol. So say, if I've not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, then ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Right? It's the 100 use it for something mundane. So what does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like rubber. Nation is not in reality, tonight, this whole thing is a machlokes tanoi. Hazman milsi, hazman olam milsi is a machlokes tanoi. This time, here we go. Sipan is Oshatal Alein or Emetmea. So here's what to do. What did that matter again? You use the hide of a non-kosher animal. Psulos, ultimately again, it's not a puzzle. So all the Torah is kshiros. But if you use the leather, right, you use leather from a kosher animal, not kosher. It's interesting, even though the hides that were used for tefillin were not tanned lishma. Right?
Listen here, bitch. This is gonna suck us down. This is what I need you to do.
So Shimon says, no, it's not enough to suggesting that this machlokas, whether or not you need tanning lishma, ultimately again is machlokas Abaye and Rabba, it's hazmana milsi olavno. Okay. Rashi says over here, Atagab Shlo Adilo Shmo, hazmana olavno si paslan. Same machlokas. More interested over here, Abaye and Rabba took that machlokas and made it into a machlokas tanoi. Okay, I'm going to be Rabba. So this says Rabba, the following. So what's it about now? After this whole thing, the Gemara just brings up some interesting question. Remember how this whole machlokas Abaye and Rabba got started? How did it get started? If one leaves a baguette for
I'm gonna need you to queef in the opposite direction at the right time.
What does that mean? So is there such a thing ultimately again that one is reading a baguette for mace? What? The mace is going to sit there.
I need you to queef at precisely the right time to avoid being.
So what's the shot reading a baguette for the mace? Happens. It goes shut me to Harpanya. It shut me to Harpanya. It happened. Harpanya was a very poor community.
I'm gonna need you to queef at the exact right.
What happened is someone would die, and halacha myself. After they would die, they would kind of scrounge together, scraps, and to the dead. Okay, that's right. So let's say,
I'm gonna need queef as soon as you start some bubbles.
Who does that follow? Abaye or Rabba. So again, first thing it says follows Abaye.
I'm gonna need you to queef as soon as you start seeing bubbles.
So as well.
Do you understand this game? Young baby.
Halacha follows Rabba that has mana lav nosi. And ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, designation does not with identity. Now, I want to say the truth generally, that's how we pass it. Generally, that's how we pass it. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new tefillin. I bought a brand new tefillin bag, right? It says tefillin on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much, looks like a tefillin bag, smells like a tefillin bag. Interesting enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that as a lunch bag, right? It's a one fancy lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do it. You should work with them, you could do that. Why? It's not allowed to see. All this has been a designation. Now, once you put your tefillin in there, Once there's a tzulim in there, then it's used for tzulim, and you can't make it into a lunch. But technically speaking, Pascal like Rabbi has one of us. And I will say now that's by the tzulim bag. But it may not be as clear. But the tzulim over here like Rabbi has mana lab milsa. Designation of something for a particular purpose does not endow it. There's a tremendous Mr. Haskell in that as well. What does it mean? What's the Mr. Mana lab milsa? So I will say, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts create reality. Intentions do not create reality. Actions. Actions. So when you put your tefillin in the tefillin bag, there's a nice and create reality, thoughts and intentions that are such a tremendous Musar life. We go through life with so many beautiful thoughts, intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Hazmana lab see intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true myself and Dashkam. When I says Abosai, Shkoyach. I can't imagine that a great day, everyone.
This is going to be like two magnetic poles, same polarity.
Let us begin. Let's begin with our shit. A moment or two early. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Kafshin Hey. I know Talmud Torah sponsor Tilson Mishpacha. Merit Israel sponsor all the Shimon Drushes this year. As a zchus, Professor was telling us on a week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's year grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Zevracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today: Jacob and Jude Blumenfeld, Le'ilui Nishmas Captain Aya Mivarach Twito, Kom Damo, gave his life fighting the Eretz Yisrael's yard site today. Our Dafyomi sponsors for as well say. The Hebrew Nishmas Said's mother, Haji Bas Harad Meir Moshe, the occasion of her first yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the families in the Chama, all of our hosting and our holy soldiers successful in the call of Maaseh. But with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. An ambitious day. This is good. Ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So that's 40 minutes. But we are picking up on Menzayin on the day 47b. And we are picking up at Rashi Amma. Rashi says as follows. Avilas is like this. Avilas when the Tzvot said so, remember again, the Gemara was talking about the concept of whole the ran out of time yesterday. We didn't quite finish up the sugya. I was talking about the sugya of whole who itchu.
Two magnets of the same polarity.
Set aside and cannot be performed. So at the end of the day, it can't be performed there afterwards as well. Gemara says as follows. When does Avilas speak? Hey, at what point so Gemara says so then Avilas technically begins from the time that the grave is filled in. So Gemara says Kapara name is like when does Kapara? Remember again, we're saying this for the shop that there are three elements to Kapara through death. One is right death itself. then part 3 is decomposition. So the Gemara says, okay, Aveilus begins from the time that the grave is spoken. When does kapara begin? So those are translated from the moment that the pain of the grave begins, which again, the Pashtus means the beginning of decomposition. So what's the issue? So remember that the Mishnah pointed out there's no shiva. There's no shiva, there's no avelus. So again, in other words, I want to sit shiva for their relative. The problem is they can only sit shiva after.
Like two magnets of the same polarity.
But when does avelus begin? The time that the grave is filled in. So at the time that avelus begins, at the time that shiva begins, you can't sit shiva. You cannot get shiva. There's no shiva when you sit there. No, but it was they which is mirrors again that once something has been nidchat, once something can't be performed, then ultimately again it is forever precluded from performance. And that's the case. I'm the evil bosser. So I will say now here's what's interesting. And yesterday's that this sounded like
I need you to queef your heart out, baby.
Actual decomposition. What we see from here that it's not complete decomposition.
I need you to queef your heart out, baby.
And that's the case why we need decomposition to move the body levels of this said that myself we go ahead and we move the body after it's fully decomposed. But why do you need complete decomposition? Roll again, just let it be even partial decomposition. That should be enough. That's actually a logistical issue. Whereas I will say, once a body begins to decompose, you can't really move it. You can't move it because it falls apart. So therefore, either it has to be disinterred, the body is complete, or you wait for complete decomposition. If you wait for complete decomposition, then you can go ahead and move the bones afterwards. Okay, so again, just another proof to the concept of whole nitchu. Once something is set aside, it's set aside. Good. So I'll say another interesting. So you have a shakting in the afterlife. So this is very interesting. So apparently, I would say one of the Talmudic remedies for treating a fever, a first day fever is dirt. So they used to take dirt from the kever of Rav to treat a first day fever. Okay. That was it sounds like over here. Actually says over here, Lashisa Basioma Biyomishon Shalom, Behim Misrapin Sa'afar. So again, I don't know if it's that like grave dirt or just dirt. But apparently, again, this dirt has a medicinal quality, and therefore would be very good.
Fire that pussy like an old faithful.
The Gemara says, so the Gemara says, you take it from the kever of Rav. So the Gemara says, I'm really sure. Complain about this.
Fire that pussy like an old faithful.
Dirt from the kever of Rav to go ahead and treat a fever. Seems like something dedicated to that.
Like an old faithful girl.
Yes, why? So Shmuel said, it's karkol, it's earth, and earth is never prohibited. Now, what is right? It said, "Vayashlech es atra al kever b'nei Shmuel said, Yoshio, one of the kings, when he wanted to repudiate Avodah Zarah, he ground up all of the Avodah Zarah, avodah zarah dust on the kfarim of the people. So the Gemara says, "Makish kerbnei amna avodas b'chavim." So the Navi is comparing to avodah zarah.
This is like a guys are fighting in a waterfall.
Avodah zarah, that is mechubar lekarka. Something that is something that is grounded in the girl. So interesting enough, so the pasuk here talks about the idea of when you go into Israel, we have to eradicate all vestiges of Zarah. So the Torah speaks about right? I show you your show. So their gods are positioned on the mountain. So here, this is like a guy below Harim Elohim. It's interesting halacha. It's that for their gods on the mountains, and not their gods which are the mountains. In other words, let's say somebody decides to
like a guy who lived in a waterfall.
7-mile old Sarah, right? It's not right? This mountain is an entity does not depend upon karka. Right? See, avodah zarah. You might want to test over here. So therefore, you can't make a mountain. The pasuk compares avodah zarah to a kever, to a grave. So the same way that halacha l'maisa avodah zarah can't devolve upon. So too again, the prohibition of the grave can't devolve upon karka as well. The Gemara says, "How can I be the mechover lo miser?" So therefore, again, that's why Rav said, or Shmuel said, Shmuel had a problem that they're taking earth from Rav's grave in order to go in and cheat the first day fever. So basically, where is the kasha? Let's say Reuben lost his father, right? Reuben Yaakov died. So what did Reuben do? He dug a grave for his father, but it turns out he ended up different for his father. So he dug the grave A for his father, but buried his father in grave B. So Mar says, Hari said, Lo yikbar bo olam. So again, Reuben should not bury. So in other words, that grave that Reuben originally dug for his father can't be used at all. So we'll say that sounds like that's going to further qualify this on. That sounds like halacha l'maisa. Sounds like halacha l'maisa that earth does become planted. Actually built the structure on top of the other. In other words, burial might have been in the ground, built the structure on top of the structure like a hot tub trap. For non-use. I won't say now why exactly it becomes for non-use. We'll have to see. Rashi says over here first. Lo yikbar haben olam mistachiven the huzman l'meis ne'esar b'chol hana. V'chsad ayat who are dinami im chatzvu l'tzorech ishacher ba'archa d'nosulake. Now the Gemara is assuming over here this case is not specific in that Reuben dug it for his father. It would have been Allah with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, a lot of things happening in this case, which you're going to unravel in just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is halacha l'maisa, ground does become prohibited. The Gemara says, no, we're not talking about ground. What are we talking about? An above ground structure. That becomes prohibited. Okay, Tashma. Kever Chadash will know. So let's say a brand new kever. What's a brand new kever? Like a hot tub trap. That wasn't so natural. She says, so here, Someone says, "Stam, a grave was dug, not for anyone."
Guys who lifted a
So it's
waterfall.
mutter bahana. Mutter bahana.
This bitch's pussy is like a hot
See
tub
how you
trash.
purpose that. But again, it's mutter bahana. Okay, so the Gemara says, "Hittel boy fell," but if you now Nefa was usually like a miscarriage, or a stillborn. So you go and bury a baby in that. Asarbano, ultimate Asarbano. So it says, what do you see from here? You see from here that once it's dead, the earth itself becomes prohibited from any benefit. Hanami, the Kevin. Once again, what are we talking about here? An above ground structure. Above ground structure. Okay. So Tashma, Nimtzat, Omer Shalosh Kasim. This is very interesting. So Gemara says in the world of graves, there are three different types of graves. What are Kever HaNimtza? Kever HaNimtza means I will say that you discover a kever in your property. Right? In other words, you discover that somebody buried. Now, again, what that means is somebody buried their dead in your property. It happens, right? So Lamaisa, that's called Kever HaNimtza. That's category 1. Category 2 is Kever HaYadua, which as good. It's a kever on your property, but you knew about it. And number 2 is kever, which poses damage to the public. There wasn't a how does a kever pose damage to the public? So Rashi points out over here that the kever is situated in a public thoroughfare, and halacha l'maisa, people are passing over it with their truma, with their meiser, with other items that then become ritually impure as a result of the location of the kever.
This place is totally like a jacuzzi jet.
The grave on your property, which means somebody illegally buried dead on my property. And what's that? Well, that's moving. I want to again, the area in which that was buried is tar, and that's because that wasn't a legal burial. Somebody was not allowed to put their dead there. They did. I'm allowed to move it. I'm allowed to use it, and the area. So you're not allowed to move it. If you go ahead and move it, the markham is coming. You can't get behind it. That's the power we're focusing on over here. The idea over here is you see that halacha the karka does remain coming, or I should say asr no. Kavra mazik is there's a cat that does damage to the public. Then there's much no, so you're allowed to move it. And if you do move it hard, its area is dark, but asr no. So once again, you see it in two out of the 3 cases, like that. So the area itself of the grave is Surbana, which is once again Hakanami, the Kever opinion. Talking about over here about a structure built on top of the grave. Okay. The Kever in so much of the snow. So by the way, just as an aside, if you find the grave on your property,
this is like Shamu and Free Willy and selling back to back.
Maybe it's a mitzvah. Maybe again, you're right. Somebody that on my property. Somebody's found dead on my property. And what's the halacha? Right where you find him, and he acquires that area. So I'm always so quick to say that you're allowed to move it. Maybe it's a mitzvah which cannot be moved. Says, oh, shiny mitzvah, like a mitzvah is different. A mitzvah is different because it has a call. It has a call. In other words, people know it's mitzvah. All right, itmar. So I'll say so. So just want to point out over here what's occurred. What's occurred is that halacha l'maisa.
I'm gonna ride this.
Of the kever itself is not necessarily asur bano, and that's why Shmuel Paskin halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. They could take the dirt from the kever of the tree for 1 day fever. So
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Slipper.
When you have dirt of a kever be in between a grave and a zara. So to buy karka itself is not asur bano. Conversely, a binyan is built on top of a grave.
This bitch's pussy's propelling us like a jacuzzi.
Itmar, big bag of the mesa. People say this is fascinating, and this sugya has a lot of different ramifications. So, already bag of the mesa. So what happens? Somebody makes a garment for the deceased. Right? So again, call it right?
Like Shabu and Trey Willie and sailing back to back.
Even goes ahead and a beggar for the so just only I would concede a little bit. Good, perfect. Let's see. I just want to be sorry. I'm gonna feel back because I know it's kind of a shuttle back there. So okay, so Gemara says, fellow. So if not, already back at me. So what's this now? Watch this. Somebody went ahead and made takrichim shrouds. Okay, now interestingly enough, watch what's happened over here. Rashi says over here. Yeah, already back in the mace. La'achar shemes. So let's say so now Yaakov died. Ruvain made takrichim for Yaakov. Made shrouds. Now the shaila is, what is the style of the shroud? Sabaya Omer Aser. Abai says it's Aser. What does that mean? Aser. Rava Omer Mutter. Rava says it's Mutter. It means like this. Abai says you cannot use that shroud now for something else. Rava says yes, you can. Sabaya Omer Aser has Mona Milsi. Abai says designated something for a particular use Therefore, once you go ahead and you make the shroud for burial, that becomes a burial shroud, even if it has not actively been used in that way. And therefore, it becomes asur bano, just like any other accessories of the dead. Okay, Rabbi, what's the third? Rabbi says, no, it's mutter white, has more Rabbi says designation does not endow the item. Right? So again, Rabbi says, when does the shroud become asur bano? When is it bano? When you wrap the mace in it. That's when it becomes asur bano. So this is a yisod. Focus that we're going to see really extend in many different areas of halacha. Hasmana milsi, hasmana milsi. Does designation in the item with identity focus Abaye and Rabbi. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time with Abaye, Abaye who says that Hasmana Milsihi, the designation endows with identity. What's his logic?
This bitch is pussy's propelling us like a jacuzzi jet.
Since we have Xero Shama of Sham from Egla. So what's this? Just that Hamas Sham Miriam, that Tikaver Sham, and then by that translation of Sham by Misa by death of Miriam. The Arfu Sham as
Shamu and Free Willy exhaling back to back.
Sham by Egla. It says Rama Egla Rufa Vazman and Misira by Egla.
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Flipper.
The moment you designate it, actually put it over here. It's the moment you bring it into the dry riverbed, right? So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, that's the designation. From that moment on, it is designated as Egla. And from that moment on,
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Flipper.
Okay, so just like Egla Rupa, the moment you designate it,
It's like Shamu and Free Willy exhaling back to back.
For example, if I say this table is going to be a whole desire, okay, people have whole desires, right? So the designation of the table as a whole desire does not make it a whole desire. It has to be an act of worship. Down to it, I libation to it, the designation itself does not make it a whole desire. So if levels come to has level Hakanami is only by death says why don't you learn? There's also so brother, why don't you learn that? Shamshin, it is better to learn now. Are accessories from Tahrif. Because remember again, both of them are accessories. Both of them are accessories. As opposed to Egla Rufa, which is the Iker Avoda itself. Top of members. Second line, why do you learn it out from Avoda? And when the thought meet the archive, I should learn common things out from common things. In other words, what are two common things? Death and Avodah Zarah. We're throwing taxes also, right? But the mice again, death and Avodah Zarah, that's common. The Gemara says, "Egla fuke avodos." I'm sorry. My time will come around. Why does it have to? Sorry, I said that wrong. Because we learn out common things from common things. What's common? Egla Rufa and death. Bafuke Avodah love him. The love Archa to exclude Avodah Zarah, which is not normal. Interestingly enough, sometimes this statement to start was a bit more aspirational. But look at Rashi. Rashi says, "We did the archaic. How Yehudim Lassos came. Jews to die and to bring a Eglafa." He says, "Avodah Zarah asur la'avod azur So the point that Rabbi is making here is let's compare things that truly exist within the orbit So what exists within the age of death, because again, that's the human condition. And what about this are something that is us. Why bring that as part of what we do? Okay, so we'll say, so now we're not finished this, but we've just set the table for a breach machlokas. What's the machlokas? Hazmana milsa lak milsa. Does designation of an item endow it with its intended identity or not? It says yes, Hasmana Milsa. Roth says no, Hasmana Milsa. So now let's dig into this subject. They say, sorry, keep on.
This is like spraying an anthill with a garden hose.
Say you have a scarf. A scarf. People usually go in a scarf. That is ultimately again. Rashi, Shah, who Ro'il the Medras, Mekafal, Kov Yosheves. Only NS Rothschild, too much mattress. Too much mattress is entwined. Let's say, for example, Zav will sit on something or rest his weight on something, or hers, or Zav. Ultimately, again, it can convey what's called too much mattress to the item. So, a shawl, or like a kerchief could be makabel too much mattress because again, the person can put their head on it, the person can sit. So that, let's say you have a kippah shutami mattress. It doesn't look safer. The lesson is very interesting. What happens? You took this.
This is like watching a huge shit circle the drain.
As a safer Torah cover. Okay. So what's this? Now, interestingly enough, as a safer Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it.
This is like watching shit circle the drain.
How about talking backwards? Now, because ultimately, again, Rashi points out without immersion, it's going to become tough because no one's going to lean on it or sit on it because it is designated for safer Torah use. But it can still contract from Tumas Maga. So what's that here? Now, the way we're reading this Gemara is you designate it for use as a safer Torah, as a cover for a safer Torah. I haven't actually used it. I designated it. Well, yet it says
it's just a matter of time to wear the J pipe.
That designate allows the item with its to which the Gemara says no.
It's just a matter of time to wear the J pipe in your bitch.
Use this it's not
This is what I need you to do.
This is active
I'm going
use.
to percentage you start seeing
sorry, that's not the
you understand this strategy, you don't
high school drug that has
been to the same polarity. Your so honest plan doesn't work.
So what's the
Take a deep
conversation?
breath and whatever you
That's
do
obvious.
to get that
There says no.
woman,
There's
girl.
another plot
I need you to
twist.
take your heart out, baby.
It's fascinating. When it comes to this later on
Like
again,
an air
what's
can.
it because they don't know this stuff. High school drug that has the nature like so if you have a shawl and you're using this as you designated it. I'm gonna wrap my soul in this shawl. Sorry for killing. And I use the thriller. Also, not allowed. There's one section for throwing. I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, Asmi below Saturday below Asmi, but or use designated Shari you could use it as a money bag. So this is the fascinating position of Rav Chisda says, in order to endow an item with identity, you need two things. Number one, hazmana, right, designation, and use. You don't have designation and use, the item does not have its identity, which is actually fascinating. It's going to turn out, by the way, there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rabbi, and Rav Chisda. Abaye says Hazman and also designation and outside. Rabbi says Hazman Allah and also designation is not identity. And Rav Chisda says you need Hazman and Shimush. You need designation and use in order to identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye, the Amar Hazman and Nosi. According to Abaye, says that designation and identity. And the section Hazman and Nosi. So Abaye, Amar Hazman and Nosi.
This is what I need you to
According to
do.
Abaye, who said designation is significant, as soon as you designate that shows for someone, even if you do not use it,
This is
still
like
has its
watching a
identity.
huge ship
So why
circle the track. It's just a matter of time to wait. Listen here,
Abaye
bitch.
said,
The ship
in
is
order
gonna
to
suck
endow
us
with
down.
identity, you need designation.
This is
That
what I need you to
designation,
do.
that use is enough.
I'm gonna need you
That
to
designation,
juice.
Abaye does not endow with identity.
Do you understand this game?
Like, so I still try to figure out what's
Man to the
so talk about nefesh of an over shikai. Interesting case. What's this? A nefesh. Now what is a nefesh? Essentially, it's like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So interesting enough, you built a nefesh l'shem time. Like in other words, you built a tomb for someone who's alive. I don't know, birthday present, whatever it is. Right? So some people are not creative, right? So the nice that you built somebody who's go ahead and essentially you construct it while they're still alive. So what's happening? Mutterbanda. This is Mutterbanda, right? It's built for a living person. Because it's built for a living person, therefore it does not take on the identity as anything as nefesh being al hakadah, even though again, this is an above ground structure that goes on top of it. Somebody dies, it may be very bad. So again, so the shame very interesting enough, someone is dead. Also, so say, what does that sound like? It sounds like the building for a person who's already dead, but what they have not yet been buried there, which sounds like what's happening. There's Hasmana. There's designation. It says it's Asrabana, which sounds like again Hasmana. No Saye, to which the says, no. No. Somebody was buried there already. The says, okay. Iaki might hear your Hosef. In case why do we even have to mention? Why do we have to mention anything adding on any additional layers? Kilo Hosef Namilo. So ultimately, again, if you don't go ahead and add on anything, so I said it's interesting. Gemara says, no. This remains usher even if you move bury it somewhere else. So the exact area that was added after the person died. You can remove that and instruct them in okay, because I hold to Kevlar of it. This is my focus. So in this case, Yaakov died. son Ruvain goes ahead and digs a grave for his father. Whose father Rothschild folks say stone. Right? He moves aside stone. He wants to go ahead and make a cover for his father. And then Ruvain ends up burying his father in a different grave. What's the status? What's the status? Which was the Hare exactly covered ultimately again. Moving grave forever. Forever. Simon says, what's this? So again, why is he not bringing this up? What does he sound like? Sounds like this has one and also designated no. Hashim shouldn't cover up. No. It's actually nothing to do with us. Father. Because he can't use it forever. That's and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. Horizontal, you cover the handle of it. You should never use the grave at all. Forever, if you see that this is a din in kibbutz av, then fine. I'll say, but ultimately, again, if it's a dinner has mana, so I'll say it's interesting. Again, just themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's Hasmana Nosa? Hasmana Nosa at most is what? When the shroud itself is completed. Just like you get this much chotzi cover, which means that you're moving aside stones. You begin to move aside stones. What am I saying? That's it. What any sense. Rather, what you have to say, what you have to say is a separate thing by so it turns out it's going separate. And ends up burying the parents in a different way. That's first week becomes Asr Banda for China. Why? What is it? A brand new grave is so the Gemara says, if you bury a stillborn, right, this could be a chemical marriage, this could be a stillborn baby. He's not going to thank you for the mace. Therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as like, even if you just put the mace in there, ultimately the bind off. What do you see from here? It's only once you bury the mace in the grave that the mace becomes the bind off. What do you see from here? Only once it's not enough to make it also Jewish university. What did I this Lemuel says,
your heart out, baby.
still miscarriage, does not go ahead and endow the area. So over here, sorry. Tashma, most are amazing. Most are amazing. All of this go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burial expenses. And it's their surplus funds. We do with surplus funds. So the most of Mason, okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial fund, all right, you don't need it for Yaakov, you'll use it for future life. Most are amazed we are shoved. So actually, let me reframe this. If in general, there's a general collection, right? We're collecting for the need somebody passed away, a nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that remains in the we'll call it the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we're collecting for Yaakov? Yaakov passed away. Collecting for Yaakov is a right now. It turns out to get we needed $5,000. What do we do with the extra $2,000? The Gemara says it goes to the Arshim, goes to the children, goes to the children. So I say, now, interesting. How come I ask? What's the case over here? Now, what's interesting about this is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi is in the white lines of Rashi, 3 lines down the Yarshav. The Yarshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. Alma Hasmana Allah no see. So what do you see from here? So that money was designated. That money was designated for Yaakov's burial expenses. But now that there's surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? It goes to the kids. What do you see from here? That Hasmana Allah no does not endow something with identity. Where it says, no, Hamas, Shagava Mechayim. No, we collected this while Reuven is alive. That's a little awkward, right? But the Maisa, again, Reuven was imminent to die. They knew that the family didn't have the money to cover the expenses. They wanted to be proactive. So they collected all this. Like now, the difference between that, okay, now you're collecting money for burial expenses of someone who's still alive. So therefore,
yo, what up, Kelly? How you living, Pam?
That's not what it says. It's not most Mason, most the Yarshav leftover money that was collected for the general dead remains the burial fund. Most are amazed, but any money is left over for the dead, in other words, collected for a specific person who died, go to the kids. The Tanya law, what's the example? First one I will say, case a double Mason stamp, most are Mason. What was the case? The case number 1 is, in general, we're collecting for general burial needs, not someone's specific general needs. That goes into the general burial fund. The Mason said, most times Mason are collecting for Reuven or for Yaakov, right? That's specific funds for a specific case. Surplus funds go to the kids. We're collecting the money once Yaakov is already dead. All the time, they must say, what's this fast? It turns out that this is actually raising my point. So let's listen to this case. So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds, I need these funds for Yaakov who died. But the way we frame the collection is this is for the needs of the dead. So it's a general collection. Okay, so that's easy. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's Zabah is going to cost $5,000. We need to go ahead and raise $5,000. We end up raising $7,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? So Tanakama says it goes to Yaakov's yards. Rabbi Meir Omer Lo Yiga B'Hain Achia B'Yidiyah. He says, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Clear sentence. Not what we do with that money. So therefore, Allah we leave it until Eliyahu and Nabi comes. Rabbi says, Ya'asenu Dimos al Kivro. No, use the extra funds for Ruvain's Matseva. Use it for his Matseva or a structure. Use it for something associated with his grave. Or sprinkle wine or something aromatic on his funeral. In other words, Rabbi says the money has to be used for Yaakov himself. Whoever we're using, it has to be used for the deceased. So let's say, now watch this. Gemara says, both Rabbi and Rabbi interpret this in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Abai says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakama Savar the Chazile office, the Lo Chazile Lo Tafis. So therefore Abai is like this. Tanakama is like this. Right, Hasmana Nosi. But Hasmana only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. Not the money is not. For my to the Arshim, that's the kind of come on. Right? Mayor is not sure. Mayor is not sure. Does the Hasmana devolve on all the money collected or only the money set for the burial? Therefore, therefore, again, Rabbi says don't touch the remainder until Eliyahu comes. Rabbi Nassan, Shitlik the back this Bilbach Yasen says no, it's obvious as one of those. And therefore, again, the burial identity involves all of the money, and so all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. If you don't need a burial, use it for our sprinkling on the funeral beer, a matzeva, so on and so forth. Rabbi interprets according to his reasoning. Everyone, remember, this is Rabbi. Everyone agrees the Rabbi. Everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. And I come to Bazu lay achuli machon. So Tanakama is like this. In general, collection of money for one's burial means is embarrassing. And a person can't take care of it for themselves. But nevertheless, so the Gemara says, "Achulin machol zulusi gabi yarshin." Nevertheless, it's mochel for the yarshin. But the yarshin has anything, and therefore it's mochel. Not for myself, the remaining goes to the yarshin. There is something that mochel do not mochel. And there is not sure what that means to mochel. Therefore, no mochel is the he says all Therefore, again, Yas, the Timos al ultimately again, again, the point of myself, the Machoch is still good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, fine. So, by the is that the person ultimately identifies on the fact that he's going to suffer humiliation after his death. In other words, the idea is vocal on that. Kind of comes up with a lot of when he was alive, he was very vocal. Ultimately, and therefore she's as of the after he saw so he says, you'll be embarrassed after his death. I'm not as notion for the benefit of his children. Okay, so Moshe, bottom line is what I never want to bring us.
This is what I need you to do.
Higher of the Imam Zakin gave them to them. So listen to this one. Rahman was so let's say who's a child. Right, parents Reuben and Rothschild lost their child. And what happens? They are so stressed that they're taking all of their items, literally again their garments, and they're throwing it on. Sounds like what they're throwing it on top of the.
This is like watching a huge church circling.
It's like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore. Now that we've lost our child. Over here is when they on the kever become a no and create a significant issue going forward. So how you we tell other people to quickly go and, in other words, in order to do that, so we see how the people is quick as the parents are throwing that, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. The fact that the others can go ahead and step in and pick up the garments indicates to us hasmana lav milsi, that designation is not significant, because the designation was significant. And then halal of the Maisa, it would be too late. One days,
This is like watching a huge.
they're so consumed
This is what I need you to do.
that they're just throwing away
So if this plan doesn't work, take a deep breath. Line up, listen like a faithful girl. Like the guys that left their waterfall.
I don't understand.
It's like a jacuzzi cat. Fluid free Willie exhaling back to back. I'm gonna ride this back to the sunset.
Oh, you man. There were like two different mitos. There was one mito in which the mace was carried, right? But then there was another mito with which the mace was buried. So when the pair originally throwing garments, they're throwing it on the mito on the bier on which the deceased is being carried. So that again will become rescue the items. Because again, no one's going ahead and making any informed choices over here. This is grief, and they give the items. If on the other hand, items are thrown on the bier, on the bed, on the structure, that we'll call it the bier, that the son is going to be buried. Once stuff thrown on there, you can't take it off. Because anything thrown on the bier, which
which the mace is going to be buried almost can be confused with tachrichin, the burial shroud. And we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people will think that shrouds can be repurposed as well. Okay, Tashma. Kishikor says, Kashis, Shasal and Yachoso. I want to say back question. You have a pouch that was made for Tillin bag. Asra Anika Bomos. So ultimately, you can't use the money pouch. You need a Tillin, I'm sorry. Shasal and Yachoso, Asra and Yachoso. The Rashi says, you can, that was made for Tillin, cannot use it for money. You need a Tillin, if you only pay for the pouch was not for Tillin, but the other day was pouch. You have to put Tillin in it. Then what? Then you have to ultimately then you could put it and it sounds like has one of those stuff. It sounds like designation ultimately again is the issue. Which much is Ima, a soul to the Tillin, also the no, rather read it as follows. You made the pouch for Tillin, and you used it for Tillin, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who's the train is that right? That's the let's learn again what can it say? You need designation and usage in order to go ahead and endow an item. So Tashma, I'm a city teacher, so not I go to the passage. Make me a cover, like a little box for a safer Torah, or not to shut or anything like that. What's the halacha? Actually, understand and Kodesh. So Kodesh, Mutra, by Shamish and Paul. So say if I have not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, then ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Like once I use it for a consecrated purpose, no longer use it for something mundane. What does that sound like? It sounds like Rabbi, that Hasmana Lavus, that the bleach is not or it must be designated, so long as it is not being used, ultimately a consecrated. This is in reality tonight. This policy is not fault. Next time out, he's trying to really go see on the job, there's a choice. He decided to coach this thing and go. Sounds beautiful, right? But it does not appear. Like, for that matter, again, you hide the non-coachable. Suros, ultimately, the Torah apostle. So, all the name of Torah is the picture, and will obviously be Torah. Even though the height that we use for Torah will not tan the Shema. So, even though tanning wasn't on the front. The Shema says, no, he's not supposed to hide, but rather have a hide that can, for the purposes of the Rabbi. Today, it's fine. Listen, here is, once again, this is Shema focus. The merge tanning the Shema, Shema focus, Abayi and love. Okay. Rashi says over here, Sima focus, Abayi and love, that my focus, and my focus, and okay. I'm going to do it, Rabbi. So, Rabbi, meet people, they make the argument that the Lord said, now, after I just brings up such a good project, we're going to have this Homa focus after that started. How do we get started? Rothschild was big beged limits. One leaves the beged limits. That's how this whole what does that mean? So, is there such a thing? Again, that's one is reading the beged from his what? The news is going to sit there and just lie there while you're reading the beged. I think it's time to read the beged first. So what's the shot the beged for the news? Gemara says, no, what happens, you think it goes straight into our time. It's a very quirky. You're literally, again, people for time. What happens is someone would die. And I lost my son. And we die, we kind of scrounge together, straps, and make things. Okay, that's why we say God died. But I'm going to go for such a bus in the Bible. Fundamental okay, so we go. Who does that look? Abaye or Rabbi. So again, first thing he said that was Abaye, as well as Nosa. Second thing he said that was Rabbi. So it's not allowed to say. So the Hokas have bus in the Bible. The Hokas was Rabbi, and has Mana. And ultimately, again, Allah for the nice designation does not out with I will say the truth is generally how we pass it. That's how we pass it. Let's give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new tefillin. I bought a brand new tefillin, right? It has tefillin on it, right? It has my name, so pretty much looks like a tefillin, smells like a tefillin. That interesting enough, technically speaking, you decide to repurpose that as a lunch bag. Right, so one takes a lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do it. You should go and then you could do that. Why? It's not a lot more. Always do it now. Once you put your tefillin in there, once you put your tefillin in there, then it's once you start tefillin, then you start to do it for lunch bag. And technically speaking, asking like Rabbi, as well as that's how it's tefillin bag. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear, but you might as well go here like Rabbi, Asmana, that designation of something policy does not invalidate. There's a tremendous possible imbalance as well. So it's almost has monological. So I will say, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Do not feel. Do not feel reality. What is reality? Actions. Action. So when you put the tefillin in it for that, there's a nice reality, thoughts and intentions. I will say, it's tremendous mission, like those like beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Has money, love, intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. Allah and that's not what I said. All right, you have a great day, everyone. All right, so begin with that. All of the hours, months, 40 million to the first touching. Hey, I know from the response to the social stuff on the Oluşum Josh's this year as a host for fellows understand. We for learning sponsors of Ari and Kara Richter, in memory of Rabbi Zero's grandmother Sarah Bashin, and the Rafa. Learning sponsors for today: Jacob Adult, the Uri Mishmas, Abdam, Mubarak, Tito, from the low. Gave his life fighting for Ami Strong, Earth, today. Our sponsors for today as well, Sa'id and Sa'id the Hebrew Nishmas Satan's mother, Mayor Moshe, of our first garden. Look at America.com, go families in the Hama, and all of our houses, what's with that? What are we have a lot to say about Hashem. And this is today, and this is ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So that's 40. But we have to on the days 47 weeks. And we are picking up at our sheet on that. Our biggest names are coming. When does our biggest remember again, the Gemara was talking about, something the whole the we didn't quite finish up the stuff. I was talking about the whole the concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and so at the end of the day, when they're no longer afterwards, that's more trouble. I do the same type of stuff. When after it was one point the time is over. And Martin first had gold. So again, I think it was technically begins, but these is still here. When does kapara? Remember when we saw yesterday that there are three elements kapara is death, right? Part one is death itself, two is burial, and then three is when does kapara? Because Sarah the kids of Rachel. So they're translated from the moment that the pain of the deed begins. Which again, the first means the beginning of decomposition. So it's like, what's the so remember again, the Mishnah pointed out that when Henry spoke to Nissan is no Shiva. There's no Averis. So again, because what's interesting over here, in other words, a person wants to Shiva for the The problem is that you only sit Shiva when after Kapara begins. When does Kapara begin? At the beginning of decomposition. But when does Averis begin? Because it begins. Okay. The problem is the time that I'm able to begin, the time that Shiva would have begun, you can't sit the Shiva because you actually have not yet achieved your Kapara. Therefore, again, therefore the Mishnah is no Shiva. What do you see from here? All of the each condition. It was a secret dialogue again. That's once something has been made, once something can't be done. Then ultimately, again, we forever pursue the something. We all go back to the example. Let's say now here's the situation. And yesterday, that it sounded like that kapara is actual decomposition. And that's what we see from here, that it's not complete decomposition. It's some decomposition. That's the case. Why do you need decomposition to move the body? Remember, when the Mishnah says, "Shalavot l'maisa," the body never avos actually decompose. But why do you need complete decomposition? After all, again, just constant decomposition. That's actually the gist of it. So once a body decomposes, you can't move it because of the parts. Either it has to be that, this is where the body is complete. You wait for complete decomposition. Then you can go on and move the ball back to it. Okay. So again, just another proof to the concept of all belief. Once something is set aside, which no se dice de los que se da también ando la situación. Is one of the dilemmas. Earth is earth. When they use it earth when you have a cloud, earth is earth. Okay. There's an example. I don't know if it's that for the green or just dirt in general. But apparently dirt has a medicinal quality. And then what we look for first day. So the blood says, so you're going to take it from the daughter of Rabbi. You're the Shua. So people think the Shua can think about this. And the cover of Rabbi, go ahead and shoot the receipt about this appropriation, something dedicated to the So thank you for us. Here's something Shua said, why? It's more fed, it's earth. And earth is never prohibited. Now, what's the value? By asking, I come to our service in the house. There's no one of the people who wants to receive the Holy Zara, the Holy Zara. He sprinkled the Holy Zara on the form of the beast. You must not be terribly a Holy Zara. So, prepare it. I love you for preparing. Travel is so coming to the much was very Holy Zara cannot be found under the carpet. Something the ground would have done, but the Lord said, I shall come to also as a man out of Harim Halom. So we have to eradicate all justice about the first speaks about the nations. right? As Elohim al Haharetz. So the gods are positioned on the mountain. So the Gemara Darshans over here, Elohim below Haharetz. After the gods on the mountain, these gods are the mountain. So let's say somebody decides to say, I hereby declare 7 Ma'ayanas, and this mountain is not called this. Identity is not all time character. Right? Avodah Zarah identity. So therefore, you can't make a mountain Avodah Zarah. The pasuk says Avodah Zarah to a cavern, to a grave. So the same on Kardos, so to again the prohibition of the grave can't follow along this. Therefore, God says, Shmuel says, I think it's meant to never leave in order to go and shoot first day people. Very professional. How close to his father, I'll do the whole of the father, God was great his father, but it ended up using a different grave for his father. He does his grave for hurries them and each star go along. So again, using that, in other words, that grave that originally was for his father can't be used at all. So that sounds like that's but that sounds like that earth does become like it. It's much as a little it is talking about where you rain actually on top of the ground for his father. That real might have been in the ground, but he looked stuck for a top of that becomes from the roof for now. Why can't you become for non-useful what happens to you without you? Well, you far have been around this even the prison life race outside of it's not like who I can manage to touch to the first after the Muslim. And also, the Muslim scene over here that this is not specific in that we didn't done it for his father. Once you do the great for someone, there's a lot of things happening in this case. Unraveling this a little bit, but the idea of round does which you know so what I'm talking about and a round structure. That okay. Cover covers which I know. Okay, blend cover. Blend cover now. What's the blend cover? So that's the cover that and actually said that we are below the base was much and was sun was a almost one Macy correct. So was a son of different dog. Not for anyone in particular. So it's mutter behind off. Mutter behind off. You see how we put this right? But the nice again, it's mutter behind off. Okay, so you must it's a moment, though, and these are the things you just carry into the net, ultimately, against the Pasavano. So, becomes part of his main benefit. Which was in general, Hanami, the cabinet. Once again, what are you talking about over here? About that stuff. Okay, the customer needs to have almost all the in reality, the work is great. Just these things what are they? Never having stuff that you discover never in your property. Right? Or you discover that somebody right now. Again, what that means is somebody really carried their dead in the habits. Right? So when I said, that's called having stuff. One, category 2 is never hierarchy. And you do about it. And you never have massive. For example, the cover is situated in a public toilet, without passing over it with tumor, with nice, with other items that can be mutually impure as a result of the location of those are what's not all for you. So let's say if you from your property, somebody carries this guy, I'm like, what's not with no, so a lot of you have it. the Como car, again, the air the banda. And that's because that wasn't the party was all right to they did. I'm allowed to use it, and the air never had a do off, and a camera that was no that somebody carried their gun on my property. Not allowed to use it. You know what's coming. If you go ahead and you move it, the muck is coming. That's somebody see that a lot of the nice stuff does remain up the banda. I think if somebody is taking it, and I lost as much of it, you're allowed to move it. You know, move it in the Como car. This area is sharp. Okay, so once again, you see it being shredded to the like the colorline stuff, and that's what I said, this of the grade is Asabana. This much is walking about over here about a structure of the grade. Okay, the third I need so much of it. If you find the grade on that move it, what about the power situation? What makes this again, you like somebody selling the dead property, you know why? Somebody got on my property, and what's how Gary makes this stuff? When you find it, you aspire to why it's the same. Move it. Maybe it makes this stuff and that's no, then makes this stuff to color. And this makes space is surprisingly different because it has a color. Alright, so again, the color comes out over here, what's occurred. A lot of the dirt of the cover itself is not necessarily up the band. And that's why that's more constant that a lot of the stuff, they can take the dirt from the tether of land on one week. That's my favorite here. When you have some, now why would the dirt of the tether of the land? Comparison between a grave and Jara. Just like all the Jara, anything that is carcass or over the carcass, ultimately is a Ashabana. It's what you buy a grave with carcass and Ashabana. It's not a business structure goes on top of the grave, that will be Ashabana. Okay, so this is very interesting. Only Begadalis, and this is actually has a lot of different ramifications. So Begadalis, so what happens? Somebody makes a garden ahead and Ruben goes ahead and leaves a beggar for Mitzvah. I feel bad for them. So if not, all everything. So what's not watch this? And made everything swell. Interestingly enough, so that's also so she says over here. Rabbi says it's awesome. You know, the Rabbi on the most listen. As much as it means like this, Rabbi is you cannot eat that something else. Love, yes, you can. Rabbi says it's synonymous. Rabbi says designated something for a particular use that item. That becomes a violation. Even if it can be used in that way, and therefore allow any other accessory of the dead becomes a Rabbi Mutter why has this. Rabbi says designation does not become talked about. I want to know when you ask the Mason, both sides, this is a use in many different areas. Has one of them no does designation or not? Let's analyze this. So my comment is Abaye.
No way, how close, girl? Shut up. I don't believe it. What happened, girl? Haley Welch.
Of Sham from Eglau. Miriam, that covers Sham. And then that's watching obviously by that was Miriam. And by Eglau, capitate calf death. So Sham by death, Sham. It says in the Rama Eglau for last month, Misra, by Eglau for moment to designate. It actually points out the moment you bring it into the dry. So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, from that moment designated as Eglau. And from that moment on, it is a buying law. I mean, that has none of this. Okay, so just like Egla Rupa, the moment
guys,
so like that, Emmys are the manuscripts around the
worried about you, so stupid.
For example, let's say I say this table, keep it simple, right? So the designation of tables that hold the Zara, not making that hold the Zara. It's an act of worship. Now down to it, I argue that the law for and if Rabbi says, Hasanami, so if I catch accessories, incredible. We'll say so. Really, literally two different Xer Shabbos. Rabbi, my time will go down the egg level. Rabbi, why don't you do it? So, Rabbi, why don't you do it? The Gemara says, I'm going to call Mishanshin, it's better to look out about the Zarek accessories from that. Remember again, both of them are accessories. Both are accessories. Both the Aglarufa, which is the Iker Aboza itself, top of Mezgas, second line, Dabaye, Maima, Gam, Mabon, Mabaye. Why do you learn it out from Mabon? We should learn common things out from common things. What are two common things? Death and avodah zarah. Okay, avodah zarah. Why doesn't that buy you all this stuff? You learn out common from common things. What's common? Okay, avodah zarah still love avodah zarah, which is not supposed to happen. Sometimes this thing is starting aspirational. They actually said, we need the architect, it's the benefit of Jews. And the king of Aglar himself, he says, okay, the point that I that truly exists in what is the other definition of death and Aglar are something that is also to us. Why bring that? Because we just set the table. Bring to you as Mona knows on that designation of a doubt with its intended intention. As Mona knows of a says, no, so now they say, keep on, so you have a scarf, two toy makers. That is only again, come a 2 months later, to law is a measure. I mean, so like I found those who check us out, or in any other place, was very good. You must have this in mind. Let's see, for example, sit on something, wait on something, or wait for the job or job on, or again, it could convey what's called measures to be a shawl, or a curtain. The top of too much again. Put your head on it, sit on it, so that you have to keep on your tongue there. You're not going to safer. What happened? You took this designated as a safer Torah cover. Okay, as a safer Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to sit on it, no one's going to rest it. How about talking about it? Ultimately, again, it represents that even without because no one's going to sit on it because it is designated. It's not constructed from 2 months. So what do you see from here? What do you see? Now, the way we smart is designated for use as a safer.
24 hours ripping this motherfucker new asshole. And I love it. I love making it look nice. Giving people shit. Adonai.
What is this active use already? To which the Gemara says, because this stuff, I used it to represent conversation. Who says no? Another was here. It's another plot. This stuff. This is when you come visit this again. This is number of this stuff. I'm going to make sure I fill it. You have a shawl, and you use it as designated it as a wrap my tefillin in this shawl. And I use the tefillin. Also, the mates are cheap. You're not allowed to use it as a money bag. I use the tefillin. Azmine below Sarday below Azmine,
but I went ahead and designated user, or use it but didn't designate it. Shari the you can use it and also this is the fascination of the stuff. It says in order to enter item with identity, you need two things. Hazmana, right? Designation and use. Use. If you don't have designation and use, like that's what it's going to turn out. By the way, there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rava, in the identity. But Krista says you need Hazmana Shimush. You need designation and use in order to endow. Pretty incredible. Okay, so I'm gonna have one of those as identity. I'm gonna check this. Yeah, I'm gonna have one of those. So Rabbi, I'm gonna see. Ultimately, according to Rabbi, he says that designation is short for someone, even did not use it, so has identity. Sorry, but what happens if you use it? He ultimately in low. Abaye says, in order to endow his identity, you need designation. Designation without use is enough. The use without designation, Abaye does not endow identity. So the verse goes like Tashma. So let's still try to figure out who's correcting this. Interesting case. What's a nefesh? Now, what is a nefesh? A nefesh essentially is like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So like when you kill someone who's alive. I don't know, whatever it is. So the nice, some people just are somebody is obviously going to you go ahead and essentially you call them still alive. What's that? Mutter bana. This is mutter bana because again it's close for a living person. Because it's close for a living person, therefore it does not take on the entity anything and anything to Rashi says nefesh binyan she'al hakever shinkai l'chishiyam osikav. So again, this is above ground that when somebody dies, they're going to be buried there. So again, now so the shame made. Interestingly enough, if you don't somebody already dead, then it is asrbano, right? Asrbano. They'll say, what does that sound? Yeah, it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead, but what you have not yet been buried. It sounds like what's happening over here. There's designation. Asrbano. Sounds like again has mana no which versus no. Ramadan is no, or somebody who's buried there. Okay. You might curiosity. They'll say. That's the case. Why do we even have to mention? Why do we even have to mention anything about adding on additional layers to the whole system? None of those. None of those. None of those. So it's all like, even if you don't go ahead and add on it. I know. Which you must see the host of none. So I said it's interesting. I said, no. Structure means us, even if you move the course element and we bury it. So it's much. In Hayam Makiro, called Sasamoto. If you know the exact. Okay, so I hope they care a lot of it. Yaakov died. His son Reuven is great for his father. Question of food savings with stones. He moves the side of it. So it makes a cover for it. For cover the cover after. And then Reuven ends up back. So I was going to say, what's his first grave which was dug? That will you cover Paul Obamas. Ultimately, again, the first grave forever. So again, why is he not bringing up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is a din of Mononosa. As Mononosa, grave is designated for a gift. This is when it says, no, you cover others. No, nothing to do with Hasmana. It's a din in Kibbutz. I'm your father. Because he does it for his father. If I have a he can't cover his father. Somebody who decides to get a play for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. Horizontal, you cover the hell of you should never use the data roll. Forever, never understand so far. Other than shadows, if you see this din in 2005, remember you should have mana. Let's say the only look at the it's mana. Tavi Raza Midi Damar. Interesting. Again, just like people with shrouds themselves. When you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's Hasmanadosa? Hasmanadosa at most is what? The shroud itself is continuous. You get this mushroom about full safe cameras, like we're moving this guy's stones. Again, that's it. The David is putting the fur. Doesn't make any sense. Rather, what to say is that this case is written by keyboard eyes. Sorry, the secretary mentioned this case. It turns out that if a person digs to bury the parents in a different grave, that first stage becomes also what is it? It's a dinner player. A dinner honor that a great death was done for a parent. Incredible. A brand new grade, Mutabana, again, was good at Kevin Kevin is just a good get dog, right? Stam dog. So Gemara says, if you bury a stillborn in there, baby in there, then Asabano, what's it better than Mayfell? Because all these non-distinct to be a stillborn baby, so he's not going to head for the mace. So therefore, again, it's almost like even if you just bury in low, so that's what you see. Only once you bury the Mayfell in the grave that he becomes Asabano. So what do you see from here? Who wants to actually use designation enough to make it also? So it's what in the Asabano. Naturally, even if you didn't put any also, without thinking the trimming of the this comes to the bridge of John. True that in general, or miscarriage does not go ahead and engage area with the status of the baby. So it's going to be that. I'm asking, okay, so here, I'm sorry. Tashma, most Chinese letters. So remember, all of this is not focused on Rabbi has been a real size amount. Let's say, and we go ahead and we collect money to Yaakov's burial expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus fund. What do you do with surplus? So the most time they say, okay, whatever is surplus is what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds are the future life. Most are amazed in yourself. Those are like, we're collecting for the needs of that slave. A non-discrete collection, and there's surplus in the we'll call it the. What happens if let's say we're specific? Collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away. $5,000, $7,000. What do you get? $2,000. The Gemara says it's a piece over here. What's interesting about this is as follows. You take a look at Rashi's. This is in the wide lines of Rashi's 3 lines down the Rothschild. They have money to benefit from it. What do you see from here? So that money for Yaakov's burial expenses. So now that you're goes to the kids, what do you see from here? Designation does not endow something good. Collected this while living is alive. That's a little awkward, right? But the nice stuff, again, dying, they knew that the family didn't have the money to cover these. So they collected all things like that. The difference between that is, okay, now you're money for burial expenses of someone still alive, so therefore it's not called money associated with the dead. And therefore, Allah should be more. Gemara says, that's not what it says. It's not. Most the leftover money that was for the general dead remains in the burial fund. Most are collected for a specific purpose. Go to the kids. Funny Allah, when the Gemara says, what's the example? Say, kids a couple of these. So case number in general, we're collecting for general burial, more specific general needs. That goes when they said, collecting for Ruvain or Yaakov for the mace. Some funds go to, so it's like that sounds like we're collecting all the time. They must say, it turns out that this is actually raging mathematics, right? So again, if we're raising funds for burial expenses, I know that I need funds for Yaakov who dies. But the way we frame it is a general collection. Is that any surplus funds in the burial fund? Yaakov died. Yaakov died plus $5,000, raising $7,000. What do you do with the extra? And the Kama says it goes to Yaakov's Yarship. It's not clear, essentially it's not clear what you do with that money. For Halal, for the money, so we leave it as Yohana becomes. Rabbi Nassim says, the extra funds for Matseva. Matseva use it for something associated. Or sprinkle in wine or something aromatic. Rabbi Nassim says it has to be used for Yaakov himself. Ella, Abai ties to me, Rabbi ties to me. Both Abai and Rabbi ties to me. Before the Amplify, and we'll see. Abai says everyone agrees that designation and down the item of identity. The kind of conversation with the fuzzy leg toughest, the little fuzzy leg toughest is different, but Abai is like this. And a conversation like this, right? As one of those Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. the rest of the money now. And therefore, nice to go to the ocean. That's the kind of combo. Rabbi must touch us, you don't touch us. Rabbi is not sure. Rabbi is not sure. Does the Hazman revolve on all the money collected or only necessary burial? Therefore, therefore, again, Rabbi says, the remainder until the Yana comes. Rabbi Nassan, Hilchach, Yasemeti Masakiba. Rabbi Nassan says, no, it's obvious Hazman is and then again, the burial identity to all of the money, and therefore, the money of all of it must be for the needs of the burial. You don't need the burial, use it for aromatics, brings on kilo beer, and might save us, loving for this point of view. The fully almonds. Everybody knows Rabbi. Everybody was trying to Rabbi. And a Kamasavar Kibazu fully muffled. So I got money for one's burial needs is embarrassing. But nevertheless, the US says Kabiyash. But nevertheless, the mace is local for the Yarshi. He doesn't want to have to be sound with anything. And therefore, I lost my nice and name to go to the Yarshi. The mayor is not sure whether that mace is muffled or not. Therefore, Rabbi Nassan Shita Leko, and it says ultimately lawful. Therefore, again, Yasser Imos Al ultimately or let's say so okay, fine. Halacha L'Mais again. The point of here is that Halacha L'Mais and the focus at Bayi and Rabba ultimately still remains in good. Fine. So finally, the Mechila over here is that whether or not Mochel on the fact that he's going to suffer after his death, the Mechila over here is Mochel on that day. So that says over here kind of comes about a Mechayiv Kusei. When he was alive, he was already Mochel. Ultimately, again, on his embarrassment. The Nechel she's Bazer La'achar Misaso is Mochel that he'll be embarrassed after his death. La'as Larshi. For the benefit of his okay, so both it bottom line the buy rubber both bring them one is the only respective position. Touch them up. Higher the one was actually both gave them one was the child. Great parents Ruben and Rachel lost their child. And what happens? They are so distressed that they're taking all of their items, again their garments, and they're putting it onto the sounds that they're doing is they're throwing it on top of the grave of your son. Right? Rashi points out over here as like a display of being life is meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. Hitting on the kever, does that become a sedano and create a significant issue going forward? How you other the imam and Zarkin go here? You tell other people, quick in other words, in order to prepare Rashi, the Sava ala Aron also not see of little me above us have the verbal exam. I'm also like a hot soda. So we see other people as the parents are in that, take it out. Take it out. The fact that others can go ahead and pick up the conversation to us as Mana nation is not because the designation was significant that I love the amazing would be to what's the other way. Hassan Mishum is different over there. That case is different. Why is that case different? In an informed decision. What's happening over here? There's so lack of dance. So this is not a thing that has Mana knows has not. There's no substance. There's no dance. Therefore, Allah for myself, others definition of anything can do the other when is this so? Shalom not for the meat. So says when is that so? When the items do not touch the meat, never say there was a thing over here, which really about not over meat soon. But again, that was a hashtos, but it sounds like it didn't touch the funeral beer. Funeral beer is asabah no. If there's not from the fast over here, it shouldn't make a difference. No. When we say if it touches the head, I'm talking about the funeral per se. Essentially, you're the neutrals. There was one in which the mace, right? But then dog with which the mace buried. So we went on the meat on the ear on which the being carried. So that other people who come rescue the items, save the items, and no one's going ahead and make a phone choice. And the seldom are thrown on the bed on the structure. Well, over here, that the sun is going to be very quick. One stuff is going to thrown on there, you can't take it right now. Because anything on the ear in which the mace is going to be buried is burial traps. And that if people start taking off that bed, then what people will think that burial will be purposeful as well. Okay, Tashma, Tashma, kids. I want to say back to that. That was made for this. ultimately you can't use it for my house. When you have folks fill in, so I'm sorry. So Rice says if you have a bag that you cannot use it for filling. If you use it for filling, the pouch was not made for traffic to put fun in it, then you have to go malls. Again, you can put money in it. But interesting enough, it sounds like no stuff. It sounds like that's ultimately again. It's more just emo, us, the honey at malls, keep that this stuff. Because they know that really as follows. If you make the pouch and you use the for filling, then you can't subsequently make that for this stuff. Because here against the same, I'm the element of this is you need designation and doubt in item like this. The customer, I'm a little one, I say, make me a cover, right, or a little bit for a safer Torah. Not to shut Torah, it's on that. What's that? Well, actually, is behind Kodesh. So Kodesh, mutter, like Samson called. Because if I've not yet used the items for the purpose, then I'll use it for whatever I want. Like damage when Kodesh, I should have Samson called. But if once I use it for a consecrated purpose, I'm going to use it for something mundane. So I'll say, what does that sound like? That sounds like Rabbi, that Hasmana Lav knows. So long as it is not being used, ultimately it does not get it. In reality, this whole thing is focused on it. Not focused on it. Decided to see fun stuff, you decided to cope with food. Sounds beautiful, right? But it's like not a do it. Right? Or for that matter, again, you use the height of a non-kosher animal. Zeros, ultimately, again, it's not a puzzle. In the Torah, Shiros, but if you use the leather, right, you use leather from the kosher animal, obviously the Torah kosher, even though dyes that we use for sewing were not tanned, tanning on the stuff. And Shulano says, or that he says, no, it's not enough to hide, but rather you also have to have a hide that's up to it. Only if you know the Rabbi. The Rabbi side. So the point over here is, what's not focus? The word is suggesting that the focus, whether or not you use Shema, ultimately not focus on Bayi and because it's Hasmana Lukos. Okay. Rashi says, Chagav Shema, Abdullah, Arshel Shema, Lagno, Sidimo, Pastor, Simachokos, Simachokos, over here, Abayi and Rabbi took that Machokos and make us Tanoi. Okay. I'm going to Rabbi, the following now, after this whole thing brings up such an issue, remember how this whole focus thing and Rabbi got started? Rothschild was take baguette lemais. If one leaves baguette or a mace. That's how this commerce asks, well, what does that mean, baguette lemais? So it's a thing ultimately, again, that one is leaving baguette lemais what? Sit there and just lie there while leaving the baguette. What's the shot? Reading a baguette and says, no, it happens. And it goes shocking the Harpan. Shocking the Harpan. It happened. It was a Harpan and their ability against Infratashitim, what happened when they died? Someone would die. And a lot of myself, after they would die, they kind of scrounge together scraps and make that. Okay, Darshan. So one side, Darshan. Focus on Kabasi. I'm going to Kabasi. Fundamental focus over here. Who does that follow Abaye or Rabbi? So again, this is follow Abaye, Mananosa. Second thing is what's the help us out? Have to get Rabbi. The Halacha follows Rabbi. That has mana lab. Ultimately, again, Halacha Mesa designation does not endow it with identity. The truth is, generally, that's how we pass. Give an example. For example, let's say a person found a tefillin bag, right? It says tefillin on it, right? It has name on it. So, pretty much tefillin bag smells like a tefillin bag. Clean enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that bag, right? So one bag, right? Technically, you can do that. Why? Because that's not a lot of milk. All this does is now. Once you put your tefillin in there, then it's used. Once you put tefillin, then you can't make it. Once bag, technically speaking, you pass. That's how the tefillin bags. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear.
over here like lava. Designation of something particular does not invalidate it. There was tremendous Muslim in that as well. What does it mean? What's the Muslim has monologue? What is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. So when you put your toe in the middle of that, there's a nice thing to create reality, thoughts and intentions that are both like such a tremendous Muslim. And both like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentalist. Allah has mana, mercy, intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. Allah and that's not what I said. So I was like, all right, everyone's in that, okay?
I've seen him at the store. I mean, he's terrible. He's the worst. But, like, that doesn't mean that he's not also, like, technical. Here's what I look at.
I'm so surprised I want to be
It's like now when I watch Brian laugh like almost every time. But I don't laugh. I don't even count as the hog duck. I love it. Unironically gonna make me laugh. My son, that's the stupidest thing I've ever. When I see clips of Brian's bringing such a bad understand the basics of comedy and Brian Bravo. He doesn't show anywhere teaching people up, giving Crystalia ever chemistry advice. Because he allows Crystalia to make people victim of comedy. Everybody. It's unfair to Crystalia. He doesn't keep it going. Keep it going. What do you think is going to happen in our show? One is, okay, I'll start with Brian and then I'm going to delete. So Brian, when we're watching Brian and Shop, Brian will go into one of his, and granted, it's not funny. What's it? So it's Bob Hamidi. Fuck no, dude. He has no fucking clue. You know that movie, The Dark Knight Rises, when Gervais, like, leans into like there's a scorpion. Okay, so you're on YouTube. Mental YouTube. Financial luck. It's like 46 it's coming into the wire. Realize has everything. Everything. Yeah, he should hire Brian Go and a lot of shit. Well, I mean, she's charming and advice like she is, but a lot of his is, like savvy. A lot of that. In fact, Brendan Schaub, you're not supposed to pick. And I have, like a show the answer part. I can show the letter. And put to our partner does. I was living there with the fucking idiot. So he's operating this. It's like, what's this guy doing out there? Like, did you serve me with some paper? I was like, I say, go look at
because it is an embarrassment for the person
his brother doesn't get your job. Because she talks to him.
You don't use the embarrassment. So the nice thing you have to see right side of everything.
Oh, is it?
So the nice again,
Brendan Schaub, okay, flowers, then someone said to us, he's living apart. Yeah, like, oh, okay, you know, it's stuff. No, he was having a long affair with
on the other hand, the understand
just more professional. Like, very old, is about a totally dates on her lost that. She sent some bouquet of flowers to Joanna. I know it's started off with, this is not what. So, it's true as a mark. They gave them just from the last time in the Gemara. Here's the Gemara that got when he buries someone, that so in other words, you don't take a pot, you wrap it in a towel, Hatsumono. What was that? Permanent state. And you're keeping it there, you're considering it there, you put something else. What does something else? Like the highly used burial, when you say, and that is burial, Jewish burial, is no choice. Like, if you married to Saul, it's interesting, like, in married to Saul, you see the special kind of soldier burial. Yeah, in general, you don't have flowers by number one, because conventional thinking is, being as lawyers, like, you see by other religions, all surprising. Everyone leaves, and then what happens? When the joke comes out, the deacon has wife, the goal is to really cosmeticize together. I don't know if that's a word I'm using, right? Cosmeticize is pretty. You just can't understand that one of the most important parts of life is whatever it is true, whatever you can do, with respect to it. I get it, whatever the fuck you argue. This is what the fuck I do. It's always I was this answer. It's a true shirt. The funny part's always long time that we like a red chubby hand. To any other game. You can like Joe Rogan said, saying, what are you gonna do? It's like how you get this drug bug situation stutter on fucking, like I want you to send a peach emoji and fucking a picture of that. So I saw it and now you're like, you're like, oh, I've never heard of that. What makes sense? I mean, podcast for stuff. How do you handle this drug bug situation? Obviously, Texas might be the kill. But moving on. That's ridiculous. Is that Mark working in my house? How could I make this the absolute worst attitude in the universe? Where did all your chair? Yeah, you're right. So Christian now was just chatting and he's only giving me 9 not make very much money. But he said, he said, Mark, what is chef inequality? You see something good in the beginning, hoping you answer. Why do he's going to be very generous? Why the fuck are you doing with job? It was actually her birthday, so I was like, but I'm like, I didn't mean like, it's gonna be fun travel, like that much, like during COVID. It's like going with us. So money. Can you do that?
Oh, so I made a reply. I was like, oh, I told Brendan that. Just be like, you're making $500. So, right? I can name many things. Like he has cameras, so paying for food, all those things. That's a short-term strategy. So that in the end,
that the choices you make have a ripple effect. So whatever you want for you,
she was like, being a lot of conflict because
but the more impact on other people,
job she was suffering from burnout.
Absolutely unequivocal.
That's my fucking shit has increased being especially all the time. Trap home
because we try to take
office, so we're like exploiting and knocking off. And that so like I got out the door from traveling and any type of kapara. Which the Gemara says will be amazing. No, Tzaddik, the Gemara says, Adam and Ba'at Shayasa, Muslim in all of Hana, well, not Zahar Zaharas. He ain't Adam, he doesn't mess. No, even the greatest Tzaddikim when he dies, the requirement of the body is that the units are all parts of the still a Kaviyah, then you love him. You love him, then the doctor puts himself. He's putting everything in us. And unfortunately, he didn't know about this. But his son Aviyah ultimately strikes up. Not but if you tell me that ultimately what, that is very, very well. The Tzaddik who has a kapara, only have a kapara, but because sometimes the Allah like this, he's showing don't or a Kashma, so he's pretty, but a week for me, don't have a kapara. Okay, so therefore, you might talk and he's exactly
I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
What the reason is for we got no higher essence of burials is because degradation. That's what I'm saying. It's really fun. It's really again that burial itself affects part of the body. Once in the body, it's like there are three parts to the kapara to retain power of death. There's death, decomposition of the there's three parts that affect it. The burial is not going to full purpose. This comes up. Or even not as strong as that. Let's say down above
I can say that it's on video, I was sometimes I'm not saying like I
Is it an honor to the living or is it a eulogy to the family? Which means that people are speaking about their loved one, right? That covers the deceased. Covers the deceased, right? And there's some example things that are being said about it. You know, there's, okay, it might not be better. The honor to do Allah who got us. So you know that. So I do not want any, I don't want any eulogies. I think that's my Rabbi. So it's like when I was a professionals, whalers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, W-A-I-L-E-R. Otherwise, that remains of people die. Wonder like money to provide. Right, but it's no different than drinking alone. You always need it to help protect. So these guys, these people, they come to fly. They really try to so what happens?
That's okay, the same.
For the
Eric, not like his attitude, like he like cares sometimes.
So then ultimately, again, even if it's
Eric's and he's been on TV.
On the other hand,
I just think Eric Graham knows where and a thoughtful person. You know, he's like he was. I don't want to. When I was like. Really, like, I got depressed. I had to work every day. I'm like, waking up early. You know,
such a beautiful Gemara. After you think the Sarah, you eulogize her as the Christ. That's, interesting. Points out that the process. If you think about it, it should be background with close up and this close up. And you fight for her.
It sounds like a good idea for sitcom.
Eulogize for the fight for her. There are two parts of Sarah. There is public Sarah, there is private Sarah as Adam Avinu's wife. And then the mother for the about his own personal life. That people should hear about his life, that people say about the less babies like a sucker because you well, therefore again, which is interesting, bound to go ahead and delay is actually a little bit whereas the rings that rotate that doesn't present to be silent for the game of all the reasons all that different in Alice Hardy circumstances, remember again, in times of beginners, and that's before federation, so leaving someone unburied for any amount of time, especially again during the summer, could result in significant humiliation for the death. A lot of people can change. But you might be getting that sometimes we're getting this interface between what's considered to be cover for the race and cover for the living. Well, one ultimately see that sometimes we think very much of this as water pressure. And we leave it with red jobs, which are there are IRS, rather than the comments, rather than all the factors, they are over our shameless as we were talking unburied. In order to give people more time to comfortable with Vaya, right? Let people know that someone's going to die, let people come to Vaya, to bring again the trials, to go ahead and bring the casket, shroud, in the over our one is not a violation of Havana Tani for any development. To cover our set, in the element of the Shabbos, the other countries, ultimately I think it's going to cover this. How can cover also, this photo Shakai, ain't broken side of the base. So also, if you remember, to do with this. Anything that's done for the cover of the living ultimately is not a desire of the base. In other words, there's a intersectionality between these two concepts about what's covered for base and covered for kind, right? And ultimately, again, these things very much converge because if people are allowed to more property in life, that gives more honor to the dead. See, if it turns out that we're delaying the burial of a little bit, to give people the opportunity to mourn, that's called honor for the living, but we can't to honor for the dead as well. Everybody wants to touch them. And you know something else it says? You can sing the upper place. This is fascinating. For example, when you make the shalom, you start, for example, let's say you have someone who is not eulogized appropriately, and then you can buy, or someone comes in and wasn't buried at all. Oh shit, well, that's a shame, you got to buy one animal, also not buried. Oh shit, how you be showing yourself on the cells right now, on the funeral beer, zero sinners enough evidence. This is a good sign for me. This is how you can do the sign for me. Concept you actually point out that what it means is retribution is being exactly for punishment on its side here in this world, so that the Shema will not have to suffer in general, there are also has this idea, that very high level belief, but it's certainly something that we have to aspire to. But in difficult things happen to us in life, there is a certain amount of sin that has to come with it. The market suggests to be something obviously that's a better level, very high level too. I thought it was weird. He wrote it very not funny. Even if I can't, sometimes I say some things that I know to be true. Even a person who is says, yeah, so what is he there? You feel the shot. So what is he there? I say, what's more popular than what's the problem here? Someone died and they were properly eulogized. I don't know. You come up with this case and I'm like, you know what I think? Someone dies on Colorado. Right? Or it's a great site, in America. For sure. You'd be like a huge influencer in the case of banks. But again, in many places, it's not a great site. And it's a port. Right? Doesn't get the heft that they deserve. The Gemara says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because you see there's a pain or missing out on the eulogies. Yeah, a lack of eulogies benefits you. What is the word? What is the word? How do you person who do you serve? Who for? For the dead. For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the eulogy are really for benefit for the dead. And you could trust the ultimate benefit for the dead. Therefore, again, it doesn't people don't again just fund the depth of a eulogy. And they talk about sometimes like the most inane things in a eulogy. So imagine for a moment a person says about your loved one. Imagine somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to your mother, to your father, to your brother, to your wife. Imagine somebody says 5 minutes. You say, thank you for the crap sheets. That's what happens. My picture how you pass by. My picture how you pass by. Like, oh, did you know how to use old things? You don't know to show old things. Imagine someone said, you have 5 more years to your parents, to your spouse. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to lose the over there. We're not going somebody said, you have 5 more years to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes to your loved one. That's what you need. That's what you need. It's not paint the picture. People think like it's out of historical picture. Those are all very nice things. That's great. You can post that on the Levington website. That's all that is you can leave it on your own. That's not what you need. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. This is right there to speak to the mix. Speak to the mix. Because every single relationship where things that they never got a chance to say, or maybe people say it in the right way, or maybe people say it enough. That's the power of eulogy. You can trust the ultimate again, it's for the dead. Yes, not also happens to be that benefits that are living. That's all. Essence of eulogy, ultimately, so how you call it, remember again, next time at the Lord, that they were not as very dead in the same, I was sorry, I think they were not very in the same cemetery, I found. So you know, the whole path Rabbi, the science so severe. So why you can hold it up to the God, but you do not bury the son of the you don't bury the son, and it's on the website. You say to yourself, come on, once he died, and you expect him to equalize it, and you say, no, it's not. It's not the Christian place that's written right. And it's because he worked really hard to do like that, right? And a Rothschild didn't work hard. Okay, so you research yourself. It's obviously not very much, it's not very much for that. Because when you read your life in it, you're going to die for the night. And you're going to do that. And what none of that come up with, the nice thing from Russia is that it's having a very nice guy who's showing next to that you can smell out. That you can hold him to you can hold him to wild. Okay, so listen to this story. This is from the Rothschild days. Listen to this. Talking about how soldiers at war. They're at war. And what happened? So I was during one of the conferences of war, we were realized how to do it. And they saw the approaching enemy army. Today. So what did they do? Usually I have to cover up the shot. So they didn't have time to talk about each other. They read about it. So they threw it into a barricade. Right? These barricades. And how do you do the barricade? They threw it into the barricade of the enemy shot. There was a Gary Grace. What happened? So you have that responsible for each other. So the way
asking for a friend where they like have sex with my wife.
in caves.
I'm really
Right? Well, first they're buried in the ground, and then off course, they would just after the body decomposed, they would collect the bones, and they would place it like in a catapult, like in a cave. Then you can see this kind of the river Shimon Sabbath.
It's a long time.
River Sabbath. It's slow. So, it's like in other side of it. Also, they have to carry the carry the headings to kind of.
Mushroom before a kid.
Like shells, and the bones are so
That's pretty good.
Came back to life. Came back to life. So you have to look at why did he come back? Why is it after life? Apparently, it's not and you do not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. If you don't bury Elisha next to Tariqim, the miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. So I'm going to talk to the Bible, you know, bring up who's trying to do it for God. Elijah, and maybe you can have that for you. So the point of the old guy, so Elisha asked him for a bracha. So Elisha said to him, I would like to be double. And he said, so, yeah, I like to double it. That's what I knew. You remember, one person that, like, I was just doubling his great disease. Bring back two people for us. Brought back one person for us. Maybe this wasn't each night. Maybe this wasn't double portion. Maybe this was the second person back. So that's it. That's just why I did decide it's true. The guy came back to us, what happened, but I didn't get back to life. He walked out of the okay, and he died. And he didn't go back home. He got me back to life, and now I was very okay. And then immediately afterwards, to eat out of the east, very much as I read these things. By the way, how did Elisha get his Mishnayim? How did Elisha get his double portion? When did he bring his second person back to life? Sherita Sarah Naaman, she's still in the shop. Naaman, who was the general of Iran, was giving Saras. So Elisha cured him from Saras. And we know that some of Saras is considered like your death. So the curing of Naaman from the Saras is like a transformation. The sick are not euthanized. The sick are never helped. But you see what he's saying there? What's the difference? The difference is that we don't carry a Russian next to us. Well, the same thing called us sometimes in the same way that we don't carry a Russian next to us. And called him Russia, Hummer, Easter, Russia, Cow. So too, we do not carry a serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. I guess it's like a, we'll call it like you have people who are expert in shine, and then there are people who dabble. Russian dabblers. So make sure, there's like a Russia, and there's like a Russia ball. So there are different levels of this show. You don't go ahead and bury a real Russia or a Russia ball.
Thank you.
So let's do our verse. So in our verse, maybe we should have a different cemetery for every different Nisas days. Like Nisas days. Four different Nisas days. Have 4 different cemeteries. There's a residential case much more. There's traditionally okay. I'm going to be open on. So I'll say, so by the way, that is about not showing next to cemetery. Now, again, obviously, that's the other big cemetery in terms of who exactly is the senator. On the size of the back, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions on this. So much Shabbos. I have a second answer to that. So the cemeteries that actually do mention certain religious scriptures and certain religious obligations about what people go through in the okay. I'm going to do all of this. Also, they look at this side. They look at this.
You can see a real big horde.
Someone eats their horde. And it's not just forbidden fact. Someone is coming back. And then you like what you do. And spread it out to public. And then we'll have it. And then you begin to so then
100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those. Yes, we watch a lot of them. We do. I can tell you, I tell when someone's a bot because if they say something negative, it's a bot.
Hey Mark, what happens is Joe obviously, but I've been my presumption is if you try and it looks fraudulent, you can always identify because what do you think doesn't benefit? It's some sort of misrepresentation of the cover.
So again, essentially speaking of owned by Showcase, even though subsequent comes seen again, I will cover myself, that cover. One is set aside for now news, it's set aside for now news. Incredible. It's too tough. Double set right in the body. It's going to be the exact same case.
I never ask somebody that because I just assume they're going to miss it. It's like, why would you have that? It's like, so how it makes sense for them to
Actually, this is up and after the advantage. You can have it on his own.
I'm missing all my friends.
He didn't see that that's what happened. So it's a direction that maybe he's like someone
Are you guys born here now?
and therefore again,
No,
when he wakes back up, the carbon. He actually would also really just at the piece of insanity. He shouldn't be in the other box. Because that's the ability to go ahead and return. That's what that means. Somebody really gets to it. I think the other that so even though but at least we have the ability to ultimately again to become about Shabbat. Maybe halacha myself, we kind of represent. Never will say again. In both these cases, you can't walk off the top of why. Because essentially, if the country was owned by someone who was unfit to offer it, it is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. Because of this whole of the nuclear, once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately again, it remains set aside. Books that return to the hospital, which is
It's like self-soothing.
there are certain drugs that close, that once they close, you cannot
He does that all the time. I saw
so
someone once
you'd like to be able to think that if you don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them, it's okay, I'll get to it later. I'll get to it later. And there are situations like that. If you don't take advantage now, and it's like that, the opportunity will be there later. But I'm making things in life. If you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, you cannot fight it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Hold it, you need to use that. Once again, you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again, you are done. Now, the beautiful there's always more sweet space, there's always additional things afterwards. But the nice time, once it's done. Remember, there's like that's why I have to be so careful to be mindful of our life opportunities, be mindful of the doors that open yourself doors to people advantage. And you think you're going to get to it, but it's a little bit less tricky, a little bit quieter, never happens. Never does it. And then listen, after another thing, how you got touching? Well, there's no fear in that. How you got touching, stay out. So it's this by doing that, which is a sin that is condemned because we had an important idolatry. And now again, let's take any kind of that as so they were touching. They sacrificed items. However, it's touching the death. Anything that's in the home was there, should be killed. Touching on the Kabbalah, anything has financial sanctity, ultimately again should be redeemed. Ravina ba, Amaya was to have to kill them. Once the people of the early darkness are killed, we'll go again for Kabbalah, right? Use the Kabbalahs. Motions are real important to you. Because once something is set aside for spirit means,
set aside for money. This Sabbath nothing, but never should have been. That's because the whole beauty. Come here, buy a new Sabbath makes me so crucial. One second, if I just 1 second. Do you think that by itself is so also one of the things that he says, do you think that if someone just dies as a Rothschild, that they're definitely done? But he makes me so crucial. Like I said, the person is a Rothschild. And then he just died. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't provide a problem. Depending on Schneider, Japan, some of that is you talk about a couple of that maybe, let's say Cohen has a father and parents went off together. You might have Cohen experience timing himself, because Tamil Omar, the also nice sound when the parents are on the right together, is it some reason told timing for those parents. That always is in there, right? You see when I lost back and he died, isn't that the father? No. The kind of stuff is in the father. When someone is executed, that's how the justice in the father. But just stop trying to natural forces or natural forces, that's not necessarily the father. I mean, when you come down, it's not up to just the show. How do you compare someone who's executed because of his rituals to someone who died in natural causes while being a Rasha? Mason self-ritual came to the earthly Kamitis, no Hadri Kapara. If a person is a Rasha and they die of natural causes as a Rasha, that death does not. If a person is a Rasha and they're executed because of their rituals, that death atones. And that death by itself doesn't atone either. There has to be more.
What is your favorite from
this is about the subsurface and the question.
Right, so that's just like these like
that ultimately, again, because it's abnormal, therefore that's Mechata, which essentially just killed by being Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, how do you do David killed by David because they didn't commit those, or because that legal trespass, well, how do you kapara? Ultimately, again, that death is not a kapara. So that's a same verse, just like three types of death.
it's also like if they're your own time, it's like a
Hashem, and death by David. So the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by David does not automatically affect kapara. It's going to have to affect kapara. Death by enemies, right? That's automatically affects kapara. Things are. Go ahead and bury him in the kever of his fathers. But if you see that execution led by a baby ultimately again affects us, then why wouldn't we in the burial place of his fathers?
Execution, number two, burial, number three, decomposition. Decomposition. Therefore, again, we can't do our database because, again, not until decomposition, which the Gemara says, that Gani Dikani is after our first miraculous actions, the Kohen also the Command Ishmael. What do you say? Again, what did the Gemara say? The Mishnah says, Allah wants after the body decomposes, we could have someone to gather the bones, and then afterwards, we bury the individual.
This is a tragic way.
Something really interesting.
The romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but leaves.
For a second, and now they die in one of three ways. Either natural causes. It's clear that if a Rothschild dies of natural causes, what of his death on his wishes, impact of his death on his Rothschild zero. Still Rothschild. If he dies because he's by a quality and not control, by Gentiles because he's a Jew, the Jew, the Rothschild, his death is in the kappa. Like that's starting up to the Hashem, that up to the Hashem, his death is absolutely in the kappa. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by David. So what happens when David executes a Rothschild? So they'll say, here it is. That it's interesting. Here it is that it is kapara, but kapara really requires two things. Number execution, number two burial, and number three composition. Number two, we know that execution like David is not in the habit of something. There's one Mishnah said, when they were 10 amas away, so the base has zero. What did the David say? What did it say? Right? The Savannah, he started to do it. Right? He's sitting here that death value itself is not in the proper even from inside the church. Why? Because again, the order is to confess his sins. So the fact that he has to prove people, how do you confess his sins, and he keeps the out by himself, was not the Chazan. Even he says people is not the Chazan. But again, even death by a basis, we're going to apply number one, sure, gotta be done. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decomposition. So we'll say, stop over here. But I want to put that, I'm going to, it's reading over here. You didn't get the, yesterday, it's all on it. So you see those reasons for the main everyone.
I like this. Two S words for Logica, so that's pretty great. Called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane.
All right, Rothschild, good morning.
Just become more brothers.
I guess we'll see how to do uplift and
It's like I don't know, show
great
Buffalo Bills
and begin a new week.
That's how close it was. Damn. It's like having a courtside seats at a Lakers game. Like surprise. Like throwing out the press 46 times. I was there when there's more of the truth of the he compulsively repeats saying because those things Joe Rogan for example said so many times I love it when compulsively repeat themselves.
Howard Doris for the year of say, hey, I was on the
reality runs your culture. When you're adding into the deadlifting and benching
all of this year
now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? And doing that 3 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also, if you're a linebacker, bench press 225, 30 pounds, you also have to run a 4.6, you also have to have a fucking, 38-inch vertical, you also have all these other things that we super normal. So bench press is really not relevant to what you got. You want to use right? So you got right. Put this out there. First of all, there's a time he's referring to he jerked into 40 reps because he kept repeating this. It's an reps, let's say 42, whatever. Let's say 30 reps, which is impressive for squatting 30 reps.
About the white line,
Photographic evidence was they don't play 45 pound.
So this year, about 6 points per wide run.
Mara has the council. We're going to do the donor who on the king part of when we bury the dead. We bury the dead ultimately again because not to bury them between the son and for the dead, or because that burial affects the part. Burial affects you might not what does it matter? The Amar, low but you know, the Allahu Gabba. What happens if a person says, like, we didn't about to die, and we says, you know what? Don't bury me. Don't bury me. You know what? Don't spend the money that I spent. Just don't bury me. It's all right. If the person wants to say, don't bury me. Then the Mark is right. You're not the one who will go for me. Yes, you got segregation. Yes, they'll say like in real cats on because he wasn't there, so you lied about it, right? That says that here. That says because again, I've seen shop and vegetables for plants and you don't eat the live. What do you need to exaggerate? The other thing was impressive enough. But then were you aware he's posting for a while? Like, yes, what was the best? Like, oh, look, he posted himself doing vegetables. Yeah, because first you guys post like a picture of the vegetables, and it's like, well, 25 matches, 225. So the nice again, at least in the dad, it's not
stories from
just
here's a picture of some
family. Having your relatives are buried. So if it's a video, it's like, even if you don't bury me, you don't listen to him, you don't listen to him. On the other hand, the Anthony Kapara, all honorable Kapara, is at the end of the day, burial is about hunger. That's burial,
Okay, so when you're done counting, that's really funny because I showed you the video.
Very real itself in the Kapara.
He's a big dude. But he had like, so if you know the reps, it's sort of important. So your reps doesn't like any of that. If you get a in the lasting advantage where it's like,
There's no flowers.
shot was before it was reps, it doesn't count. So, it doesn't help you lift more weight. It helps you
in general,
either there he doesn't know. What's the thing I can use to discuss
like convention is
it doesn't even count.
pretty
Don't make
that look like
hates anybody
that.
that does anything. You know, when they question like, can you either can Shop do a change and then someone on the other part said, can Shop change a tire? The real question is, can Shop change a light bulb? Yeah, I mean, so you know, he really doesn't read comments. Yeah. Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict. I just learned a long time ago that you can never, even if the life chicken does, I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball dead letter. What did you guys think about what happened to Baba's dog, Donnie? I guess his
into it, that's number one. Number two is at the end of the day, you look at the final send-off, and it looks like this is the end. But that is not the end. And that's just the end of some of it's really issue. We believe in cancellation was resurrection. We believe that this is just like birth, death is the stage of life.
I thought the cat was dead. Like, you have to accept if the cat goes missing, you're like, you have to accept. I remember that, yeah. And I said to him privately, I can't watch a video of us being destroyed the cat. And you're sleepless, like, you haven't slept in people. Your cat, you have a stable room, like, take shifts. It fucks with you mentally so much. And I'm super into my animals, so
that's the title. That's the title. So, what everybody
the coldest day, fucking, January, like ever. Lost like a lot is like talking to her mom, like in urban background. And when I was emotional, he played it up. Oh shit. He was like a lot in the background.
So why do you
know that too, because we lost the cat.
Take the money. All right. They take the Rabbi program and make a L'chaim how do you do that? If burial is without kapara, I don't want kapara. If burial is without communication, again, even though we didn't want it, we doesn't have the right to do that.
And but I
right.
also love all animals.
You can do whatever you want.
It doesn't have to be the dog cat
You can do whatever you want.
I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are higher maintenance, you know.
Yeah, you can't really like leave
forget
the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs
You
are
can't
like
have some company.
but the choice is
collectively
having
bred
a
dogs to be more attached
or
to
a friend or a community. So you can
so
choose whatever you want.
like 20
As long as it
Which
only
is why I
impacts
think
you.
Brendan's figured it out.
The
It's
more
like,
you
you get a dog,
decision,
you give
your
it back,
choice
or take
has
it to
an
get
impact
murdered or
on other
whatever.
people.
Hey, remember when we tried to we fucked up the hypoallergenic, like Russian cat or whatever they're like. It was a specific kind of cat.
Let's go.
It's the person he tasked to help him find listen, there is find a hypoallergenic.
That's even very big.
Gets stabbed first. But yeah, it's difficult. Landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. You know, there's more dog breeders out there.
Absolutely amazing. No,
Cats that are like not true allergies. It's a common breed. And you can hear hairless cat looks one guy. And I connected them with these people who were the chief. And on his podcast, after like a security deal, like you're gonna go pick him up this week. And he talks shit about stupid fucking cats and the owners of blood. And so he read it, forwards it.
Even the greatest of studies,
like someone clipped it and was like,
even the greatest of studies, when he dies,
it's like there's one breeder of these certain kinds of cats in LA. So they send it to her. And I saw this like basically screenshot this hostile message where it was like, the old like you the guys when they buried him, like out himself, you know, being like we say this the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible And unfortunately, but he has somebody in Asia, but he has number. But it's still Asia, but it's like said, the Jewish rights in the very Diametry the Kapara, Hanami, is something that ultimately was that Pharaoh Kapara, why are all the other sons very well? Sadiqim deserve Kapara. The Shoim don't deserve Kapara. Kashma, no, you should do it. No, you should do it. No, they have no Kapara. By the way, okay, the one thing, therefore, you might think it's off. Doesn't tell us exactly what the reason is for that. Actually, with that non-passion, we got the entire essence of stereo. Again, the stereo itself. Likes random stories. Part like check mark and then followers, and how he sees you like your stereo. So actually does work. But at times being captured on that affected stereo itself really serves again by the thousand. And also things from degradation. Had a net neutral following, but some engagement. What happens is going to throw these screenshots and people be like, oh hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan. Because I've been sending it to him. It's like, or even not even like sniffed him. Let's say they above ground, $5,000 a month for this thing. These are fucking good results. Like, well, it is. Just if you look at how many followers you're getting, so that's just being dragged out by the unfollowing because you're not actually crazy. It's crazy because when you hit that or millions, it's like you don't see following rates. Really? Yeah. Someone who didn't play on their content. Yeah, exactly. Delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play in a but somehow somebody along the same line. Along the same line. Speda, Yakka, the Kai, Harvey, Yakka, why do you the NFL currently? Guys, can we let PGL Tom kind of push that? But you're going to have the following question. Not that some following sounds weird. Right? Because you're allowed to do it. Right? Anyway, that's why I have a problem. So you're going to say, why do you do this? Yakka, Harvey? Is it honor to the living or is it also eulogy that what eulogy does essentially is a eulogy gives cover to the family. Gives cover to the family that people are speaking about their loved one. Very good. Or, Yakka the shuts. No, it's not about cover to the family. It's about cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased is somebody named by Naya, somebody who all the incredible things that are being said about it. Lord says, you might not see it. Like, who cares? What does it really matter? The Amar, Lotus, we do a lot who got. You know, I'm not thinking of it. So listen to this. That's a really one of that. That's really that. Not want any people say, I don't want any my liar. So these four organizations used to have professional whalers are great. Not you ever see those wild turkeys? So funny. Like, that kind of WAI. Right? In other words, that will make the people like I totally get that. Right, but Ford is it drives animals. Sometimes you're gonna kill a deer. Every time I go, yeah, we go kill a lion. So what happened? So weird incident. Do you feel the kinship to lions now? That is ridiculous. I was a child. I guy that alcohol about it guy like somehow had like had a line, but there was some like in South Africa, like he lived in a place where he befriended and he's the internet where they like he kind of has his like hyenas. He also does hyenas. He knows other behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with the tigers much more so. Like in nature, they have more character than you. So the lions are highly social. Social beings, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool if I could have a big cat. Right now, just like a regular cat, it's just big.
And there's
And the kids are like, oh, it's like my arm, it's like you're dead,
I don't know this question I want to ask you next right here. I think you got lost in the sauce here.
So first of all, that
We're already on another take of the
and then only after
not enough. Man. Did he delete it?
more far, all then is
It was a great question. Oh, here we go.
overwhelming.
This is it right here.
Anyways, you want to go to the
Read it
video,
as I
and
read
you
an
can look
entire
at the
book.
you can look at that drum and Sarah.
Such a quick he only reads picture books. He has an anyway.
Yeah, I'm also I don't know if it was not with Sarah. Like, I don't was, Sarah means guys, right? And all the guys, I don't know, right? Sarah means guys, I don't know the side black people. I don't even have Sorry, now remember, now that means that he told Sarah in order to come in. See, if you say that's a
was a great MMA fighter.
then I understand, then it makes sense. I'll cover said don't do anything about it. That he really is covered
checking that for
that people to hear about his life, that people talk about his life, and cover for him, he can really tell you his friends. But he didn't make that much sense. You better understand that the Caillou, Sunyaka got wrong, Masu and Sarah. Because of the cover to Admiral Neil, they're going to delay the Caillou. So, you know, doesn't make any sense. Why? Sarah, you can make a lay, you hate me to me after so, it was covered to Sarah. The Admiral in other words, even if you want to say that eulogies are not for the dead, the eulogies are for the living. They just covered one could have given to Sarah's meaning, but to be covered to her. The greatest not for the sorrow it has, but you feel that every love you is beautifully love
technicalities of most of the dead.
At the end of the day,
It's
you know,
in that world is very important.
there's so much that I'm like, what
Misrepresent
me?
yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world is that he's not Superman, but you're gonna find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I was like,
You love me so much. So neat. I'm more important than
sometimes it's physical, like because we're just watching the
you
physical
know, a lot of
part
times
of
now,
this.
you love it, and happens with my spouse, as long as my name's on that. It's like a prerequisite. As long as I'm good, I'm happy to speak as much
Well, I'm glad that line in here with the case. I'm just like, I'm a guy with this fucking scroll device, so
sorry, what makes sorry what was covered to Sarah? Covered to Sarah was to know that Abba was taken care of. Even in death. Even in death. Right? Sorry, there was this anti in death knowing that Abba was taken care of. So when it comes to marriage, like literally again, Abba, your needs are above my. By the way, you should just know, because the reverse as well. What's that shit in the way? Abba was remember, Abram wanted that person was nice. Sarah was Sarah. I never once thought the idea of taking a second wife. Hey, where did it come from? Who brought up the idea of taking a second wife? Who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Sarah brought it up. Abram never brought it up. It never came up. never a there's never why? It looks like it's again around you, sort of over anything. If it's between Sarah's students and children, I'm going with Sarah. If it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, I'm going with Sarah's happiness. It's a good experience. It's not about me. It's not about me. Spark is not me. I should have spark allows me to build a life with my partner. You think that gift is not one of those that then by definition, you raise nurture that gift. 1% selfish. It's not that, okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. Selfishness and everything. That's what Avram and Sarah, and that's what the model for us. Incredible. Kashma. Okay. All right, it's too good. My fault. Not my fault. You push it. It's like, let's eat a neighbor over here. It's too good. All right, let's go. Kashma. Let's pick up. We start to go. Again, we're just I'm not being Rabbi. So Torah said they eulogize him, they buried him, because the Kayehu, and if you want to say the it's about honor to the living, honor to the living, remember with the brothers or the family rather than the fact that he's deserving of Shabbos. Of course, the Eichel and Tzadikim, you have to do it. Tzadikim was covered to come to other people through them. Kashma, but he's to do it below you. Tzadikim, you have to do a showing. I have a clause that says they shall not be the they shall not be buried. The Gemara says that ultimately Tzadikim don't want covered coming to Jerusalem. Kashma, Shalom, Chamos. And the Mitzvahs have a death on the walk of Can you support the heart by your Adon? You should love the it's like Sityo. So by Sityo, the Rabbi tells you that ultimately again you're going to die in peace with the fires of the things that came before you. You can have a good death, they're going to eulogize. The armor you can live with the fires, might not kill you. Again, if you eulogize about honor to the living, the honor to the dead, or not Sityo, yeah, it's not about the dead, it's about the living. Which was Hankarelu, living stated, the Yaksub Beit Yisrael, the Efi to Yaksub Beit Abasecha. So ultimately, God is will be honored to you the same show being honored to your forehead. I think you know how to expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that shop hates us, right? So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? And so it's been asked what times in the chat, close your eyes and make the version of what you like if you find who we are and how you would potentially hurt us. Someone who is rolled So his Joe's father was a man by the name of Achaz. Ultimately, again, he went ahead and backed Achaz's bone on a bed of wood. Now, what is that? What is that? Remember, Achaz's mom was up. His Joe was a one of the up when your hair is what you're saying. He was absolutely fundamentally really yeah, that was just so that this is an fundamental the position of the says it's a fucking rest of oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, you guys like a podcast about me every week. That's funny. Shot would hate it. Say, no, this is not what you do. It's all fun. Even though we love it. Nice time. Like, you know, and if you say that you use without publishing a living microphone, it is ultimately against the power for a father to offer some power that law. Mashu read these words. Or the power for a father to deny public value. In order to go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead. We're still,
there ultimately again to go ahead and get this debt, or is it honor for the living? We're talking about that we can incredible How will I have? But if it's Rabbi Yudanos, Rabbi Yudanos is the fourth is family. How can you do that? Do not go ahead and say, yes, don't eulogize me in the subject. Remember again, they were taking Rabbi Yudanos died. Died in Sicily, and they were carrying him in base shard. They were going to go ahead and take the casket. There's a number of stops along the way. So he said to them, when they stop eulogizing me, don't eulogize me in small towns, only eulogize me in large cities where there will be a large gathering of people. That was his book. That was something he learned, right? Really, I'm just like Friday, my master again. However, last Tuesday you spoke to you're right. But it's burying the dead for the purposes of honoring the dead. Of course, if somebody attacked it for kids, you know, or that. The only thing I like to do is when you put the moral transgression. Now, there are funny words for guys where it's like, if you roast me or whatever, there's certain things a guy can say that are like, you're inviting me. And I get this. The Kodo shall pass a male boundary. Like if you hate someone's Triscuits and they're like, why did they send them out called a douche? You probably have to yell that off. Maybe say to my mom, that's pretty physical violence. And that's funny when it was too. You shall not eat his body for you. White like the degradation. So you should eat degradation of Arab like the hanging the body on the tree. So the Gemara says, listen to this. You just take his body. When are you not allowed to eat body? But the lamb will result in degradation of the bread. No, never again. You're allowed to go and say, why would my perception of in a way it doesn't present Zion for the aggressive he likes to bully people where he has former friends of other people. And knowing that if you got back him, it's going to be in front of people, therefore he's just fighting fire. I would be far more like I would say in text message that he's not for. Well, what we're getting is I'm sorry, Brendan, I'll be back for like public living, correct? Or one over here, he like Instagram was great. It will be with logo. Shamea Allah Ayro, Rabbi the Konos, Rabbi the Army over Allah. Tell you that you're right. You're actually the business. In order to make people more thankful for their life, right? That's how someone can die. Maybe to bring again the fires, to go ahead and bring the cancer, crowd. Over Allah. One head coach who's a good former NFL offensive lineman. What's the other part? And like this aggressive, nasty, anything that he does to cover the living ultimately is not a desire. There's a intersectionality
I'm not scared of a boss
about
like
what's public domain and public right? That ultimately, again, is still very much preferred.
But Sean is like,
people are allowed to be more property and what? That's what zero honor said. See, even if it turns out that we're delaying the very a little bit, not a lot, a little bit, people the opportunity more, that's called honor for the living, and really,
get into that. Does sitting up on a good omen of dead. And it's right in the middle of the there's something negative.
Yeah, weird thing in the chairs can maybe give us
For
some time.
example, Nate should have the sun. So let's have someone who has to do the job appropriately. The low Nick bar wasn't very at all. OSHA, I know Laura is graduated by a wild animal. OSHA, how you do something without some
pretty well. He's a good boss. Bob, he's assertive.
Zell,
Tell us like, hey, there weren't enough clips about, like missing cheese. Yeah. We still have Mr. Hollywood's. I'm giving you guys like years to find that out. Yeah. So it's I always talk about me every night.
Let's remember that phone call.
Oh yeah, I saw it too.
Yeah. Called me up. He's like, we fucking got him. On the circuit. I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, fucking hacker.
Yes.
Double bag for cash. It's over. Here's what I'm recommend you do. Don't tell us.
Yeah.
Try to maybe get us more information. Let's do it. Second suggestion by you. This email address that is in the house. Might be Bobby Lee's email, maybe not. You don't have to verify email. Maybe like something that 12-year-olds have been through. Like, I verified this is true.
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter, that man that emailed Tiger Belly. Oh, that guy, dude, that's a bitch. All you do is lie to me.
Actually did that.
Yeah.
And didn't shut up from his career.
Man,
Yes.
Ryan was 30.
Now, what do you
Honestly, how well do you play? I think you'd be surprised me. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan wouldn't be scary.
someone
I
dies
played
and
fucking college football against guys who were bigger
I don't
than
know.
Brendan.
You
I wrestled in heavyweight in high school.
you know what does happen?
You think I'm scared
Someone
about
dies
college
in
fights?
Colorado.
I've been in more street fights and we're like,
Right?
it's not
Or if
do
it's
you think
a sites in
engaging in physical violence
America,
with guys working my size is scary? You must not know.
So,
That's how I feel about Agatha. I was thinking,
a great site.
Hey, that guy's sick right now.
Taurus. Like, so,
Oh,
husband
yeah.
doesn't get the husband that
Yeah,
things
so
to
it's
do.
like, it's
You know what it says? You know what?
do you think it would go for you? Like,
Because since there's a pain
ideas.
and outcome,
he's trying to fuck.
that lack of
Just say
unity
slip no more than
benefits
He said, give me
what do you
the
think
face
of
of the
it?
face.
say that.
No, he was actually kind of shoot, but he was like, you know, hey, if you ever in London, like, come through, but he was polite, but like, he was
doesn't receive it,
what the fuck you talking about?
someone said, the bottom line is money says, no, the shock you should not be done.
When did my wife was,
reality is,
typing my,
it's not really mistakes.
I crush that every
phone
night.
on cell phone away to Sequoia National Forest and flying the other
On
part
one hand, you have to listen to incredibly important.
Has Ryan taken loans or something
You know,
from
so,
Bob? I was told no.
don't
Money for Alan. Mark, when Brendan was drinking, how much alcohol was down? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I have on my phone. I take a charge about 9 a.m.
You have
Large,
5 more minutes.
Like at 9 in the morning, and then you just keep drinking. You can't see this for these, you know? What's blood? It's like you're drinking whiskey.
Check up from the chin up.
And then he would do, try to calculate how much
That
he's drinking.
nice
Take
thing like
a large
nice
glasses,
like,
everything.
oh, did you know how to use old
We
shit?
serve like a Diet Coke in
God, we both know shut
with
all
whiskey
of
and ice.
Oh, so wait,
About like 6 shots.
imagine if someone said, right, if someone said,
One of
someone
those,
said,
maybe
you
more.
have
So he
5
was drinking at
more
least 12
minutes.
shots of whiskey at night
You
over
work
the course of 2
Paris.
shows.
Your spouse.
Damn, and then
Imagine that
Little
was
less
like,
than
that was
yeah,
good.
way tested. I was even
Sound
saying he's
that
drinking
sounds
30 drinks
that's
of
a
whiskey
nice
a weekend.
size. I'm just saying, just think about this. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes to your loved one. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's not, not to paint the picture. People think about historical pictures. Those are all very nice things. That's right. You can post that on the Levingston's website. Right? All of that is there. You can read that on your own. That's not what a eulogy is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The Masons right there to speak to the Masons. Every single relationship that you wish you said that you never got a chance to say, or maybe you didn't say it in this way, or maybe you didn't say it enough. And that's how you could the sharp is ultimate measure is today. Really get now that is significant to where you're going. It's not but the essence of the eulogy is going to get. I love to go back to Corbin. The most memorable again. Next time was that they did not go ahead and get the same set of they were not buried in the same cemetery as someone who got the murder. So why?
This like future faking where it's like, oh, why? Oh,
Corbin Russell. Because you not bury your son.
This is the stage curves.
You don't bury your son, and it's
because I've seen
a couple of times. Once he died,
this chick that I look at is your culture. Like, oh yeah, this I've seen it pursue so many people.
And a rush shot.
His culture is identical. You know, that is he's the social
way you're gonna die. You're gonna be buried.
That's a story.
So you want some about the United States approaching enemy army. So what did they do? So they did not have to go back to worried about it. So they threw it into the burial cave. Right? Threw it burial cave. It happened to be the burial cave they threw it to was the burial cave of the Navi and Yisha. Get ready for this. We'll say, get ready for this. What happened? Now, young guy, Yisha, so again, remember, remember the way they were buried in caves, right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then afterward they would give somebody they would collect the bones, and they would place it like in a tire cup, like in a cave. Where you can believe that some of that side.
People that discard
Yours is
which I thought like guess what? If you do that, one of them's gonna ask Crystal in. Ask Crystal in.
Right next to the
right, it's like you're upping the odds of women, like objects. One of them might protect.
They have like shelves. And the bowls are placed on shelves. They're fascinating. So the guys go into the burial cave.
Great question. We already answered that.
Body comes in contact with by Yaga Ishba Asmos Alishah, by He, by Yakam al-Raqqa. The man, right, so the dead man comes in contact with the bones of Alishah, he came back to life. Came back to life. So the Lord said, now why did he come back? You know, why is he coming back to life? So apparently this man was a Russian. So he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. You don't bury your son next to Elisha. So America was buried, came back to life, walked out. Walked out. I'm going to help you. Literally, you may not. You got
your bank account. I can't comment on that, friends. I know that the money doing stand up. You get a lot of money doing podcasts. So if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you talk some of that way. And I think he doesn't.
I like these stuff. Those cases.
That's the main thing is like a guy like me, a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a phone and I don't care. The comfort would be having a bunch of money. It doesn't make sense to me to be like,
it's true. The guy came back to life. We'll see what happened. But he came back to life. He walked out of the burial cave and he died. He didn't go back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough. Walked out of the
busted down the what they were laughing about with that expensive thing. He's whining all the time about Austin. And one of the first things he said, they don't have an airline. Oh, yes, I wanted to ask him, what do you think about that? That's crazy because also, you guys are
And then there are people who dabble. Right? Russia dabblers. Right? So there's like a Russia, right? So again, so there's go ahead and there you go. The listeners are above chorus. So it goes like don't say so. That is not very again, obviously, that's me.
You don't see our guitar on easy.
That you have it's like EREWH. There are some servers that absolutely mainstream. Everything is like 3 times the price of obligations upon the people who are doing these things. Okay, look at this.
Grocery shop there. I got this
Someone eats favorite. Someone eats favorite. And very good. Obviously, they know like what you do. They separated out the carbon. They ready to off the carbon. And then what happened? They gave me a diagram. And then so again, you guys what is it? You separate out the carbon. And after that, now the story's not over. If you maximize your time, it goes good and then it comes out to what the Watch this. Once this carbon is all my category, it can't be offered up. You may have the thing about sugar, you can't use that carbon, right? Because of all the once something has been set aside for non-use, it cannot be incredible. Separate out the carbon and then you became insane. You became insane. Right to show that because of it, then you became insane again. What's that? A whole the mitzvah is that since the person is a shota, you can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon is owned by a shota, it can't be offered. Even if it becomes insane again, most of the myself, still just have to offer that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non-use, it's set aside for non-use. You apply this to anybody who looks like a good person. So why do I need to yes, myself. Again, as a person, I would say, you should up and out, you ease up and out, so if you're dying. I just want to say something. I, in the name of God, and it keeps the guy ultimately, again, you can see that that's happened. And therefore, again, you back up.
ultimately again if you have to carbon. You shouldn't be relaxed, sir. That's to go ahead and like for example, somebody who's have a husband, you're relaxed, sir. Even though when I teach the Yankees, they'll ultimately again too. Become about the boss. You're the halakha, so you kind of that's a great first time about again. Both can't help that. Why? Because essentially, the husband was owned by someone. And it's forever set aside for 9 years. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside his honor. Because of this whole of the mitzvah, once something is set aside for 9 years, ultimately again, it remains set aside. There's certain words that close, but once they close,
poetry and it's like art and any sort of accurate representative of thought process tends to be highly exploitative,
and there are situations like that where if you don't take advantage now, the opportunity will be there later. But on many things in life, where if you don't take advantage now, what
if you got someone's journal and you saw the shit, you'd be like, this person
writes back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. All of the also once again you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again you are done. Now it's beautiful news. There's always more opportunities by additional things happen. Right, but the nice again sometimes once it's done, it's done. Like that,
masks,
how you ball touching there. So
and she often comes across as
because you having worship idolatry.
she
Now
is
again,
very close
let's
to
take
Bobby.
any that guidance. Halach is touching the death.
She is very
Thinking of
confident
the
in her
other
pursuit
there,
of Bobby.
touching the
She's
kabbalah.
highly influenced to
Anything
make
that's financial
relationships
sanctity,
as possible
against
in your
your
love
being
should have been
about
that was signed
why do you have to feel
calculated
how do you
voters
have
to
to
pursue
stop
Bobby.
with the ball? The people of the early that
Well,
are killed,
and
ultimately again, that's
all
what I mean,
accounts,
all the need to
manager
do.
for
Once something is set aside for 9 years,
like
set
set him up and
aside
kind
for
of
9
like
years. I'm going to buy it.
exploited
That's the type of whole pretty much I'm going to buy it. This service makes me so crucial. I'm going to buy it. That's by itself. Okay, learn to see that that's homes. The Bible says you think that if someone just dies in Russia, after death occurs to them, it makes me so so how do you and this person is in Russia, and then he just dies. He dies, natural causes. You might say that's not kapara. Then that doesn't provide it for you. You talking about you might have thought for that maybe let's say Cohen. Cohen has a father and parents, and his parents went off together. His parents became happy person. You might have thought that a Cohen should be harming himself. Only parents are on the right derech because the son who's just Cohen with harming for those. What do you see from that verse, right? You see something that I love from death to the pattern. No. When someone is executed, that type of death is the pattern. Because stand dying natural forces, natural causes, that's happened. I mean, Rabbi, you come down, you never yourself. Amazing of yourself. How do you compare someone who's executed because of his rituals to someone died in natural causes while being a Rasha? Mason self ritual, even if the Archie Kamayas, no having a kapara. Nerag self ritual, even if the Archie Kamayas. If a person is a Russia and they die of natural causes as a Russia, that does not account. If a person is a Russia and they're executed because of their rituals, that death accounts. Now we're going to see the not death by itself, but it's not either. That's more freedom. It's it. Mizmor yourself. And okay, both guys are not going to trust. You can't tell nations have some issue with this. He was a cause for definitely a defiance. You are only sanctuary. Just as you pass our Dachama of our Shemai. They've given little again the carcasses of your servants as food for the birds. The Sarkasidacha, the Kaisa Aretz, the flesh of your Hasidim, to the animals of the earth.
My Avadah Hamas, Avadah Hamas. Gemara says, "Last Kasha Hamas." For the first real people. Look, I think Avadah. Honey in the high being in the color. Avadah was these are people who were Rothschild. And once they were executed, how is the Avadah? Once they were executed by a being, they were called Avadah. What do you think here? Someone executed by yeah, by it. These come down to some days. These come down to some of the Malchus by Libby days. Should we compare? People were executed by the monarchy. People were executed by beings. And look at Malchus. Those executed by the Malchus. It's the most extreme. How do you make kapara? So somebody executed by beings. That they have no necessity and have no reality, which is Makata. I wrote a days in set by the government. So those affected by our enemies that ultimately, again, because they're abnormal, therefore that's Makata essentially they're killed by Days Hashem. As the Gemara says, I wrote a days in, those killed by Days in, so they didn't come into it. Well, killed because the legal trespass, second natural cause, death by enemies, but the death of Hashem, and death, the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes, and death does not automatically affect Kapara. It's not going to death by enemies, right? That automatically affects Kapara. He does. We'll say, well, how you call it? If someone is executed by these things, don't go ahead and bury him in the cover of his fathers. These are like, oh, but if you say that execution death by a baby ultimately again affects Kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial place of his forefathers? No, so we require death, right? Death and burial. And burial. Most of our somebody was executed, we would not go ahead. There was no other. There was no, there was only Aninus. In Aninus Alabali. Because Aninus ultimately, Lisa died for part of the other. But if the person is executed, let them mourn. No. Immediately, kapara takes effect in 2 weeks. Number 1, execution. Number 2, burial. Number 3, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do that because again, now it's going to be position, which is what it says. Is boss the Malaki Trauma, the COVID also been come on. What do we see? After the body decomposes, we can then do that. So once you gather the bones, and then afterwards you bury the bones again in Kavra. That's from natural. Well, more than I mean, a person is a Russia, and now they die in one of 3 ways. Either natural cause. What is clear, Russia dies of natural cause. What's the impact of death on his rituals? The impact of death on his Russia status? 0. Still Russia. If he dies because he's killed by what we call Haludim Malchus, he's killed by Gentile nations because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the Kappa. Like that's dying out to the Hashem. I don't think it's death is absolutely. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by David. So what happens is David executes for Russia. So once they hear it appears, that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara. The kapara really requires 2 things. Number 1, execution. Number 2, burial. And number 3, decomposition. Now those are number 2. You know that execution by David is not going to happen by. So how do you know this? What do we say? When they were 10 amas away, when the base starts to zero, what did the basis say? What did the basis say? Right? It's Tzibada. He started to do vegan. Right? You see that death by itself is not going to stop even from Nissan's station. Why? Because again, they were ordering him to do vegan. They were ordering him to confess his sins.
So the fact that you had to do Jesus, the fact that you had to confess your sin, indicates to us that death by itself was not mechaber. Even Nissan Satan is not mechaber. Rather again, even death by a patient is still going to require number one, tshuva. You gotta do good before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decapitation. So the way I stop over here. But yeah, but it's, I want to put down. I'm gonna. It's really not like this. You didn't get me. Let's look. We were supposed to get to the end of the days yesterday. It's all on it. So if you see him, please instruct him. So the website.
You can get away with it more. For example, I don't know if you're following lively, you hear a lot about holding shit up on set, The Rock and Vin Diesel, they're talking about how Vin Diesel will hold up production. If you're an A-list actor,
all right, Joseph, good morning. Good morning.
Force Vin Diesel out of this trailer for this one show.
Good to talk. Hopefully, everyone had a beautiful uplifting and
fire him. There's no mechanism in place to punish you for.
Grace was Baruch Hashem to continue and begin a new week of Masechus. As we begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Hey.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah. Go for it. He's terrible. Really? Oh no, I don't watch him. He's absolutely horrendous at stand-up. Yeah. He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not unlike Jeff Dye when I.
Our Torah sponsors for the year. Hey, our annual Torah sponsors. Toshim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos for this year, as is supposed for Besaros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Week of learning sponsors Rabbi Ari and Hannah Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's and your grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zifron the Bracha, who was in Paris this past week. We also have the merit of our Talmud and Shana Havavir family in the Chava. And of course, we dedicate to learning in the schools of our precious the Charles will continue to bring them home the Shalom and the Karov and the merit of our holy soldiers. May the Torah hold loud and successful the whole night of the day. Listen to that, we have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Very incredible. Ahead of us today. Sorry. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's begin. So 57. We left off about 6 into the white line. Is that correct? So by rule, good. So by asking my boss, so you the this year, so then follow base 46B about lines into the white line. Mara asked the Kashal, from the zone of who when we buried the dead. We buried the dead only again because not bury them is considered to be a desire, degradation, or humiliation for the dead. Or is it because that burial affects kapara? So the Gemara says, there are burial effects at home. You might not, what does matter? The Amar, what happens if a person says, right, Ruben about it, and Ruben says, you know what, bury me. Don't bury me. And you know what, don't spend the money to buy expensive. Just don't bury me. It's all right. So is a person allowed to say, don't bury me? So the Gemara says, it depends. The Amar Kushim is the owner who will call Kabine. See, if it's about degradation and humiliation, so remember again, it's not degradation and humiliation, it doesn't only impact the dead, it also impacts the family. It's going to be humiliating for a family to have someone unburied. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Lat Chol K'minei, Rashi says, almost right across, the desire to the Krova. It is an embarrassment for the Dara. Specific humiliation, but not just a humiliation for the dead, for the deceased person, because again, the dead person is dead. One of the parts about being dead is you don't get easily embarrassed, right? Right? So in other words, so the nice side, like this, you have to see the bright side of everything, right? So the nice side, again, at least when you're dead, there's no humiliation. So it's not these values, when we say degradation, who's being humiliated? It's the family, because the family is having their relatives unburied. So if it's a humiliation, even if Ruben says, don't bury me, you don't listen to him, On the other hand, the Amrikushin Kapara, but if at the end of the day, perhaps, burial is about atonement. That's burying the dead. Burying the dead is part of the atonement for the dead.
then halacha l'maisa again. I will say, if you take a look at Rashi, if you're old, created the head para b'hatmazum shemalidu mashbilim also the kaktios. I will say, could very well be, and we'll see this. We've seen this already mentioned. We'll see more today. That burial, death affects the atonement, and it could very well be that part of the atonement of death is burial, is being put down. That's part of the atonement of the individual. So let's see now, let's show you something beautiful in this Rashi. Look where Rashi describes burial. He says, again, remember, see that Rashi? Oh, the Rashi is right across from the last short line in the Gemara. To bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes burial as hatmana. Literally means installation. So, in other words, you go ahead, you take a towel, that's called hatmana. That's called burial of hatmana. What is this? Rothschild over here. Burial is not a permanent state. Burial means you're putting a body in the ground, you're insulating there until something else. What's the something else? Yes, that's the entire you sold the burial. When you say, and that's I will say, that's why amazing enough, you know, Jewish burial, there's no flowers, right? In Eretz Yisrael, you see it. In Eretz Yisrael, you see it, especially if I told you that. But in general, you have flowers by a funeral. What can I bring down? Because often, conventional thinking is do whatever you can, don't make death look like death. That's why you see by other religions, what will often happen is all of the earth is covered, right? You'll never see a mound of dirt, and there's weeds, there's flowers, it's beautiful. Then what happens? There's the service, everyone leaves, and then what happens? Then the dirt comes out, the beauty happens, like cosmeticize. I don't know if that's the word, but I'm using it, right? Cosmeticize, like just make it look pretty, make it look nice. You just can't understand that one of the most important parts of mourning, one of the most important parts of life is whatever you're going through, lean into it. Whatever you're going through, just put yourself in it. So there's death, lean into it. What's death? Death is finality. Death is the end. Death is my loved one is going into the ground and they're going to be buried. And there's no point in pretending that it's any privilege than it is, because it's not. It's difficult. It's heartbreaking. It could be devastating at times. But the sooner you get into it, the sooner one is able to practice. That's number one. Number two is that at the end of the day, we believe, see, if you make it off, then it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. Death is not the end. And that's just the end. Yes, it's an amazing resurrection of the dead. We believe that this is just another stage. It's just like birth is a stage of life, death is a stage of life, but it's not the end. So I had to make a whole big thing and say, that's so profound. We're putting the body into the ground, so to speak, to insulate it. It's a holding place. Holding it. And Mashiach comes and the dead come back to life of your name. That's the Shiloh. So everyone agrees it's a din of burial. Din of burial. You know, by the halachas of mourning. There are so many different halachas. Many of the halachas are really minhag. That's why you'll find that different communities do different things. But something that everybody agrees with is burial in the ground. That's the First, one of the early advice is that in some of the cemeteries here, they utilize vaults. Now, sometimes it's because of the water table or things like that. Never start the garden in my life. So again, a lot of interesting shilas with also, but again, fascinating. But even then, it's in the ground. Okay, so in any event, the verse is as follows. So that's the Shaila. So why do we bury? Do we bury because of desire? If you don't bury, it's going to be a degradation for the family.
or do we bury because burial is kapara, it's atonement for the dead. So that's not Ruben's on his deathbed. He gathers his family. He says, Havra, do me a favor. I'd rather you go on a Pesach program. Don't spend the money on burial. Right? Don't spend the money on burial. Take the money. Don't. All right, good. Right, good. Take the money, use it for a Pesach program, and make a l'chaim for me, a little sugar with me on Pesach, right? And that's an only burial. So can you do that? Can you do that? So it depends. If burial is about kapara, basically you can say, I don't want the kapara. If burial is about humiliation and degradation, then Lamaisa, again, even though Reuben doesn't want it, Reuben doesn't have a right to bring degradation, humiliation upon his family. Also another tremendous mistake. In life, you can do whatever you want, but you can't do it when what you want to do has implications upon other people. So sometimes, we forget that the choices we make don't only impact us, but have a ripple effect on our family, on our friends, and our community. So you could choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts you. But the moment you use your choices and other people, you must absolutely unequivocally says Gemara. Let's go. Gemara says, "Mashma, but you first said let's listen to this." Well, that was saying now the fact that we even bury tzaddikim, we are making shem kapara tzaddikim and kapara tzaddikim. Now, obviously, what does that show you? That shows you that burial is because of what humiliation and degradation. Because tzaddikim need kapara. Tzaddikim don't need any kapara. To which the Gemara says something absolutely amazing. No, tzaddikim, the Gemara says, it's not true. Even tzaddikim need atonement. Why? It says, Adam in tzaddik ba'arz sheyash k'lo yachta. It was one of the most Shona says in Kahalas. Adam in tzaddik ba'arz sheyash. There's no such thing as a tzaddik who doesn't mess up. Even the greatest of tzaddikim makes mistakes. Even the greatest of tzaddikim, when he dies, is in requirement of kapara. Incredible. Tashma, so let's see some answer it. Tashma. Also, Rabbi said the pasuk says the eulogy also look guys when they buried him. This is Rabbi Ben Nebat, unfortunately, again was one of the kings. Malchus first Malchus the split kingdom, and unfortunately introduced Lara. He had a son by the name of Abiyah. Well, he has a number of sons. And when they buried him, the Amit to have like kapara, that ultimately was that burial kapara. So why is only Abiyah buried? And all the other sons buried as well. Who have like kapara? No, sometimes the halacha is like this. Tzaddikim deserve kapara. Rishon don't deserve kapara. Tashma, so used to do. Those have like kapara. You buy the okay. So therefore. The Gemara doesn't tell us exactly what the essence of burial of degradation. It's really again that burial itself affects part of the kapara. We're going to see essentially that there are three parts to kapara, only the power of death. There's death, there's burial, and then there is the decomposition of the remains. Those are the three parts that affect the atonement. The burial itself really serves these two full purposes of halacha again, that atonement, and also saves the family from degradation. Also, this is actually very important because this comes up. Unfortunately, often, what happens if a family member leaves instructions to be cremated? They cremated, right? Or even not as strong as that. Let's say they leave instructions for above ground burial. Now, in general, there's a mitzvah to the Mekayim Divrei Hametz. There's a mitzvah to uphold the last will and testament of someone who dies, but not when that runs contrary to halacha.
I don't know. So therefore, again, even if someone requests to be cremated or above ground burial, if a family member has the ability to do what is right, it is an absolute service to the deceased. A proper burial for the reasons we just saw before. Number one, the degradation of the family, and number two, the kapara that burial affects for the neshama. All right, mostly along the same lines, along the same. Right. Yaka the Kai Habe or Yaka the Street. We'll say tomorrow. Eulogies. Why do we deliver eulogies? Let me ask you I open every single guy because this is my. Again, I still think you can. So you want to ask the following question. Not just on the computer, not that you follow me all the time. We just happen to be allowed. Anyway, so you want to ask as follows. The Gemara says, "You buy a eulogy. Why do we deliver eulogy? Honor to the living, or as most say, do we say that what a eulogy does is essentially a eulogy gives cover to the family. Gives cover to the family. That people are speaking about their loved one, right? Good. Or, you have to, no, it's not about cover to the family, it's about cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased, right there in the Shama is there by the Vaya, and therefore the Shama is all these things that are being said about it. Says, okay, look, it might not, who cares? What does it really matter? The Amar, Lotus, we do Allah who Gadra. You know, so listen to this. Let's say another God. But it really says, I do anything with people say, I don't want any eulogies at my Levaya. So is like, we used to have professional whalers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, right? Or it's like W-A-I-L-E-R, right? That reminds me that people like professional flyers, you guys like to get these guys. What an interesting surprise. Right? But the truth is, it's no different than bringing a band to the wedding, etc., who helps to set the mood. So these guys, people come, they will cry, they will eulogize, this. So what would happen? So you can't force for the whalers, the criers, eulogize. So say, now listen to this. So it depends. What does it depend on? AGs are about covered for the family. Who then says, I don't want any eulogies. Well, listen to the eulogies if you love. But if I had eulogies are about covered for the deceased. So if the individual says, I don't want any eulogies, you should listen to them. That's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, let's Tashma, Vayava Avram, this also really close as well. Tash Kaisar. This is a beautiful Gemara. Avram Avinu came to Sarah to eulogize and to cry for her. That's interesting. So Richard points out that if you think about it, it doesn't seem to be the right order of things. It should be Vayavo Am Liftos Service Oda. Yes, cry for and then he eulogized. Right? Crying is the main part. Then it's like the cry part. So that he says that Avram understood that there were two parts to Sarah. There was Sarah and Avram Avinu's wife, and there was Sarah meaning like as the mother to the monotheistic community. So Avram Avinu, the loss of the community about his own person. So first he eulogized. That was for the community. And then only after he gave the community the opportunity to one part, only did he more of his own personal. Overwhelming. Anyway, but the Eon, the Friday we should look at that drum, Mashu Sarah, it was here's what's driving the Gemara, and this is very important. The Gemara understands over here that Allah Avram Avinu was not with Sarah when she passed away, right? Remember again, Avram was by Yachidah. Sarah meaning dies in Be'er Sheva. Right? So I've already right. So Avram Avinu, right? Sorry, meaning dies, and Avram Avinu was by Yachidah. So Avram Avinu has to come Sarah when she dies. Now remember, so now that means that they delayed the burial of Sarah in order for Avram to come and eulogize. So if you say, watch this, if you say that a eulogy is for the sake of the deceased, then I understand, then it makes sense. It's how it's covered for settled to write her burial. If you say that a eulogy is covered for her, because it's covered for Avram Avinu, that people should his wife, that people should talk about his wife, and it's covered for
the legendary Sarah doesn't seem to make that much sense. Because of the covenant of Avinu, we're going to delay the burial of doesn't make any sense. No. Delaying the burial to give covenant to Avram was covenant. Why? Sarah it was covered to Sarah for Avram's path. In other words, even if you want to say that eulogies are not for the dead, the eulogies are for the living, the greatest one could have given to Sarah in meaning was the greatest nachas that would be to know that Avram Avinu was being treated a beautiful insight into marriage. But at the end of that, like, what makes, you know, the conversation is basically like you love it to someone such that they are more important than your own. That's a beautiful consideration. A lot of times in marriage, I'm happy to do for the other, like I'm happy to do for my spouse, as long as my needs are met. Right? It's like the prerequisite. As long as I'm good, I'm happy to give as much. It's not really what it's about. Really, marriage represents a level of selflessness that really goes above and beyond limited expectations. The ability to put another human being in my own totality. And to know that as long as the other person is happy, I'm good. I'm good. So sorry. But what makes Sarah happy most? Covered Sarah was to know that Abram was taken care of, even in death. Even in death. Right? Sarah would be happy in death, knowing that it would be such a selflessness. When it comes to marriage, that literally again, Avram, your needs are above mine. By the way, you should just know, because the reverse as well. Both like amazing. I've been sort of like my heroes in marriage. It's like heroes in marriage. Remember, Avram wanted to have children more than anything. Sarah couldn't have children. I never once thought the idea of taking a second wife. And who did it come from? Who brought up that? Who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Avram never brought it up. It never came up. It was never a suggestion. It was never mentioned. Because Avram valued Sarah over anything. If there's a choice between Sarah's needs and children, I'm going with Sarah's needs. If it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, I'm going with Sarah's happiness. Listen, to another human being. It's not about me. It's not about me. If Baruch Hu is mazmin me, Ashida Baruch Hu allows me to build a life with a partner, if he gives me that gift, which not everyone is so have, then by definition, the way to nurture that gift is to be 1,000,000% self. It's not that, okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. And that is how Sarah, and that's what they model for us. Incredible. Tashma. Okay. All right. So that's not my fault. All right, let's go. Tashma. So Torah says they eulogize him, they buried him, and if you want to say that eulogy is about
honor to the living. With the member, with the brothers, or the family of Rabbi ben Nevat, the serving of Kavod. So, Nechler and Tzaddik, he did not do it in Shia. Tzaddikim want Kavod to people through them. Tashma, Vayispudu Peru, Lo Nechler Tzaddik, the Yaakov Yerushalayim. Plus, it says they shall not do that, they shall not be buried. So the Gemara says that ultimately Tzaddikim don't want Kavod to Yerushalayim. Tashma, Shalom Tamus, over Mitzvahs Avalon, Can Yispulah by a Adon Yispulah expects Yo. That's it. Yo, the Navi tells him that ultimately again you're the buyers of the king before you will be for you. In other words, he's going to have death, they're going to eulogize. Now again, the eulogy is about honor to the living, honor to the dead. So what does Tzidkiyo, it's not the Tzidkiyo that's going to eulogize. Who cares? It's not about the dead and the living. This is what they need to say to him. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael will gain honor from you the same way that Klal Yisrael gained honor. It's almost like a really beautiful idea as well. That's happy when others honor you. Yeah. Right? So people don't need their own honor. Tzaddik covers through them. We'll say top of Mem 47. Tashma. Nivsa be'elav nimas. So this is David Amalek. Nivsa be'elav nimas. Rolled in his own arms. Zech Chizkiyahu melech Yehuda. This first to Chizkiyahu, the king of Yehuda. Shekiber atzmos aviv amita shel Chavav. He dragged his bones. So Chizkiyahu's father was a man by the name of Achaz. So ultimately, he went ahead and he dragged bones on a bed rope. Now, what does that mean? So remember, Achaz was a tremendous Russian, introducing that to him. Chizkiyahu was a child. One of the things that Chizkiyahu felt that he had to do in first soon was repudiate the idolatrous father. When he did that, he dragged his father's remains. This is done. This is a fundamental and complete concept of sometimes needing to evil in the face. You just say, no, what we do, this is not how we do it. So much my time, okay, it's about what? So why do you say, I'm sorry. And if we say that unity is about Kavod to the living, my time, it should be kapara for his father. Kapara davua. Mashu is weaker, he's Kavod to Klal Yisrael. Again, this was important for college, for gold cover. Still was still tethered to some fundamental question. What is the role of a eulogy? Is eulogy there ultimate go ahead? Is it honor for the dead or is it honor for the living? The question I must say is an incredible question. Our ahead. So we'll say this is the fourth reply, before he gave a series of instructions to his children. And he said to his kids, he said to family, Al tiskiduni ba'ayos. Do not go ahead and don't eulogize me in the small village. Remember again, they were taking Rabbi he died in Sipori, in Beit Sharet. They're going to go ahead and take his casket. It was a journey. And essentially, they'd be making a number of stops along the way for eulogies. So he said, stop eulogizing, don't eulogize in small towns, only eulogizing where there will be a large gathering. That was instruction. That was instruction. Again, if the eulogy is for the living, so what does Rabbi Yehuda care to eulogize? What does it matter? Savar, Rabbi Yehuda felt that ultimate eulogies, right, wouldn't be a couple for again, because there's a concept. People see that what is honoring. The Torah scholars instructions that'd be a cover for clouds. So incredible tashma. Gemara goes like the dead. Right? But the late burying the dead for the purposes of honoring the dead. For example, over Allah. So what's saying not over? In other words, the only time not out the late burial is when because delaying it for some other associated reason. But the reason we're delaying burial is to give the mace even more covet, bringing shrouds, bringing a casket, that is going to be fine. So you might say, my love the photo shall mace doesn't mean for the covet of the mace, the photo shall die. It means for the covet of the living. So I don't think covered for the living, looking at the living is better than the dead. How does that make any sense? And the escape desire. No, the Torah says you shall not leave his body hanging on the tree. Why? Because it's a degradation. So we say any degradation is comparable to hanging the body on a tree. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Give me the Torah the escape desire. When are you not allowed to delay burial? When delaying will result in a degradation for the dead. Even the less they desire. So over here, because there is no desire, well, therefore again, so we'll say, so it's interesting. You're allowed to go ahead and delay this actually comes up a little bit, where delaying burial in a way that doesn't present the Zion towards the dead. Again, it's also, all of these things are also very different in our current circumstances. With refrigeration. So remember, times that we do leaving so that for any amount of time, summer, significant of the dead. So a lot of these things have changed, suggesting that sometimes we're getting this interesting interface between considered to be covered in mace and covered in the living. What we're going to ultimately see is that sometimes these things very much intersect. Watch out. Hey, little bit photo. The Shamea Allah Ayaros. The Habi the Kominos. The Habi the Arab Catholic. Over Allah. So we'll say, for the person. In order to people more time to come to the Levaya, right? Let people know that so-and-so died, then people come to the Levaya, to bring, again, the fires, to go ahead and bring the casket, shrouds, over one is not in violation of halal and burial. Shekala Oset, Ella, once whoever does these things, only for the Kavadanos. Also, ain't both. So what's the Gemara really means to say for this? Anything that's done for the covenant of the living ultimately is not a desire of it. In other words, there's an intersectionality between these two concepts about the mace and covered for God, right? That ultimately, again, these things very much converge because people are allowed to mourn more properly and what? That gives greater honor to the dead. See, even if it turns out that it's very local, not a lot, a little bit, opportunity to mourn, that's all honor for the living, and really honor for the dead. Look at the Merchant Kashma. And the Nesson says, very interesting, Simin Yafal Mason. It's fascinating. It is an omen for the dead. Where something negative happens after the person's, for example, let's say you have someone who is not doing the job appropriately, below bar, or someone who wasn't buried at all. Someone was dragged away by a wild animal, also not buried. So it was raining on the funeral bier. This is a good sign for this. How would you think a good sign for this? Essentially, Rabbi points out over here that what it means is retribution being exacted for the punishment of the deceased on his body here in this world, so that the neshama will not have to suffer. In general, we have this idea, that it's a very high level to reach, but it's certainly something that we have to aspire to. But when difficult things happen to us in life, there is a certain element of simcha that has to come with it. Why? Because every little bit of tzad, every little bit of discomfort or pain or difficulty that I have in this world means that it's less that I have to suffer in the world. All of us have spiritual baggage, and all of us have things for which we need atonement for. And when that atonement is exactly from us in this world, it means there's less punishment and less atonement in the world to come. So Gemara just suggests that we have something to obviously at a very high level, And even if I can't, sometimes I'll say life is about things that I know to be true, even if I'm not really holding there just yet. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now, so what do you see here? So the Gemara says, Shmamina, you could just shut. So what do you see from here? What did the Gemara say? What's the part of here?
someone died and they weren't properly eulogized. I don't know. You can come up with this case in a number of ways. You want to say, you know what does happen? You know what does happen? Someone dies on Friday. Someone dies on Friday, right? Or it's a grave site for today in America. We're very used to like funeral homes, regardless, right? So, but again, in many places, it's not necessarily funeral home regardless. Everything has grave site, and it's pouring. It's pouring, right? So a person doesn't get the hesped that they deserve. So the Gemara says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because since there's a pain in missing out on the eulogies, that lack of eulogy benefits the deceased. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That who's the purpose? Who do eulogies serve? Who's it for? For the dead. For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the day, delivering of eulogies are really for a benefit for the dead. A yikra the shakti ultimately again benefits the dead. Therefore, again, if it's dead doesn't the dead person doesn't receive it, it's not alright. Says Shmamina because the shakti was Shmamina. So we see from here they ultimately again are for the dead. Then the reality is it's not really mutually exclusive. Both right. These have this duality. On one hand, again, they're absolutely incredibly important because same times don't and let's talk about sometimes like the most inane things. So imagine for a moment a person said to you about to love. Somebody said to you, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your mother, to your brother. Imagine somebody said 5 minutes. You wouldn't say, thank you for the practice. It's actually happening. Right? Oh, did you know how to use old day? Oh, sorry. Imagine if someone 5 more years to speak to your parents, your spouse. Imagine what I was saying. That was a little great. That's a size. So I just say, I'm just saying, think about this. Somebody said you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes, you and your loved one. That's the illusion. It's not to paint the picture. People who like historical pictures. Those are really nice things. That's great. Right? You can post that on the website. Right? All of that is good. That's not what it is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. To speak to the mace. Every single relationship, there are things that should be said that we never got to say. Or maybe did it in the right way, or maybe didn't say enough. And that's the shock is ultimately for the dead, for the dead that happens to be that is that's all. But the ikr eulogy ultimately is for the dead. All right, let's go back there. Let's remember again. That was, but they will not go ahead and bury the dead in the same cemetery. Right? When somebody was executed, they were not buried in the same cemetery as someone who was stunned. So the Gemara says, "Oh, Kaf Rama." Why? The sentence so severe. So why? So we shouldn't hold in Russia because we do not bury the Shabbat. This is a say. Say to someone, once you die, like death life a certain way, and it should be really hard to live your life that way. And in Russia, it didn't start. Okay, so you put yourself. Saudi is not right. Russia is not very next to Saudi. Because again, you live your life a certain way, and you're going to be buried. And that's just the way that it is. Saudi, how do we know that we don't show him? Next to Saudi Shemar, by he ain't told him this is why I'm listen to this story. This is from nothing. From Malachim days. Listen to this. So Torah is talking about Klal Yisrael was at war. They were at war. And what happens? So they were burying one of the casualties of war, and they saw the approaching enemy army to them.
So what did they do? So they didn't have time to throw the body, to bury the body. So they threw it into the burial cave. Right, threw it into the burial cave. It happens to be the burial cave they threw it into was the burial cave of the Navi Elisha. Get ready for this. What was it? Get ready for this. What happened? So again, remember, so listen, the way they used to bury is they would bury in caves. Right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then off what they would do is after the body was decomposed, they would collect the bones and they would place it like in a catacomb, like in a cave. You know, you can see this in the grave of Shimon and Tzaddik. Shimon and Tzaddik. You know, it's peaceful. So you see, it's like other side. Right next to it, they have to be careful. Called the Kevin which is like a starry, or like a massive starry catacomb. So what's interesting is over there you can see they have like shelves. And the shelf there is fascinating. So the guys the burial cave of Elisha. Listen to this. His body comes in contact. Yaga Ishba Akmos Elisha by Yehi Yakam al Rabbi. The man comes in contact with Elisha. Came back to life. So the Gemara says, why is he back to life? So apparently he was in Russia. And he can now be buried in the same as Elisha. Because you don't bury Elisha next to Tzadikim. So there it occurred. He came back to life, walked out. So you may know, so let's say maybe he came back to life for a different reason. So before Eliyahu died, so Elisha asked him bracha. So Elisha said to Eliyahu, I would like to be as great as you. Can you imagine that? And he said to Eliyahu, I like to be double as great as you. What that means is, remember, Eliyahu, person back to life. Elisha said, I believe as great as you. So Elisha therefore should bring back people to life. Now Elisha died, he only brought back one. Maybe this was his claim. Maybe this was his double. Maybe this was the second time he came back to life. That's it. That's the first one. You know, I would be saying, I'll rock up all the things. Well, here's the comment. It's true. The guy came back to life, when he came back to life, he walked out of the burial cave. In other words, he didn't go back home. Anyway, he didn't go back. He came back to life enough to walk out of the burial cave. And afterwards, Ella, the Yuck, each time they finished talking. So the same word is like, how did Elisha get a couple of questions? I'm going to go for us. Sheri Saras Naaman, who was the son of Aram, was stricken with Saras. Elisha cured him from Saras. And you know, someone Saras is considered to be like the dead. So the curing of Naaman from the Saras is like the transformation. The Sid, not his mace. The shame, so whatever was like, but you see, what do you see from there? What's the takeaway from there? The takeaway from here is that we don't bury a Russia next to a tzaddik. Well, Kashim Shem Kol in Russia sometimes in the same way that we don't bury a Russia next to a tzaddik. Kach and Kol in Russia, Hammer, Eitza, Russia, Cow. So too, we do not bury a serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. Right? I guess it's like we'll call like there are people who are experts, and then there are people who dabble, right? Russian dabblers. Right? So let me show you know, there's like a Russia, and there's like a Russia law. Russia law, you know, just like a shape of Russia law. Right? So again, there are different levels of starting. You don't go ahead and bury a real Russia next to a little Russia law. You went, so let's get our book for us. So maybe you should have a different cemetery for every different Nissan case, right? This is one Nissan case. There's 4 different cases. You have 4 different cemeteries. There's no snake verse, Gemara. Every tradition only need 2. Okay. I'm going to be off on. So by the way, that is a halacha about not burying, not saying a shrine next to tzaddikim. Again, obviously that can get a little bit sensitive in terms of food. But that's why, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions like this. Shomer Shabbos. There are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious strictures, certain religious obligations upon the people who are going to be buried there. Okay? You want to say, I'm going to Rabbi. If someone
Caliph. Now, Caliph is forbidden fat. Someone ate Caliph, and again, which is obviously, and then realized what he separated out the carbon, ready to offer up a carbon, and then when a guy go, and then he became an apicurus, and he began the day by eating Caliph accidentally. After he realized what he did wrong, he separated out a carbon. After that, after he became an now the story is not over. I will say this just shows you what a person can pack into one. If you maximize your time, you accomplish a lot. So he goes ahead and now he becomes about tshuva. So what's that? What's fascinating? Holov the nitra yitra. I will say the halach is an apikoris is not allowed to offer up a carbon. You can't accept coming of an apikoris. So watch this. Once this carbon was owned by an apikoris, then what's the halacha? It can't be re-offered up. So even though Ruben now became a tshuva, he needs to separate a new carbon. You can't use that carbon. Why? Because it has a whole yitra. Something has been set aside for non-use. It cannot be used. Of course, it might not be Ruben, Caleb accidentally separate out a carbon, and then he became insane. Right? The shota, but then he became insane. So what's that? The whole vanilla is that. Let's say since it was a shota, can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon was owned by a shota, it can't be offered. Even though he becomes sane again, Allah for the myself can't offer up that coin. Once the carbon has set aside for non-use, it's set aside for non-use. Incredible. Why don't we both these cases? They seem to be right. They seem to be the exact same case. So why do I need both cases? Myself, if you would have just come to the first case, ultimately again of apikarsis, I would have said he became an apikar on his own. But in the case of the guy who became insane, ultimately again he didn't choose that. That just happened on his own. Maybe he's like someone who's sleeping. And therefore, again, when he wakes back up, ultimately, again, he can offer up the carbon. The actually in the half if we're in the case of insanity, we shouldn't end the other luxor, because that the ability to go ahead and return, right? So that's the ability to return when he's going to become sin again. Have a husband to the other luxor, but in the case of ultimately, again, to become about Shabbat. Maybe halacha l'maisa, you can't offer up different again. In both of these cases, you can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because essentially, if the carbon was owned by someone who is unfit to offer it, it is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. The concept is holov nitra yitra. Once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately again it remains set aside. Which is in life, there are certain doors that close that once they close you cannot reopen. See, we like to be able to think, but we don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them. It's okay, I'll get to it later. And there are situations in life like that where if you don't take advantage now, it means Hashem, the opportunity will be there later. But there are many things in life where if you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, it closes. You cannot pry it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Once again, you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again, you are now. There's always more opportunities, right? There's always things afterwards. But the mindset, again, sometimes once it's done, it's done. So one of those values, that's why I have to be so mindful of our life opportunities. Mindful of the doors that open in front of you, advantage. If you think we're going to get to it when it's less busy, a little bit quieter, never happens. You might like it. How you bought Kachin? So it's not here any dachas. How you bought Kachin is there. So it's by Irni dachas, it is condemned because the inhabitants. Again, let's say in the Iraqis itself, there were sacrificial items. Halach is Kachin is death, and should be killed. Anything financial sanctity, ultimate again should be redeemed. Why do you have to kill them? The animals gave us the kapara. once the people of the early darkness are killed, ultimately again that's their time. They use the Kavanos, because once something is set aside for non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. These Sabbaths, but there was another mercy. That's because the whole you. Anyone, somebody that buy these Sabbaths makes me so Risho. How do they come? Rabbi says, one second. Do you think that death is told? What's the thing that death is told? Rabbi says, do you think someone just dies as a Rasha? That the death is for them? Someone says, makes me so kapara. I will say, if a person is a Rasha and then he just dies, someone says, that's kapara. That doesn't provide atonement. You might have thought was that maybe, let's say a Cohen. Cohen has a father or parents, and his parents went off with parents became a person. You might have thought that a Cohen should be himself. Or he's going to be love. Only when the parents are on the right together, the Cohen is coming to those parents. Now, what do you see from there, both sides? You see from that I lost bad, but they died. Isn't death in the pattern? No. Death, the kind of death is in the pattern. When someone is executed, that type of death is in the pattern. But just stand dying of natural causes, that's not necessarily in the pattern. Only Rabbi, me coming down, how can you compare someone who's executed to someone who died of natural causes while being a Rasha? Makes me so Risho, even the Arthi Kamayas, Lo Havili Kapara. Nerak me so Risho, even the Arthi Mayas, Havili Kapara. If a person is a Rasha and they die of natural causes as a Rasha, that death does not atone. If a person is a Rasha and they're executed because of their Rishos, that death atones. Now we're going to say even that death by itself doesn't either. There has to be more. Take the safe. And okay, the Gentile nations have come into your base. You are holy, your holy sanctuary. They've given little again the carcasses of your servants and food for the birds. The flesh of your given to the animals of the earth. Chasidecha refers to real Hasidim. Real Hasidim are truly pious individuals. The Gemara says, Avadecha, Hani Dilakai, Dina Dinei Kara. Avadecha refers to these are people who were Rothschild. The pavement of the Ikdol. Once they were executed, once they were executed by a Bezdin, called Avadecha. What do you see from here? That someone executed by Bezdin becomes exiled. They actually compare people to people who are executed within Harugi Malchus, those executed by the Malchus, since Havi Hara. So I'll say somebody executed by Bezdin, since that's an abnormal death, in reality, death is Mechaber. Harugi Bezdin, Harugi Malchus, that's death by death. So those of you, again, because that's not normal, therefore that's Mechaber. Essentially, they're killed by Beis Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Harugi Bezdin, but those killed by Bezdin, they didn't commit sin. Because that legal trespass, no Harugi Kapara, ultimately, again, that death is not a Kapara. So it's not the Gemara suggesting that three types of death. Death of natural causes, death by enemies, which is like the death by Beis Hashem, and death by Bezdin. So the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by Bezdin does not automatically affect Kapara. It does not automatically affect Kapara. Death by enemies, right? Essentially, Beis Hashem, that automatically affects Kapara. I'll tell you what this now. We'll say 2 more minutes. This now, when someone is executed, we don't go ahead and bury him in the cover of his fathers. These are like, but if you get execution, death by Bezdin, ultimately again then why wouldn't you in the burial place of his fathers? First, the Gemara says, no, Misa Ukzura Varina. No, really the atonement requires death, right? Death and burial. Most of the Rabbi as an only somebody we went ahead, there was no other regardless, this is
but there's only aninus. Because aninus ultimately again is in the heart. But if you hold that once a person is executed, then Allah again it's a kafara. So let them mourn. No. So really, kapara takes effect in three things. Number one, execution. Number two, number three, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do a big because again, not a decomposition. Which the Gemara says, "Kitani nes'afel habas shemalashim esa'atromas." The children also have been command. What do we see? We say also that again. What did the Gemara say? The Mishnah said, "Allah wants after bury them. After the body decomposes, you can then do people that someone gathers the bones, and then afterwards rebury the individual ultimately again in kavah." The both sides. What comes out of here is something really interesting. What comes out of here is three different types of death. Death from natural causes. What I mean is, a person is a Rasha. And now they die in one of three natural causes. It's clear that if a Rasha dies of causes, what's the impact of his death on his rishos? The impact of his death on his status? Zero. Still Rasha. If he's killed by what we call Halugim Malchus, he's killed by because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the kafir. Right? Find out Kiddush Hashem. Then there's the third type of death, that's executed by Beis Din. So what happens when Beis Din executes the Rasha? They will say, here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara, but kapara really requires three. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Number three, decomposition. You already know that execution like Beis Din is not the cover by this. What did the Mishnah say? When they were 10 amos away from the Beis Hashkila, what did the Beis Din say? What did they start to do video? Right? So you see that the death by itself is not the cover even for this. Why? Because again, they would order him to do video. They would order him to confess his sins. So the fact that he had to do video, indicates to us that death by itself was not haber. Even Nisa's Beis Din is not machaber. But again, even death by a Beis Din is still going to require number one, shiva. You gotta do video before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decomposition. And we'll say, stop over here. I want to point out, it's really you didn't get it. And says, look, it was supposed to be development days yesterday. It's all on it. So it was like, it was great.
I got an idea. I gotta leave. Okay, sure. I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which you can take with a grain of salt, but also is that because the Brendan percentage based on like T-Tech being running Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads. We had Callan shows up, does his job, he gets 25K. That's why I feel like good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this major thing. Yeah, I go, how do you have a podcast for $40,000 where you split this? It's like $1. I don't know how much money. This is Brian at my trail bank account for that. Somebody has posted Shiva real dog on the Fighters Gift subreddit. Brian's feet. It's company pulse and respect to it. He's making waves. I hope yeah. Well, cool hate rally. All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City. Two and run a shop, okay? That's right. I love you. Nice meeting you.
Today's that is Hey 45. Here we have on them down on the days. Little the again, 3 lines down to the top. So remember again, he's left up in the middle of the story of Yoshua and the Malach. Like the Malach appears to Yoshua, tells Yoshua, I'm here because of two reasons. Number one, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Talmud yesterday, the daily offering. And number two, now today, you should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and you talk to Talmud Torah. Okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. You should be learning, and again, and Yeshua says, so which one did you play?
thoughts on college and updates?
Right, so which one, what is your attraction for which you are coming?
Divides are very low consequence. Like,
You
good
might
steroids
say,
have some unintended
I'm
consequences.
a lay activist. I did not become a conversation. But you know, to me, so what happened by your balai la, Yeshua, when he passed the church, Yeshua slept in the late. What does that mean? The Lami was on the halacha. Slept in the downward halacha. Yeshua said, "Never, he got learned. Never take out the Gemara to decide to learn now another issue because we're not learning. Everybody lets get to the thing is, others who also learn take it out.
For their friends needs to hit.
I really loved it because we work out together. He's always been a cool guy.
Later they're offering Kabbalah. So much sense, remember, offering up Kabbalah is something that someone does for you. It's true, I was really it's an open right place that I'm not asking for. It's something that I'm actively engaged in. It's not talk about. How many have I used? Also, we have the opportunity to
The 60 line are probably at like 200, 300 something. It's a friend, you know.
So you know those right there.
And
How
I
many
would
have I
assume
what do they do?
Yeah, let me see here.
You know, it's just following the
it wouldn't shock me if there was 5 miles of traffic. So I was like, okay,
and not
let's say you get 50K off of
the
yours.
Hakim also. What would you do in the end? You would
I mean, look how strong you got for 38
you know, have it on
42 likes, dude. What the
the same after our but those who do
Yeah,
all
someone said
the
Dave
other.
Lozu. It looks actually very strong.
And all that means stuff. And the
You'd be
truck was
surprised,
a cloudy stuff. So
He
it's
looked
just
through his
because
board and that
go and
cuff.
say,
Walksbots has a lot of stuff to say. And Walksbots
as you
let's put all your comment into one comment except did shop party loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of tire thing?
and your mother is a type. And it's the rest
It's essentially like, I wouldn't put it past him. How could you, like,
Is he a gassy guy?
She says, go tell them that they like your father is recycling, your mother is an Amorite.
you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-confidence.
So look at your spirit. I've actually put
Rips
that
to another farting and then turn around and fart. The same rules apply to you, so you're just saying for you, but I'm not discussing
you're texting
shame and prejudice.
it's Abram and Sarah were curious. Like, if you go ahead and say such a thing about them, you go ahead and embarrass them, and you probably get yeah.
I would take that, and also when I'm like, if I'm, I look for my auditions, and usually get, it's like, if you're looking for a, like, I get like, the bodybuilder is gonna, it's like, I've got a lot of kids that attend the seminar, I'd be like, when an audition comes up, they typically, for the role that I get, it's very routine. Either if I'm on TV running outside,
Like, I wasn't, you know, I love donuts, you know?
what is that?
There's all the interesting conversations between
It's funny because he's
where his friends are trying
outwardly,
to
you
figure
could tell,
out
like, he
the
was
root of the stuff. Like, why is
so
he suffering so much? And the same to you know, like, had you gotten, would you not have received on this planet? On the laws of the only rock that we can each other. Whether it's found, you know,
like,
before
you
the
have, you can
suffering,
tell people that
starting for actively.
against
So,
vaccines, but they're low and like,
thing where he talks about Vex.
Yeah,
and it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. I've read Mark Casey's books just because I'm like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic in the talk, and I'm like, they can get back to this bullfrog voice, that I was editing earlier as that joke. And actually, I think because I go, this guy here, and clearly he hasn't encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So you read his books here, like, I'm not, and I realize
why you just
polarized. So I write the arguments about the connection to autism, and actually like I didn't dive deep or but somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. In a proper place to discuss
having the fighter and
also introducing us to a different dynamic. It's just proactive player. We're very used to the concept we have wrong. I need something that's crisis, which is incredibly profound. Now the concept left. It's practice for the ability is things are calm, while things recognize that and do change. So what we haven't seen for years for active sterilizes works, that things shouldn't go off there. As far as I'm not even down this particular. It's like the studies that I saw the two, that you're not. So I'm not. I'm really translating that. After the 2 year matter, I'm sorry, before my senior,
it was talking, it was like, I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because like, had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have been all he cares about is like, are you in your 20s? Like, rising social media star that can he sees my gray hairs up, Max, like, whatever, I see a thing of potential Brendan Schaub, and like, he was nice, and he gave me rides, like, I don't have any problem with their dynamic was funny, because like, outwardly they were like, oh man, it's fine, man. Like, it was the same person. Brandon was actually about it because like, he would tells the story of like they were doing podcast and somebody came up, he's like, strong and
above, the honey or
like, what is it, tap?
This always kind of interesting because there's no notion that Malachim helped
just a big dude. 700 pounds and bench or something, you know, it's like he's stronger than Bradley. Because that's what it is. If you just look at Bradley's strong, but like Bradley is an actual powerlifter. Brendan tries to question first, he goes, well, I'm sure, you know, he's trying to be like, you get me in down to bed, I'm here to some lifts, you get me, bro, this is like, you fucking talking about the between them. Right?
United should keep it
So taken aback, why can't you tell me that he's a fucking ego mania? We're trying to be like, oh yeah, that kid's like, is that true? Six plates, you know, this guy's insane for start the show. Yeah. There's a question I want to ask you about the chat. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend. But that's like saying like my creep today. If you're in the shop, literally, I'm kind of trying to tell you, like, that's part of this whole gay fascination. It's like, how many people hear you talk about being gay, who you have no evidence of being gay, and it's either, are you lying about them being gay, which is so profound, gay or right? How socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Right, we cool, bro, yeah, it's like, the guy is actually getting you think it's cool, but it's you know, she also nice because he actually like in fact yesterday talked about it again. Many different other things that more acquisition on and we already more of the information. A lot of more than others. The kind of Zilish, I would say is really a lot of personal offense, a lot of people I want to say ultimately again because he called to wrap around quality. His sickness is very like all of these stuff because of so many other people coming in and you know the number is there, everyone's there. I love you know, what happens over time is I'm able to somehow justify. I can look at justice. I'm saying everything that is like hot on tie. It's like sometimes I can justify it. And she's like, and freaking like, hey, could you like, did you wait a little bit like that being a bit? When I was like, this thing that I drove is that true? If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it. All right, so camera where I'm like, you know, I'm doing the fun for herself. And she like walks off, but I'm like, no. I was like, she's mad about it. She's like, it's making me look good. Like, I don't really care whether you look good. Like, I don't make any sense. If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retold the way that I live. But I'm like, yours are like violation. No, it's hella toxic. I'm able to take a step back and time did something else. I'm like, the joke that and she's like, you told me on camera, she walked up and said, so tell me about the last episode of How It's So Stupid. I'm like, no, that's the thing is you're doing pretty good. Like, he's toxic. You should intro have you like with your phone. I've heard the car like roll your eyes like you're in. Check out how toxic it's on our YouTube channel. The real truth about that. It's not first episode. This episode was going to be a real first episode. And we spent too long talking about it. Messages from the first man 9 years ago. Like, I want to make that part of like the serial. They're expected to tell our story, but also as a advisor, I think she's like, this is fucking sucks. Like, she's like, well, I'm like, right, but that was fine. I got 45 minutes. It's okay. That's like, trust me, people are like, you expect a bit like, just listening to it's like, if you think too much, you don't get great shit, like, bring up my meeting, but that's not on YouTube. It's not to like, you have to practice that, you know, and like, just the art of releasing your inner and how you got stuff. And so if you're trying to you're gonna speak less and seem so deep. You be like, in a couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about. If you only want to stick to like crap where you're not yeah, like, so yeah. I committed this work on that and like should not get for any of my avodas. It may be avodah, but if I don't have avodah, then it doesn't have all the full avodah. And again, allow my to be in atonement for all of my avodas. What do you notice? If I did this avodah, my guest should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this avodah, my guest should atone for everything. And again, I'm using to this guy said, you know what, I hereby take this out. Anything they did that, so I just hold them both death. However, the people know they will have the people, but the witness should never be taken. Because again, with the one case, I the guy clearly told me that he was like, he took one hand saying, if I committed this avodah, my death should have gone for nothing. If you look at the avodah, my death goes for everything. Number two, I don't know. Like things can be they're just doing your job, they're processing information, nothing else is good. But the instinct, they should never be punished. It's not a misdeal and not a mistake. So if you show us how many absolutely obviously this will start because the guy was doing well and he said that he said, so now they didn't know what to do. It's your official time is like, because we go back to the exam, we can't do that because everything should be heard. The holiday celebration, what happened, executed, and they didn't give their best.
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a rain sponsorship. We have rain out. It's obvious because one day rain will find us. Like you guys are great. We're doing. If it's even marketing, just like off our. I've actually been waiting for the market. You do me a favor, please. Right now, it's focus hard.
Obviously, it's a pretty shocking jargon. But when I say something that's for us to do. The witness is walking after hearing this, like the witness is walking. So as this thing where it says, "This is my opportunity, which should have been yes." Also, the principle of it, that's the principle of it. You can't go hard and not stop. Which is where it says, "If you should have been able to go the after because God is kind of the Messiah, and what they were not doing. The witnesses wanted to try and wanted to explain why they were attacked. Even now, maybe they have a rationale why they were up. Testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end.
You got right, y'all. Just tossed it.
Easy to go back and for regular myself and explanation. Nevertheless, you don't go ahead and let them go back. That was what happened to you. I said that by a mix up, I'm going to go separate videos on this. This is an overwhelming story that's like a Rashi bit. The reason why I'm telling on this page is because that is one Rashi that goes to the top. I'm going to record it because on the next session as well. Any shot in the dot today, maybe it's coming around with somebody. The Lord says, that figure, the power of leaders, the power of leaders, the power of confessions, to go and affect the people, or by itself, continue the execution process. How you look at so now remember, they're leaving now, they're correcting. So now, so when they're 10 hours away, that's when the whole video, that's when the whole confession occurred. Now they started on what happened. Now, speaking of such because of, so tell them to take off the clothing. So you might say, now, these are doing that because remember, this is unclothed, stone. That's your clothes. It's like, not a better piece. This is just the opposite. This is an order to expedite the execution. So when they hold on this way, they tell them to undress. You must have to also made a photo. By each made a photo. Then I see how to figure out how to do that. So the Uber said that man, he just had something, a little piece of clothing covering the front of the top of the muffle below. A small other thing is to cut off the front and for that. That's what he does. So at each mitzvah olive, they are each scallops are your hundreds and something number. The only thing of stoning ultimately by a woman who
Your woman is going to be attributed to
This car has a hybrid battery.
So half of them make 45. Here we go. Turn up on the part that one off.
Hey, to have BTL lift from
What's the logical is so executed program. The Lord will also, as example, might also, if you want to say that your dinner scheme only applies to a man, it doesn't apply to a woman, but say that Sa'isha, always Sa'isha explicitly says, if you look at the man, or the woman for stoning, she was the Elamite also, what is also means, so the locus we say, that is a special dinner scheme by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What is the special dinner scheme applied to a man, not by a woman? Against women. If I man is stoned on clothes, a woman is stoned because clothing. I, the Lord says,
explains like you know,
that's like almost again. Go ahead and stone a man, not a stone a woman with a so the locus is everyone is told without their clothes. Like that's the halacha. That's how it doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter whether you're a man or not.
Introducing the vampires too late.
suspending your disbelief over verbals.
Like,
Like, I gotta spit out this guy's ass. It's like, what is like Sarah's because she's a vampire snake.
What's that over here? Did I want it or not? You got both actually. I don't know what you get. How you actually in the past. So maybe this over here. Maybe the Chachamim are concerned ultimately again. The Chachamim are concerned that if you go at a certain guy woman and expose her unclothed, other people say, so again, seeing her unclothed will and awaken certain inappropriate desires who are concerned, who is concerned
Well,
for
now you're
that.
talking about the where is Whitney
Who are
Flagrant
concerned
compared to
for that.
Flagrant? You know,
Therefore, say a woman is always stoned, and she's always stoned clothes. It's like, and you see nothing.
I watch porn, but I'm gonna watch shit. Fuck shit. If it's actually, it's probably nice. I mean, you can have fun. I didn't see it. She's not. She's better. I would say this. Whitney Cummings, funnier. Whitney Cummings is funny, but gosh, get Andrew Schultz. Let's do it.
And they undo under the blades of her. In the sort of process, she can write only repeating some state of being unclothed. Some state, and then he says, if I don't know, no, I am better. So he says, if not, she was a good woman. We don't do this. We don't do this. Then I am silent. Yeah, I'm so her hair was attractive. Most of those are good. So sounds like over here that you don't
like treat Mike Payjack way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, that's a god. I can't insult that guy.
It's a simple trash. Not to be what we just said over there, time of summer sleeping begins in Dakar, the Yoruba Purity Queen of Judah. The difference is reduce the soda,
Horrifically bad at
she already is innocent. Some innocent, but it's interesting. You're down and now.
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode in general. I feel like it views the person. She's constantly in that it just seems like even when she's not being more horrendous, she's being attacked.
So there's no clear about that. So the people us saying it's got to be back when I said maybe you should be concerned about so again, fine. So there's nothing going to happen. This is executed. One person doesn't awaken a desire for morality with someone else. Seeing a person awaken a desire for morality, that person it doesn't, it's not essentially, morality is not transferable. Like, in other words, doesn't really transfer over to anything else, which is such a now she's transitioned a little bit. The morality is soda. The conservative again is immorality. The weakest particular woman that we're seeing her. But she's really executed as well as concerned about things. I think he's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with thoughts, so she asks herself, "What do people think?" And then she does that. And so that's what you get. What's cool? She's constantly, is this cool? What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, man, Ryan's not cool. Sometimes people wake up in bed and say her hair's all over. She checks TikTok like all the time. Social media app a lot of those go unseen, and I get sent because I just my sponsor sent me so many TikToks. Gerardo and his too. I can't send me stuff. I actually send him as my I'm gonna block your TikToks for him now. Because if he ever gets on TikTok, you should go ahead. I love the nice side.
I forget the shooting thing. What is it? Is it the lion thing? Yeah. That's what last thing I wanted to see. Because the joke talks about our street. He's like, I'm gonna go in.
You have to execute someone, or you have to do nothing. How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone,
Someone's in the worst. I heard that you work really hard to use the
not good. Right? So it's serving of execution. And again, probably not a good guy. Probably is like a bad lady officer. come over. I have an unloving myself of myself, not manifest differently. How do you manifest? What's manifest? Minimize the pain and suffering, or minimize the degradation that just a person comes to have in his execution. Again, in this case, it'll be, without a woman, we're not going to execute them. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute them like we're going to cover. We're going to preserve the ultimately against 2 degrees. Even though such a person has indeed some such behaviors, it's going to go ahead and shot it with that. It's like the person who's like blocks of set, right? So he was doing a lot of like feedback on this. Such access to all the footage and angles and jokes out. I can't exact footage. At the end of the day, there is just like first obligation that we have to love. Like even a capital loss is being let out executed al-Aqsa, the Kama, almost like the love of Jew, no matter how you think he or she is. Incredible love. So you know, it's a later Rabbi Nachman can argue, maybe ultimately, the rest is love. Everyone agrees with Rabbi Nachman. Everyone agrees. So let's say, what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about? My summer finish. I do feel like find, make sure that when you have to execute someone, do so in a way to deserve their dignity. Shaila. What do you think about that? People about physical pain, that in order to give a person a preserve their dignity and for any less. Which one choose? Because people choose for less physical pain, compromising of their dignity. That's my focus on. Because remember again, what's the trade-off? Trade-off is like this. If you keep moving, right? So I can fuck what? He lost more painful. So we look at I can shut the clothing, right? So the cookie is gone, something less physical. So you want to suggest this is so cool. Which one, like which one do people prefer? You did get actually that sugar here. I'm going to get into other things. No matter what the end of the day, you know, people say, no, close to the Misha. They teach what there is not so the person, like, you have everyone is a kamocha. The focus on human nature. What's in such a fascinating machloka. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise dignity of another person. Because sometimes I gotta keep my dignity rather than lose dignity and be a little bit comfortable. It is such an incredibly civil. There's so many, not just of how to execute people, how to treat people when they're alive. See, you have to love them. They disagree with you. You have to find it in depth and to love every, even if we vehemently disagree. Number one. Number two, this is why we have to be so careful about how we treat the dignity. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that a person, some people, rather than be such a physically, but treat their dignity. Or the suffer less and lose their dignity. Come on. Okay, now let's say out. It's saying that these Mishnayos will be again. And we're going through a journey. So it's like overwhelming. We're going through the journey. We're walking side by side.
Like, why does everyone keep
push a person up a high risk and we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. One thing else, they didn't build on the stuff. He was born deaf. Stand kind of like perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be touched by one of the witnesses. Then he's going to find another fire. A lot of sense. He just had to carry out the execution. Understand that without saying it.
by his cushion by the side. He's picking up the so the Gemara says, I think that even the corner of Napa Haribo, foremost. The first time when he hits the ground, he falls right on his chest, the front of his side, the release, and ultimately, again, the result of impact, that's in other words, kind of thought that in order to ski off, you have to stone, pebble, and then like that, there's something there. Then you might say, no, if he dies from impact, that's ski off, so bit in love. What if he didn't die in impact? Now, again, the first one is off. The second is Hashim, when you're not so ugly, the second goes there and kicks the stone, and then he puts on his heart, which means throws another guy. It makes party outside. So again, if you got from the first stone, then okay, you're not. You must have a party. Then again, more people get involved, and begin to stone it. And then I got the 18 feet of it. This is fascinating. But you son of the commercial or hard game, whatever again. Now, it's true that based on student free stories, stands at a certain height, which means they explain what's coming it up. And you go over height. Now, why do you take the closer? So you might say, after my boss, you could I start talking about a pit, has the ability to still at a depth of 10 button. After getting the 100 outside button, because there's a narrow Gemara says, even a height of 10 button, even a height of 10 button, in fact, I'm going to tell you how to after come over. Someone like beige frequencies in the worst kind of like if you die 10 button, you can't. And you can get hurt, you hurt. And then of course, the years you want it to be
he's like, you know, the guy when he's red, you know, just sweet, sometimes that.
That's what we want. Like, what it says, it makes a difference. When I say the answer comes from above, all of these like putting it away, that minimizes the age. So you have to be off, you need to stay. If that's the case, so put them on a 10-story building. Right? Put them on a 10-story building. So it's, you know, you shouldn't have it, not because remember, the Jewish is too high, it won't happen. The body will become, intensely, mangled, right? Mangled. And again, that would be a lack of cover to help you where to the main center. So you find this middle area. After that, even though, well, turn out by the 9th of the year. So in general, how do you know exactly who's huge, right? And that's huge. But the Gucci party is off the ground. We come along. You're right. As I said, it's up. I mean, actually, I don't know this stuff, but I'm not going to steal the deal. How do you know that's pushing and stoning? I'm not going to start calling all year long year that. I mean, I used to be so how do you know that I love for the race? I love the went ahead and you die as a result of impact. That's what you're saying. I'm a Roma, you're right, you're right. You're not up for those. How do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also and then again, it's moving doesn't impact. So secondly, it's comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So secondly, taking the stone all by himself. He looks at the back time, there's all of that. Evan has to shut up much more than Evan. Hopefully, again, there was a stone there. The stone was so heavy that you only could carry 2 people. So it's not the one thing, it's a two person thing. Two or three miles says, the money ball, we make it less obvious. Bob, less obvious. Or cheese, we go. Must have switched on, she must have switched on, I'm sorry. The cheese, he kicks the ball. He kicks the ball. Must switch, maybe they are. So the reality of us is this. It was a heavy stone. It has to be lifted by
I know, we can just get a few more
no,
so
no,
I think I might
the nucleus, the nucleus, not the other guys. Lower hands, both hands, you lift up the stone together. To shut it with you, to introduce you myself. Throw that, both hands to lift it up together, but it will need to be only one of the guys who do the throw. But you must say, essentially, actually, that was very interesting. If 2 people try to throw something, what ends up happening? Doesn't go in a defined direction. His force is actually on it. Right?
I get limited darkness seems like such a big
the intended item doesn't go in the right direction.
It has to be a documentary series. One episode has to be called Arc. It has like ACDC music playing, like a cinema.
This is a joke of yours, but like,
No, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry.
I like because I like the also like
and they throw it down. And but they lift it up together, but only each number two
it's like
rows of themselves in order to go and ensure that it's going in the right direction.
The Last Dance is about the sixth championship.
It's not like
In that,
according
yes,
to
no,
the
I didn't watch that. I thought
But what do I mean by that? So it's like
so like for instance, sixth championship is like
we have to
you
live.
know,
Right? And like the
that's
things
the
we have
lens.
to
But then the scope of
and
it
a lot
all
of
kind
times,
of goes
in
back
order
to
to accomplish things,
part of it, the whole
other
history
people
with
to
you.
assist
Yeah,
you.
be an episode
Right?
and back to
And
like, I don't know,
people
documentary about the
You
special
should
assault
only
on Jordan
rely on
Peele.
to a certain
oh
degree.
my god.
But it
At
would
a
be like
certain
Brendan Chuck
point,
Ball,
you
because
gotta
Michael
take
Jordan was involved.
ownership of
And then
getting
this is
the
like,
story
dude,
it needs.
he would make shot for shot
You often in like
Shot
you
for
rely
shot
on other
remake. You
people
just like there's a
from
way
beginning to
like
end.
shot for
Right?
like
Now, no one can live life with so you need other people to have the story person and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, that's so easy.
committed fraud for $100,000.
The words actually for you guys. We are rich. Shot, I know that.
The execution
Come on.
you are
Stay with
right.
me.
The execution
We
of
do
the
the shot for
things
shot
you have to
remake. The
accomplish
part where it's
only
like, for some reason I took that first. Yeah, it's shot on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street.
like the fun of
The
the
rat.
execution.
You know?
You know, we do myself. So that's how I
Each. I'm trying to think
So
of
that's
shops.
interesting enough. You know, that again. So remember, you know, it's that second, that first
That's your
you know, the right to happen. Never happened. Never happened that you had a person
Any
who
letter.
didn't die. Either from that from his back and then initial storm after that. So, you know, so US is amazing. That kind of you can, I mean, as the artist, it doesn't mean that they get it. It doesn't mean that actually again, if you are just going to but that way,
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Cuckoo?
the process was that I wrote the nice stuff, and first push him off. If he does any good, if he doesn't find that, then first series comes on with some kind of good stuff. None of that worked, then everyone else went still. Now, that they need to start thinking about the stories, nevertheless, that's part of the price. Allah not, as about tell you, Evan, so you feel like, again, there was a storm that was there, for the second
Polarizing
it was necessary. So, the action at that boat, the application for student responsible fascinating. After executing, any piece in the concept of student was very alarming to go to party. So the Lord says over here, the sword that's used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used for stoning, right? The that was used for stoning, everything was carried with it. So if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, two thoughts, in copies, they might see after the that's what I saw. Like the executed, the stone division was very well written. But I love the night so then if there was no execution, we would prepare a second stone. So we went to the Barton, I think we carried with it. And that's probably going back time, no? Any part of the remote, we wouldn't try to do that. It was like, by the way, the likes are better. You don't need one stone. You don't need
it's like accidentally, so fucking cover the internet, you know.
I got five. Got left the two that they hang the shit. You don't want that. It's a lack of it. It's a lack of cover. So he wants to buried the stone in one.
And then they prepare that one month and months after they pick out. Even that time, you know, it's bad, you know, but they do that. You don't bury the items with it. You know, that goes like, you don't want to bury this with. It's almost like such a everyday noise that it makes it along with the very item you're executing with. Because you don't come up with these aspects. It doesn't mean you put it in the cabinet. You're not actually putting something for execution. You're burying it in general area together for how much you are. You think that you don't have to put this faster. Once again, you get this condemned to death. And before the execution is carried out, so one of the witnesses lost the head. So if he lost the head, then Allah so you don't get off on a technical. So you must be kind of right. So apart from the part of my time off, just have you get all that show. This is incredible. The hands of the witness have to be on the defendant or the guilty party first. Or if the witness doesn't have a head, so the witness goes free. Technically, after you may try to tell you what, that people without hands and witnesses, or if somebody's confused, doesn't have hands. So you can't go ahead and testify in a capital case. Shining us and I'm gonna try no, what it means is like this. At the beginning of the proceeding. So again, they wash their hands before it's carried out. Then you choose the guilty party gets off on a technicality. The morning is fine. I'm not saying you wish that you either of these stories. Should they do it? They will do party things. Here's the problem. You know, what about situation. When is the shot? He's not here to testify. Then so and so days, he was found guilty of corruption. And so and so and so and so were go ahead and carry out the execution. That's the head practice. In this case, we need to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that the nation, which was a behind the aid window, which was after coming over here, is those second witnesses that show up, they're asking the original witnesses to testify that Ruben was guilty. And you got in the car, and you went to work and you what you went to talk to do. So let's say, here's the thing to the entire discussion. The second thing is, this is quite a literal interpretation of this, right? You want to say, not using Bobo and showing you that what? The witness is, their hands have to be on him first, right? The witness is pushing off the side of the building by ski off. You might literally say, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Then what? You then goes free. Someone says, that is a clear interpretation of the heart. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to fire such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says, so that's the place. Alright, anybody that got you can read. I do that for this one to be true. So I kind of most I'm not saying it's most somebody takes it out. How much more kept executing? Now I didn't know they kept executing in the execution. That's the total highlights. Like you know, you should get a look a lot. You said I don't need stuff. How do I know? Let's say someone tries ski run. Someone tries ski run. Right? How do I know that if for some reason I can't administer ski run? That I can't do it any way that I can. Whereas even if you can't administer, you particularly describe Nisa that you execute in a different way. I'm not going to come up. Because most executed. When you see the word affirmation, even if it's supposed to be something, there's some radical interpretation. Right? So you don't say that moving into the skill, if you can't give skill, you can only give Hera, but you give it Hera.
So you see, don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly literally. Shining out from the other side. So that's not a good ride. That's different. Why? Because you have also this Rothschild of most must. You have a plus, right? And the Roth ultimately is most must, which are general statement. But not today. So why don't you go ahead and let this be the paradigm? Let this be the paradigm. Even the Torah says something explicitly can be exclusivity doesn't necessarily have to be understood in narrow way. That's the same thing, we should not be upset and go like that. Let's say, I'm not speaking about what's happening in the these are both keys. The Torah comes down and does the conflict, but then it gives you latitude, implementation of that. This causes what shifts to the right gap. Things are like very important. I won't call it exegesis, but I'm using it. It's as follows. When the Torah says something once, that means to put into paradigm, to the rule. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that coming to tell you? These two situations are an extent to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. Whenever the Torah says the same thing twice, that it's the perception enough to create a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, someone can't function. He's found guilty. What if we can't do skira? What if we can't do skira? Kill him. He says, Bola, that was his law. That might be saying, Bola, that was his law. Killing accidentally. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? But even a measure of blood. But who is that? That's a relative of the person who is killed. How do you know? Most people in the Rothschild not mean it's wild. How do you know? And let's say that she doesn't have any relatives. So there is no brother down. Please give points to brother down. It's so interesting to see like who is like that, right? Like please go ahead and points to brother down. It's ultimately
trying to arrest a lion on
here. Even though the Torah says that it's God on them, it goes in, he's a relative, there's no relative, there's no person. What do you see? Even though the pasuk explicitly says something, guess what? You interpret it being not necessarily for someone else to think that's you. Okay, but simply do something else. A person who feels that is liable to death. Like them. Yes, sir. If there's no God like them, then what? These are two instances where we don't interpret the concept literally. So that's like, therefore, think something about that, right? Two instances we're teaching us the literal interpretation, but because twice, yes, it means what? These are the exceptions, and not everywhere else. What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. They understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party on the who does it? The witnesses. If between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an empty his hands, then what's the heart? Moving goes on a technicality. Incredible. It's like the Iranian messages read that this one of actually me what we know. People like me to be excellent job. Let's say, okay, you really did more careful. Let's say you did fantastic. Like you did it together all that shit. You accomplished it, you finished up, and you literally on the same page. Almost on the same page. Let's say what a week I've learned that I've been such a tremendous support. How did I got one last piece? What do you say goes to the order? What do you think? Let's think about it. Like just trickle down the word you know. What do you all these words are execution? Let's say always find when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death creates immense life and lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So what it has to bring within us is that we're here.
I'm in Seattle, man.
You gotta accomplish. You gotta do every breath you can. Or you just be there to maximize it. Go after a good Shabbos.
All the stuff that I said about it being a very all the Brendan Schaub based reaction content. Yeah. I think that you guys have probably the most positive, like, good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. I wanted to.
Sorry. Good morning.
Oh God, no, it's gonna be hard for us.
They stopped at about 46. We have to up 10 hammer days, 45 mission, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up from the bottom. Calling spelling is, we'll say after a person. After a person is stoned, so the body is covered. And covered. The body is covered. Like calling spelling it. Those are these words of evaluation. Whoever is skilla is under the come say
we had to take it with you, man. Take the whole thing.
That is the only people whose bodies are after stone are the individuals who go ahead and kill because the person or one who was about desire.
That was
also
Netflix.
put up
Marky
prophets
destroyed
a
as
man
usual.
in the body of a man
The
is
greatest
again
soul
his
ever
face.
dead.
He's people. But he should prophet. The body faces
Yeah, maybe a worm brother's gonna be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of his head is back. I had that surgically. But Dr. Cut off. He said this is a real thing. You gotta fill my head.
Only a
Cut it off.
never hung.
And I didn't think it was gonna grow back. But I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Julian, since I've seen you. TriStar. Whoa.
That's only
Look,
a
I haven't
man.
seen TriStar. Hey, Jarvis. What do you say? They're separating my good gas and everything. Well, should we want to get some more people on? It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. I think later on the Shatter podcast is going to be on with us.
Again, this was the big Rashi.
Potentially, got to reach out to
Executed
a few other people. One big guest, obviously.
who were engaged in Kishu,
Well, they're all big
engaged
guests.
in sorcery. And
We're hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO. He's very busy on
good.
residential.
We hung them. They get
Maybe
all 80 in one day. All 80 in one day. So the Gemara says,
Ball's coming. We already had Ball Sean, dude. You missed it.
and in general,
Shows,
again,
you can watch
we
it
do not
after.
go ahead and execute. We do not judge
Did we
two
reach out to
capital
Chan
cases
about
saying,
that? I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was probably. But I was. Oh yeah, Kedura, there's AZ coming. I like seeing the podcast. I think Brad could tweet his episode. They tell him to message me. I think that would be fun. Jim, TriStar, you should know better.
Is
We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome.
what is that? This refers
not so
to
much.
ultimate
No, I didn't reach out to Joe Roach. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of extra boss for stuff. I've never heard of it.
Anyone who is stoning
Mark Ramirez, you're
is
close
subject.
before
Give
you.
it
Your life is almost over.
It says therefore you see this connection.
Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do like
again,
where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, or trucks. Maybe food truck type of
Sorry,
everything.
that's what it is. From the snake,
Tim
not
and Dave
colors
Lindahl,
that
thank
the
you.
cover paper. I'm close to
yeah.
cover paper.
That was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people
That
like
is Ezra's
that.
action.
I
Any
haven't
time
heard
a
a single
person is
person say
killed
it's
by
bad yet, but it's
skila,
everybody
so the
has their
body is
opinion.
hung afterwards.
Okay.
The Chachamim say no, that anyone who is killed because ultimately again they were kofar be'ikr. There was a kofar be'ikr means they denied the existence of God. There are only two cases where a person for being kofar be'ikr. What are the two cases? Number one, a person cursed the Baruch Hu, and number two, both of them denial. And therefore,
Give it up for
only
Gerard,
cases
organized militia. He
Israeli
hadn't even filmed in this thing. Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're proud to
through which we
go
are
back to the couch soon.
Most of
the guests are going to be the Zoom. Shopping.
So you will go ahead and you will kill him, and you will hang him. This is a just kill us because you're going to raise to kill us. Right, literally,
Yes.
right.
Give it up for
That's the first issue.
we
You
gotta
have
go
to
back
cover
up.
that. If these two faces are right next to each other,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
the
not
thought
much.
is low. The only piece I got is the miracle Kimi Hadadi. And now that the two phases in that comes to a new level, this one as well level Zara. Dummy late the call because the most able Zara resembles the case of Megadi.
No, not yet.
Rabbi Eliezer,
Oh my God.
Dorish
That was a lot, y'all.
Rabbi Eliezer, on the other hand, Darshins
Definitely the longest.
or three. So
Yeah,
must Vitalisa. You will kill him and you will hang him. This is a
who
rule.
the fuck is that guy?
Kill us.
You know, for a neighbor, a birthday
This is an
shout out or something,
exclusionary.
she's nice.
Ihavu Makavila, if the two faces next to each
So,
other, no Havu, Martinan, Ella Abolas, I would have only included Zara because that was ultimately resembles me everywhere.
we had a lot of
Hash Merchas Kimi Hadadi, but at their distance, Ahu Jelabu Shar in the skull. Comes to include other who are killed ultimately again by Skila, that they are also famous as well. So this is semi-classic. Since it's been up, we pass this. We pass it ultimately again, like the Sakalas. That the only people who are harmed are people who are executed because as Megadi and Zara. Only those who are executed because they could not,
I am struggling, I won't lie to you,
are hung
because
after
I
execution.
probably have
One
undiagnosed
year,
things
which is
happening.
the
Probably the brain kind.
The person is not killed
But
through hate,
I'm fine.
and we're going to see that.
I'm not
It's
gonna
actually
fall
very
asleep.
interesting.
My
They
head
killed
hurts.
through stoning. After they killed through stoning,
I
we
want
hang
it.
the
Oh,
body.
yeah, thank you.
That
Oh,
only
that's
applies
good.
to specific
Here, I'll
cases
take
of
the whole
Megadi
bottle.
and Abu Zara.
When I
Other
walk out.
cases of Skila, it will not apply.
Okay.
So it says the Gemara follows.
When I walk out,
But each told him, nighttime is Rabbanah. So we'll say the Gemara says
will
the
I be able
following.
to do it?
What three times did Rabbanah? Remember again, the Rabbanah say that only a man is hung, a woman is not.
Does
So
anybody else, am I the only
Lisa
person
also
with Graves' disease? Has anyone else had a thyroid issue?
him and not Rabbi Eliezer also blows Suso. The rest is so that yesterday, so it's not supposed to be gender
Dude, I got a lot of
specific.
stuff.
It's
I
only
got Graves' disease, small
individual
teeth,
to
zinc,
exclude what? To exclude
I got a headache. My wrist is.
Rabbanah, Enoch now goes to Rabbanah
You know,
agree with that.
something about that. I'll tell you about
The
podcasts.
clothing of the individual.
All your favorite
If
podcasters
he had
have
the ish,
chronic diseases. In fact,
below
most of them do.
Rabbanah that's not
Part
a
of being
problem.
having a
man will have
backbone
the
is being
same
very
range,
good
will
at
be.
talking for a long period of
He
time
will be
without
hungry afterwards
nonsense.
below Isha.
It's you
So
have to
again,
have
that's
something
what
that's your life.
Hi, if he had
20
the
years,
ish,
30 years,
what
could
will
be
he
dead.
do with this
But
person?
right now,
I'm going to
all
trust
I
you
have.
because
So
I
it's
love
not
what
really
I
that
think
big.
about
Thank
Ahu, you know, you can solar people. It comes to
I was
sleep
telling
and
part of
solar
the
people.
podcasting.
That's
He's
from
having chronic disease.
from the obligation to
What is
from
it I got
from
you?
anger.
Mark Harley
So
being
the
here?
Gemara says, "V'hatanya
I
ben
would say it was
solar
the
umora
inherent,
yisrael
what is it?
that's divrei Rabbi Eliezer." Or second, the Raisa says, he will say, "This is Rabbi Eliezer Shitasa." Who says what? Everyone who is stoned is subsequently hanged. So therefore, again, therefore you will hold that ben solar umora ultimately will be hung as well. So the Gemara says, "One thing is a contradiction." Because when Eliezer says, "Yihi at the ish." Ish means a man is subject to hanging, but what? A boy, right? A ben, which would be a ben solar umora, is not. Yet the Raisa says, according to Eliezer, ben solar umora is background of the Yitzchak ben solar umora. So ultimately, they're not going to be right. A ben solar umora is night time of the Amar Krag, the Ish, the Ish case, Ish below Ben. So ultimately, again, Ish means they Misha al Fatera, Yosha ben solar umora, Sha'al Sopon. So this is it. Bringing up when it comes to this concept, the word behind it is called real akam. Two exclusionary phrases. When a person is ish phase, so we dash ish below ben. That's the first word man and not okay. Number two, state is executed for a sin. Redaction from that, someone was executed for a sin. Now this comes to the people saying, remember again, the Surah Motors is a big novelty. It's a big novelty. But when Surah is more actually executed for what he's done, whether he's executed right or what we know he will become. Remember, all he's done is stolen some money and he's bought you and more. That is not punishable by death. We kill him, the Gemara says, because we know that he's going to ultimately become an individual who is going to steal and rob and kill other individuals. So the Gemara says, what do you see? How do you do Akamil? This is two exclusionary phrases in a row. I get a meal Akamil Eloladatos. That was one of the principles is that when you have a meal Akamil, two exclusionary phrases. One after the other, that comes to something else. This is what it is meant to include. It comes to include ultimately again, it comes to include Benzori Moret. In fact, is we have two exclusionary phrases. Both seem to exclude Benzori Moret from the obligation of Amin, yet because they are too repetitive exclusionary phrases, we have to have the Ravos comes to include Benzori Moret. Incredible. I'm going to read it. I look at that. The Elijah says, some say we only hang men, we don't hang women.
The stream, it was kind of,
right? We only hang men, we don't hang women. So, I'm not lie to you. What about the case of Shimon ben Shetta? Shimon ben Shetta, he hangs those 80 servants or servants, like those 80 women in one day. So I'm going to put the most of it, I will be this. When do we say that David was not executed in one day? That's only to be executed in 2 different forms of execution. About the Isa Achos done. But the nice again, if there are 2 cases with the same death penalty, then ultimately those cases in one day. So how nice is your Isa Achos
I got the tweet on
because Amulay didn't, and yet again, you see that case and that was something that would not done, even though again, to be executed and say, Ella, he hit my
I wasn't sure about jersey sizes. So I did ChatGPT, what is large jersey size?
Satan only will try to capital cases in one day, and that's
See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already.
one
That's
son,
the
that's like 2 sons. What is
Thank
that?
you for helping.
I
I got on an
What?
eBay. I bid a little bit under.
You
And I
know,
wanted damn, I should have bid way
so if
less.
you look at Rashi,
But it wasn't
or
that
5
expensive.
months
And it
after the
came.
Paul Rashi gets
And then like
Lisa
yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, and he was like, "Oh, I think I already know what it is." I had forgotten that I texted him.
will adjudicate 2 capital cases as long as you speak to similar averos or with the
You know I
same
want you
death
here free.
penalty.
Don't ask me stupid
What's an
questions.
example of
Okay,
speaking
thank you.
similar
I
averos with
appreciate
one
it.
death penalty? If you
I'm
don't,
sorry.
Shabbos Ta'avot Zara. So that because they both Shabbos Ta'avot Zara carry with them
You guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean,
same penalty as
is
stealing.
it? I'm
Same
glad that
penalty
he
as
asked.
stealing. So the Gemara
Sometimes
says
people
over
are.
here, Bezdin will go ahead and adjudicate
Anyways,
2 cases with the same death
I
penalty.
ordered
But
the.
if 2
I
different
was talking to
tracks
Jordan.
about the
He's like,
Misa
I think I know
Abbas,
what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like,
sorry,
the yes, I'll break
Bezdin
it.
will
Really, I
not
texted to her.
adjudicate
And I
2
forgot.
cases,
Just,
even if they
yeah,
have
I mean, the
the
Grace
same
is really
Misa,
recently. I
it's
just don't
two
remember.
averos.
I
About
may have
the
even just
Misa
said that twice.
Abbas, the Avera Abbas done. They will say if there are 2 cases for
Yeah,
the
dude, I
same
mean, all
infraction
sugar
and the
free
same
soda's pretty
death
good.
penalty,
So,
then ain't nothing that
think it's all
Bezdin
great.
will adjudicate that case. So
you know,
we'll
what
say,
would have been
where
cool
the
if you
Gemara
guys
is
could
holding
have
right now is the following. When do we say that
I
Bezdin
don't have
doesn't
any.
judge 2
Listen,
cases?
I don't have any
Obviously,
connection to
if
Matan.
it's 2
I think it's
similar
funny.
cases, Bezdin
Sure,
won't
it'd be
judge
great
2
to have,
capital cases
but
or whatever.
I don't know
But
anyone
even
that
if
knows
both
Matan.
of the cases
So if you all
have
know
the same
Matan,
death penalty,
you can tell him to
but
come
they're
on our show.
different infractions, we
If
won't
he has
judge
the
those
time.
2 in one day.
But,
The only time it's possible for Bezdin
originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy.
right?
He's a
Or it's
stereotype.
not a true of this case. Those 2 people made the same Avera,
But he doesn't put
and
sugar
therefore
all over his
ultimately
Red
get
Bull.
same,
That's exactly
same
right.
death
Couldn't have
penalty.
said it better myself.
Masina Rabba,
Thank you,
Rabbi,
FB. Appreciate it.
Ein Gott schreibe Yom Ba'afilu Nois Bino Efes.
Is the light count good?
That's
I haven't looked
but
at
if
it.
Bezdin
To be
cannot
honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo doesn't
can't
check.
go ahead and
I'll
give
just
out
trust
2
your word
facts
for it.
in one
But
day.
yeah, definitely like the
Even
video.
with an adulterer,
and an adulteress.
we get
Yes, and what this is
Patreon
saying is the
content.
following. Let's think about
Kill
what
Tony,
today's in the
for
matter.
Jensen's
Why?
stand-up
Because they
special.
both committed an
Jensen's
adultery
funny.
together.
She like
Same
Jody.
Avera,
We enjoyed
same
it.
Avera, and
Pretty
presumably
good.
what? Same
Pretty good
reason.
stuff.
Now,
Watch
people
on the
say,
Patreon. We
same
watch special.
Avera, same type of
Never heard of it.
Basis should be able to
Since
do
then,
it.
sweeteners
Yeah.
give you cancer. I'd
You
rather
might
have
say,
listen, Popeye.
on
I
the same
mean,
day,
you could just drink
you
either one. Don't have a teeth. You gotta make sure you get a
Oh, what's the
You don't want that.
There's an interesting case.
Sure, I've got all sorts of teeth problems.
Interesting case.
I just have
Boss Cohen commits
but I don't have
adultery.
any cavities.
It goes like this. She is
What's
told
some,
with straight
root
up,
canals.
even though again the man is
I
still
don't,
either with skill or connect, depending on her
And
particular
then just try
status.
certain books.
But it's very
Everything
interesting
is
enough
her
where
fucking
the woman gets
turn
her
nuggets.
first from the man. You know they're both playing up the same idea. But same idea is committed with the other because the sentences will be different. Will not move on from those guys. One day old, the best point is from a base on that. What I will say the case is again, we're not going to use this is every year. But if you have witnesses testify about a bass poet that has committed adultery, then what? And make the first set of witnesses even children. And then ultimately you have the third set of witnesses, with the second set of witnesses over, and reinstate the first set of witnesses with the regular. Ultimately, again, the agent's dominant as the agent's dominant will get different police than the judicial witness. The point of the first trying to make over here is that when the Bryson says we don't execute two people in one day, even an adulterer and an adulteress, that contradicted what he said before. That James will hand down two death penalties when both cases are the same Avera and the same punishment. So what do? You won't show the adulterer and the adulteress in the same day. One thing that we refer to a very specific case of adultery with the circumstance such that the adulterer and the adulteress are
Trust me so little with
I
like
have
streaming that
heard,
he's doing a poll with 3 energy drinks a day.
I have heard, I will say,
If I do it, if I let you do it, the computer will break.
when you have they
Like
can't
gummy bears.
technically
Like gummy bears.
but it's
See
clear
that?
that guys are bad guys. You know, you have cases where somebody has done something illegal, but
I've had a
for
Red
whatever
Bull in
reason,
like 5 or 6 years, dude.
you know the guys are bad. It's just a bad guy. I don't even like making a personal
We aren't
even
sponsored
though
by Red
the
Bull.
guy's bad. For whatever reason,
Rain,
you
if
can't
we have loyalty at
person
Rain,
within a legal
however,
framework
I will not
because whatever
it
the
gets
issue
poison.
is, you might not talk about the what is called the arm of the law.
Oh my
Basically,
god,
the
it's so
law.
good.
You might reveal the act of the law. Shemai should listen to Shemai Torah. Basin has the right to run to, as well as level out other measures. Shalom and
It's a tough
what the Torah
Let me
means
know.
when the Torah does not connect. The law of the basis doesn't do this in order to violate Torah
I mean,
law.
I like to.
Elec
I
de
used to like
las
to drink those
dos
Mexican coffee so much.
rather again only in order to go ahead
Those
make a protective
like
fence
Sal
around
Bogano, we
it.
watched
So
him on the
basically,
Patreon.
it's like
And
I
the
don't
one thing
think
I
it's
agree with him
right
is the feeling you
punish
get
when
from having a
necessary,
fiber
when
energy
you
is
see
indescribable.
ultimately again
It
that
is
the
not a good
collective
feeling.
needs
And
are
the
served
second you
through
drink it, you're like, oh my god,
the
why?
listening
Why
of
did I
this
do this?
So you might actually
What
be
kind of
careful.
job is this?
Uma said that Efrat
And
Sharach
I
about
need
the
fiber
Shabbos
energy
name of
to
Everybody.
do it.
There was
what I
once a guy
planned,
who was writing a
the
course on
most hourly
Shabbos
of hourly
during the
jobs.
days of the Greeks. The
Bookstore,
Avil of David,
restaurant,
who stoned him.
smoothie guy.
They brought him to the Avil and they stoned him.
I was like
The
slamming
Romans
fiber
Romans
energy,
started
making
attacking
smoothies
that
with apple
because
stickers.
riding an animal on Shabbos
Hey,
making features
mine
of
is a
Shigila.
sticker and a half.
Ellis
What's
got
the guy
stuck,
making
he's
it?
going to come.
I'm
But
sorry.
the hour
I
demanded.
accidentally
We'll
left
see
the
what is
sticker
that.
on the end.
So you know, are you not riding an animal on Shabbos? I love to go. Why can't you ride an animal on Shabbos? Right? So it's zero that honor. It's zero that honor. And ultimately, again, a person may come to make us, right? In order to go ahead and get the animal, you get so again, doesn't do that much. Should be like that. King Malchus, yeah, Malchus, one of the years. Remember, the Gemara gives us the money. This was the Yevon. The Yevon, the Jewish parliament was small because alcohol, Antiochus alcohol, a number of things amongst them. Shabbos. There was an active effort to undermine the sanctity of Shabbos. This Jew was publicly marking Shabbos, publicly blaming Shabbos. So therefore, the Jews were executed. Why? Because they felt it was important in order to go ahead and safeguard the sanctity and severity of Shabbos in the entire country. So this is the long arm of the law. Another example. Ma'aseh ba'adam echad she'tiach es isto tachas ha'tavim. There was another man. Now, look, this was not a married couple. And he had relations with his wife. How did he fix? Otherwise, he's over here, he had relations. Now, not that scholar, in other words, you know, it was under the trees, it was a little bit, but it was simple. It was considered to be a breach of tears. It was a breach of normative status and standards. They agree with David, they burned the David, and he got Malchus. Now, we'll say, now, what's the prohibition involved with a man having relations with his wife underneath the fig tree? And the answer is none. I mean, it's none. There's not a reason, right? Like, again, so what's happening here? So Mr. Gemara understand, this wasn't issue. There's no side. So the Gemara says over here, that this was incredible breaches. Now, what the other societal circumstances that are happening at this time, I don't know. But the Maisa, whatever it was, you can understand that this is a brazen breach of modesty, even though it's not sponsored, but crazy, like, there's comments where they go like, oh, go back to Timo's every week. It's like, all right, right, do you think I'm important? You think this is my first birthday? The text I told you earlier last week, I was like, there's a lot of people that don't, I told them to sit down and take a take it. I gotta tell you, there's a lot of people that are watching us right now that think it's from a God they can have all desire. So only cases of where you curse God and where you worship idolatry. Those are the only cases that
yeah, I told you, I was like, there should be lots that put sugar
only
over
a man is and a woman is not. So the Gemara says, so how do we go ahead and administer him?
Yeah, we talked a lot about rodeos after that bull riding. Yeah. And we came to, after we talked for a long time about bull riding, we're like, you know, what
the shotgun has a Torah bar.
We have a no bond.
You put the pole into the ground. But each knows it, and again, let's say, so you have a pole that's the ground. You put another pole across the top of that pole. But it's yours. And let's remember again, as we discussed,
even if it's not just like
not one of the forms of these a body is only hung after the person is only executed. I think I will tell you, my conception
the bonds are communicating and like
hang the body.
Elizabeth Marsden,
And you hang the body. That's not how they hung these such
what up,
people
Ireland? What up, Irish bot?
Market state love of you are God's
I do like Schultz thing. What's up, fam? And Ireland, what's up, my fucking
together. You tie your hands together.
I saw some Irish comments, so I was happy to see the Irish flag. I went to see Swell Season last night at the Greek Theater. Shout out to Irish people and your fans.
It was like my kids are turning pale at the table. Like, but I was so struck by this. I was so struck by this. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't remember this stuff from before, but it's so dramatic. It's just you don't think about that. This is how the person is hanged. But okay, anyway, the point is, it's not really dinner. That's the take on that. This is not a Shabbos, not a weekday, never. Because Yosef Yossi says, Hakora muta ala korso. The Torah also gives Shai Habach was supposed to listen to this. And we'll discuss the nature of the Machlokas of you. Rabbi Yossi says, we do not take the pole and put it into the ground. Instead, what we do is, we take the pole and we lean it against a wall. Now, what you would do is, again, and then you would go ahead and you would hang the person from that point where ultimately the wall, the beam hits the wall. Now, the image that he gives is the same way that the butchers hang meat. So the same way apparently the butchers used to hang meat by taking a beam, leaning it against the wall, and you would hang the meat from there. We hang the individual for just a few moments. We hang it. We're Yotzei, because again, there's a biblical obligation to hang those. We'll ultimately are stoned, at least in those specific situations. We hang him, and my twin also now, then we kick down the body immediately. Big in blood, if you leave the body hanging overnight, over Allah below Sassi, you violate the Torah. Shemar, Lo Salim Vaso ala Eitz, Kikavor Tikor. You kill us and you kill others. Then ultimately, again, if you leave him hanging overnight, so you violate the prohibition, because the Pasuk says, do not leave the body hanging overnight.
Kaborti,
I was hanging out with my old
immediately
roommate
because
from Philly,
literally
and
Kilas
they were
Elohim
drinking.
the
And he goes,
degradation of
"Hey, I
God
got your
is
dreadlock."
hanging.
And I was like,
Kilomar, Nifnei Mazet Haloi, why is this one hanging? Why was this one hung? Nifnei Shefera Es Hashem.
I was pissed off.
Ultimately,
I
again,
don't
it
like
comes to
dreadlocks.
remember again, this is reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either cursing God or a holy Zorah. So therefore, again, if somebody's hanging, at the end of the day, it's a reminder that there's a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it means. Kilas Elohim Chalu. There's a reminder that there is a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and that's a degradation to the individual, a degradation to God. Nimtza Shem Shai Miskalo. I'm already there. Bishash Adam Star, Shina Mavash Lomer. What's his name? So there says at times when a person is in distress. And again, we'll discuss what all of this means. Sha'adam Star, it actually says, Shepolonu Ba'a Allah Ba'ono, that he suffers. Person suffers. What does the Shema say? Malash Lomeres, Kalani Miroshim, Kalani Rohan. That ultimately, again, literally, my head has become light, my limbs have become light. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says it's four lines up in the bottom. Kalani Miroshim Kaloma, Kimosha, Adam Siyage Ba'ayet, Omer, Rosh Kavi Balai, Zroi Kavi Balai, Hainu Kilas Kal left, Ani Inikal. Ultimately, again, we're going to discuss this Lashon over here. Kalani seems to be a contraction of Kal left. When a person is tired, a person is grumpy, his head feels heavy.
Just turned on the stream 19 hours ago.
Person suffers, and life feels heavy. His body feels heavy, his circumstances feel heavy. The Rothschild says, I feel your heaviness. Kalani Miroshi, Kalani Mizra'ai. When you feel heaviness, I feel heaviness as well. It's an incredible idea. So he goes by him came. You can Amakom Star Abdomen Shal Shan Shmushbas, how the Omer Abdomen Shal Tzadik. So if the Rothschild has stress over the Shun or the more so how he has stress when the Tzadikim suffer as well. For those who feel about them, Ela Karamali Nesmeso, they must have been coming back to this one. The same way, you can't leave your body hanging over us. Even the most not in the case of execution, where a person dies, you cannot leave, or you should not leave a person who has died unburied overnight. The person does so over below Sasa. He violates his prohibition. However, Halinu look up at Mozo. Mozo is amazing. If you left the body unburied overnight, I'll tell it on this. Right? To cover from the deceased. For example, the Havilo Oro, the Rican, because when a casket, you don't have shrouds, ain't no overall. Then ultimately, again, you do not bury the body. What is right on the law? Because there are times where we will generally try not to go ahead and lay a Levaya at all. But again, if there's a need to delay, I'll cover on this. Now, again, generally covered on this, it manifests itself in the adultery for sins for all of us to be able to get before Levaya. So we'll do so, and that's not considered to be a lot of Hanis, because again, it's covered. So again, we'll get into the scope of this. To the American guy, well, how you covered also back to the guy who was stoned and then hung. So the American, well, how you covered also the kid was when they took him down, when they took him down from the post, they would not bury him in a family plot. Ella, they but the first he was television. Aqua Sinag, rugged the Aqua was his son and his son. These had two cemeteries. One for those who were killed by Herrigan, by Ordemis, and the other for those who were killed by stoning and by burning. They would bury the individual in one of these cemeteries. Afterwards, Nisat or Abbas or once the body decomposed, the Lakhdin Sahasaros, family members would then collect the bones of the deceased family members, the cover those of the coma. So once the body had to be buried in one of the faithful cemeteries, and the body decomposed, the was called the remember again back in our Moses. They gathered up the bones, buried the bones in family plots. We covered also the Back Robin, this is at first of the last Rashi. Nisata Kabasar, Kivanis Kappa and Misasa. Once the body decomposes, the person who was killed by his kapara, his atonement is complete. Meaning his death is part of the atonement, his decomposition of his body is another part of atonement, and therefore once the body is decomposed, his kapara is complete, Ubizyono, his degradation is complete, therefore they can take his bones and bury him in a family plot. This is amazing, get rid of this. Back the relatives of the person who was killed by David Ba'im Shalom Shalom
I
Hadayanim,
can't smell.
Shalom Ha'im. They have to go out of their way to go ahead and inquire about the Rabbi, give a Shalom Aleichem to the Dayanim,
And then we
and
called
to
over
the
the gas
Indian
people and we had a
who
gas
were
leak.
involved in the case that ultimately executed their loved one. Kilar She'in V'Libinu Aleichem, to show we have no kindness against you, right? We have no problems with you.
The guy that did the gas leak
Because you
claimed to have
adjudicated
fixed
the
it,
proper
and
case,
he
you
didn't
judged
fix it.
correctly.
He just left
The
it
law
a leak.
so fine. First
So
off,
we have another
we'll
gas
discuss the halacha because that's
Strawberry
about it.
flappers.
Well, how you become looks like you do not observe Shiva for someone who is executed by you.
Taste.
However, about
I can still taste. I can see. My eyesight's okay.
only means for
That's one of the things that goes
read
great.
for a loved one, even if they're executed
So
by
Mark
David,
has been a snare
She'in
for 20 years.
Aminus Elavale. Because reading is only done in the heart. When they say no Hayus Avin, there was no warning. The Shiva,
Listen, you don't come here for the truth.
nothing like that.
You come here for
I
the
mean,
facts,
it's
right?
your first
That's true. Yeah. So think about that. The
can't
facts you can
legislate
choose.
ultimately again how a
That
person
was so
feels
funny. You'd like
absolutely
to
going
be
to
the 20-year thing.
Sure,
I did a screw.
Rohari the David Alayim,
That was awesome.
Desha Tihe,
I wish I said
Yolan
something.
Kapar
I
Lahem,
like how
and
Brandon
the only
Walsh
deal
had the
about
same motion
the
he did
Inza
to the
Color
shit he left the
Lahalu, then Kaparos on the Nafakash, Narinas Elabate Yolan. So it's like,
He was like, all
one
right,
of
I
the
gotta go
reasons
see
we
you later.
discussed that we did not observe
Well,
David,
there's-
we didn't observe Shiva,
Listen, you don't have
was
to sell the
because
truck.
that was part of the degradation of the
That's
person
what I
who
said.
was executed,
You
and
have no
that's
sense
part of
of smell,
this
and you have no sense of
incredible
humor. Comedy,
Alright,
never
let's
heard of it.
explain.
Come on.
Then I about
That's a vibe.
even that about Facebook, Lisa, it's the possible
Oh,
that
that's a
said
vibe. Yeah, that is a fucking
he
vibe.
sings and he was sown. How you see Omer told him also back at top when he sings, I would have said first the body is comes, and then only afterwards the executing is I would have thought first that, and then if he's not close to hungry, then he's a little stones to get us out of
Of course we did. This is the greatest special of all time.
government and so the Gibara used to execute the first,
There's a
and then
bit that we're going to
if
be
you
doing
give him
later.
guys
I'm
that
excited to
meaning,
do it.
then they
I
would
told
stone.
Cooney about it
I
when
would
he
love
got
our
here.
woman
It's
to
going
come.
to be,
Therefore, the
we're
prophet
going to try to do
says
some
you will
real
execute and you
meditation
will
and see
hang.
where we can
The
go.
reason
It's like
also,
trying to do
first
DMT
you execute the
with a
individual,
large
the
dose.
akal
And we're going to be listening to
then
this.
you go ahead and you
You know what I mean? Okay.
okay, so
I'm with
see
you.
how does
I
this
hear
work?
you. Though.
Mashi also on the shkis was
Yeah,
this is
and then
amazing. They would
it's
wait,
it's
they would
if
delay
you're
the
in a meditative
execution of a
state,
person
that's where you know
until
what
right
the real
before
fun is,
sunset.
right?
They
Oh
go in
yeah.
as you know, then they would go ahead and they would
I
pass
don't go to a
judgment,
comedy
they
show
would
unless
deliver
I close
the
my eyes for 10
verdict.
minutes and
Who
focus
release
in
it?
on my
They
inner
execute
child.
it
You know
right
what I'm
then and
talking
there. Now again,
Luminowski, I met him in person.
previous Shayas,
If you guys want, I can make
that
some
there
fucking
really was
sausage. You go
some
over there
level
and do
of
a cooking
kindness.
show. Yeah, I
Because
can do that.
remember again,
I
this
got
Skila
camera
was
set up
not
for all that. This is you, and you're like, I could.
whatever
You
it
want to.
means.
You
The
want
point is, they
sausage.
try to
I
do
already told
everything
Paul
late
Secret
in the day. You see
sausage.
why this is. When
Love
we see
Timo's
ourselves,
last name.
the
That's what I
Akaka
was like.
Kohen, they
Listen,
execute it yourself,
fine.
and then they hang the body. Then what's that? What's that?
You're fine.
Akaka
Just because
Kohen
she's
says,
emoji, they think we don't know that's a
one
vibe.
person
Yeah.
hides the
And then
body,
tries her. Thank you for calling it out.
one person
In the
hangs the body,
community,
another
we
person
have to
unhides
stay
the body.
together, stand
They're the
strong, and
tiniest
call out
bits of
bots.
food.
When we see
In
them,
order
the
ultimately
sun
get
is a
to
bot.
the timing with the
Okay?
smell of
You're lucky you're not
why do they do
bot.
this right
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
Shkia?
I'm not mad, I'm just upset.
Because we'll say, remember again, once the sun sets, you can't leave the body hanging.
Death to all the
Apparently
bots,
it
but
appears
nobody.
that they would hang the body literally for just a couple of moments. On one hand, to fulfill the potential obligation. On the other hand, to try to go ahead and minimize the desire to the deceased, the embarrassment to the deceased. So you want to turn out on it. 8. The passage says that you will go ahead and hang the person on 8. The Kalisa also ala 8. That was like, now 8, the Pashtus, 8 can mean a lot of things. 8 can mean wood, but 8 can also mean what? Tree. So Shemiyah had a baby called the wood. So maybe it means whether the pole upon which you are
we may go back to
is
songs
colored,
if
something
we want, and that's our goal.
like a tree,
As you can
or
see,
the
we're very
pole,
busy.
or something that's not attached, but you attach
Energy
it, like the
drinks,
pole that you
very
find in the
obvious,
ground.
like
I'm a
24
little
hours.
see cover.
A song
Then
on
the
today's
pasuk
podcast. But
says,
you got cowbell, you got
the
Mark, you
pasuk
got
says,
Walsh,
keep
you got
cover
Marquez.
So remember, the way the pasuk reads is,
Don't ask for
no
too
someone
much.
live also al ha'it.
You're
Do not
black,
leave
it's
the
a
body
bug.
on the tree.
That's a fucking
Keep
bug.
kabar
Trick me,
tip
bud.
the by
You're trying to trick me, bud.
bury it
I forget where
that
you were.
day. Bury that
I
day.
mean, we
Also,
just
you
noticed
mentioned
this
if
a
you
couple
was
days ago, so we're going to
read
be
that the
struggling
same
with
way
those
that
lots
you
of
bury the
dots.
individual. Watch this. Talmud
Digital sentient how many hours?
Lomar Kikabar. So we'll say, maybe there's an addition. Not only do you bury the
I
individual,
was thinking about making
but you have to
beach.
bury
That
the
seems like a
being
mission.
of which he was hung with him as well. Which
That would be crazy. I remember I said on the phone nachos,
that
but I was
all
like,
of
that's
the
gross.
implements
Oh,
of
yeah, the nachos
execution
would that would
are
fuck us
buried
up.
along
Yeah, I mean, pizza would fuck us up too. When
right
you
in
left,
the
I was
Dalai
laughing
of
at
his
how
grave.
hard it
Even
was
though
to treat me.
is not executed through hanging, but because that is part of the process of execution, that beat and those two beats are buried along with it. Therefore, again, if you hang him on something that is only missing burial. You also said if you're banging him on a tree, that wouldn't work. Why? Because Yeshua Mechusar Tetzitza Kutibula. So the first has to be cut down and then buried. So let's say so just then, therefore, you bury him on something that can be simply taken out of the ground, but not something that requires to be cut down. Yossi says, Misha in Yossi says, you're hanging him on something that is only missing Gula. Yossi says, so Yossi takes this step further. In order of Yossi, how do you hang him? You take a beam and you lean it against the wall. What's the difference between Rabbi Yossi and the Chachamim? The Chachamim are saying you take a beam and you plunge it into the ground. Rabbi Yossi is saying no, that's too much of a process as well, because that requires you then after the hanging is complete to uproot the beam. Rabbi Yossi says the beam has to be immediately buried right after again the act of hanging has taken place. But Rabbanan will say the act of taking your beam out of the ground is totally significant, and therefore again they hold it to be in the ground. Loma, if they not said kind of Mashalo, so there's a little video of Mashalo. Ultimately, again, to what you want that we take your body down so quickly. And what is it mean for us? He says, Yishrei Achim to which is to be compared to two brothers who are twins. Beat your Achim, so both of the brothers live in one city. After me, after Achim left the list, there was one brother who came to and another brother became a robber. See, Amara, Gitalo. So what happens? So after what happens? One of the brothers, ultimately again, his brother, was found guilty of a crime, and therefore subsequently hung. Kalara also Omer, Amela Kalu. Whoever sees the heap hanging, he looks exactly like the king. So whoever walks by is going to say, "Oh, the king has been hanged." So Gemara, Sira Hamara Kalu. The king therefore commanded that the body be taken down. Now what's the story of the mashal? Actually, we'll say it's actually a very beautiful idea. Man is made in the image of his body. So when man is hanging, the Nibolo Shemar is hanging as well. Therefore, this is the Raisa, we do it, or we do it quickly, we take the body down immediately. Really, because Gemara says that the result of the segregation is that the Gemara was like, already there. My mashal. So what's the inference over here? Amar Abaye, Iman, the Amar Chalness. So let's remember again, the Gemara over here is quoting Rabbi Meir's statement. And Rabbi Meir said, Isha Sha'adam Mitzvah, when a person is in distress, Shina Ma'omeres, Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Mizrohi. We're raising a drasha on the word Kilalas Elohim. What is Kilalas Elohim? Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Mizrohi. So what does that mean? Said Rabbi, Shemaim Amar, Kal-less. Kilalas is like when it says Kal-less. Kal-less means it is not light. My head is not light. My body is not light, which is another way of saying my head feels very heavy. My body feels very heavy. So this is a lesson of stress. I'm going to love it. I don't know if you Kaveh alai lo shi, Kaveh alai lo anybody. Why don't you just say my head is very heavy, my body is very heavy. Why do you have to say Kilalas, Kal-less? It is not right. Which was Amarava, Shemai Amar Kil Li Alma. It's like one who says the world, it's like one who says the world ultimately again is very light. As you know, it's like Alma, right? So the Kana, the any road to the house is really fast. Let's say sometimes when a person feels overwhelmed, so instead of saying the world feels like it's crushing down on me, they use a metaphorical expression of the world is very light. Which is everybody will be thought, one second, I need that hustle. The lesson is not covered. Was it teaching a general principle that a person is only executed or a person is only hanged for situations where they push up on the powerful, like Abu Zara or the Gabi. That's the case, which the Gemara says, in King Yema Kramikalo, my Kilalas. Ve'ema,
cooling off the Gaza. As I said, the entire process comes into this question. In case, name up kilos. My kilos, why does he use the expanded Russian? Therefore, what's the kilos? We're going to two things. Number one, that the only people who are hanging the individuals who turn Sakadish Baruch, i.e., Avodah Zorah, and Midgadi. And number two, I will say, we bring this idea that when the person is in distress, the Shekhinah is in distress as well. So we learn this incredible soul. That when even the Russia is in distress, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Kilas Elokim Talui, Kali Roshi, Kali Zo'ah. When we suffer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu suffers alongside us. For those who know, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, Mishnah, Mishnah, Yochai, Minayin, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, how do we know that if a person leaves his loved one unburied overnight? How do I know that he's violating the clause of Mishnah? But again, that halacha is you have to bury him. You have to bury him immediately. You can't L'malin esrei, so over below sasa. From here we learn that God, that one goes ahead and leaves his loved one unburied overnight, but ultimately again he is in violation of a low sasa. We could argue about another version of this thing. I'm going to go from the showing of life. Remed Kura Machar now. Let's say I just have a different version of this exchange. And in this exchange, they're asking the question: from where do we see a scriptural allusion to the idea that we bury dead people? How do we know that a dead person is supposed to, a person who dies is supposed to be buried in the earth? Where do we see that concept? The pasuk says, "You shall surely bury him." Because Remes the Kura Menachem. Maybe see I will say, I can't remember. I was like, was interesting when you found it. The Torah never says. Davar Shema Moshe Lemor, bury dead people in the earth. Torah never says that. We're learning that from the inference. The pasuk says, when you stone someone, you shall hang them. Don't leave the body hanging overnight. You shall bury him on that day. So Torah is telling us that when you take the body down, you bury the man. So therefore, again, from here we see that the Torah wanted it to be that you bury a person in the earth. I'm going to show you now the word Kama. So, Rabbi Shavar Malka, striking Shapur, ask for some of the following questions. So, King Shapur, ask Rabbi Kama, where in the Torah does it say that you have to bury a person in the ground? Ishtik, but Kama didn't say anything. Didn't answer. Amar Yaakov, Im Sar Amma B'Yada Titik Shoy. The world has been given over to the hands of the Jews. So what Yaakov says is a kind of why didn't you answer? The Bible name of Kikavar. Because you said the pasuk says Kikavar forever. You have to bury him. To which the Gemara says, maybe Kikavar means what? That means you have to put it in a casket. Kikvarenu lo mashmalah. So we'll say, so why? So ultimately, again, why did Rabbi give this answer? Because he felt that King Shapur would not have accepted this answer. King Shapur would have said ultimately again that Kikavor means you have to bury him in a casket. And Kikvarenu, that's where do you see from that means burial in the earth. And therefore, again, the Kama doesn't respond to King Shapur. Naomi did it for so we'll say, so this is actually very interesting. Why don't you say that we could find a fact that the Torah mandates burial in the blind house? Because ultimately, again, from tzaddikim, of course, tzaddikim, we see throughout the Torah that there are examples of righteous people who are buried in the earth. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe that's just the minhag. He says that's an obligation. Maybe just the minhag is that we bury people in the earth. One second, the Akra was buried in Moshe. One second, we also buried Moshe in the earth. And he buried Moshe in the earth. And he buried Moshe on a mountain, but that's burial in the earth. Maybe after the start, we did it on a video. And I'm thinking that this is buried people in the earth. And it's a minhag. It's not necessarily a halacha. Toshma. Pasuk says, also over here, we was talking about Avia ben Rabbi. We'll say the halach, the Rabbi said to Rabbi from the back. It was incredible. Rashi Malachai Yisrael. First Malachai Yisrael. He introduced such a relative that we couldn't even know. The Rabbi said that his entire family was going to be right. That's not only that, they're not even going to marry the But the Rabbi has a son who was righteous. His name was Avia. And Aviyah was told by the Rabbi Ahiyah. So this Aviyah was the son of the Rabbi, and Ahiyah Shimon is the Rabbi. And Ahiyah only says that Aviyah, because he was the tzaddik,
will be eulogize and properly buried. So what do you think? Now he tells him he's going to be buried in the ground. So he's going to be buried people in the ground. Which is the Gemara says, below Yishtanim in Haga. Maybe that's just that's the minhag. Give me the bracha. It should be buried in the course of the minhag. Below Yishtaktu, below Yikfiru. The dominant of the Adama. So ultimately, again, this is by Rabbi, speaking to the people of Anatot. Right? So the people of Anatot, because they're of the Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, it would be like that. You wouldn't marry buried. So we see from here, the Rabbi says you're going to give a second marriage burial. Tells us that what? That burial ultimately, again, in the ground, is what we should think. You're the son of the Minhag. The Rabbi is saying that ultimately, again, they won't be buried in accordance with the Minhag. It's almost like the idea is what we were driving at over here. We're trying to figure out. The Gemara brings a bunch of examples of people who were buried in the ground. The Gemara tries to say, you see that the fact that people are buried in the ground tells us that what? That the halacha is you bury people in the ground. The Gemara says, no, maybe not. Maybe all that's saying is that's the middle.
Observations that Shab made about doing comedy in Texas to be true.
That there's an obligation for everyone. Let's just do one more like this topic for today. They don't
make you wear a mask and all that shit. Like, you don't gotta be woke.
Ultimately, again, is that Mishon Zion? Or look at Rashi and Mishon Zion. So he's bars of the end of Shiru, Mason Yakov, that was a gift of Zion to the deceased to his family.
That's
The
the first
body would just sit
you'd be
there
surprised.
and decompose it.
Jamal, the Asian
Or
Jamal.
is the act of burial considered to be a
I think
kapara
my favorite joke
or
is
the
North Korea with the
deceased?
beach.
So the Gemara says,
That is a pretty
the
good
Gemara says, now again,
I think so.
how
That
is
might be
burial a
mine. I like
kapara?
Mr.
Rashi
Holmes a
says,
lot.
yes, you can be having a kapara
That
back
sticks out to me personally.
Shemoridi
And I'm glad that we can celebrate the special itself on a glorious day like
greatest
this.
sin that some person contends with.
Dude, Alan, you gotta
is guidance.
if I can be so bold as to give you advice, I think you gotta do the acid improv.
We bury him deep in the ground. So
I think you gotta do that, dude.
is burial out kapara for the deceased, or is burial out zion for the loved ones? So much the light out. What's that? Is the Amr lo ba'im on the food? Let's say if a person leaves in his will. I don't want to be buried. I love my bed. Just leave me on my bed. Right? And I don't bury me.
And also, I know you about the
I want to stay there. Don't go ahead and bury me. So what's that look like? Well, you're looking for the house guy, bro. Yeah, I'm going to go to the end. If you say that burial is in order to go ahead and prevent the Zion, prevent the embarrassment of the family members.
Did you see the thing that Moses Storm did when he did the acid
because the
improv,
mice say, yeah,
like the IG story?
Embarrassing for the family. The Amit Mishum
I
Kapara,
should have asked
ultimately they're going to do Mishum
I
Kapara.
didn't think about that. Moses,
Say,
he
I don't
had a
want the
show.
Kapara. So what's
Yeah,
the skip
The
some night?
acid
So
improv,
again,
and he
we'll see
posted this really funny video of how like how honored he was to be doing it,
righteous
and
people
he
are very
didn't include like the most
Kapara.
offensive shit of it. It's sort of like pretending to cry, and then at the end he put us in it. And I was like, oh shit. And that's how you get our favorite.
Of course,
It's
in
including us in any way, shape,
Adam
That's how we
in
know
Adam in
It's
Tzaddik
again,
Baruch
if you want to not be on, you have to be on the Patreon or be friends with us.
Ultimately, again, I
Otherwise,
said
you're
there's no
bot.
such thing as being the most righteous of people who has not committed Madeira, therefore doesn't need Kapara. So what's the real passing?
So you gotta do it too.
His
That's what I'm
burial
saying.
really serves both of these purposes.
Please make a
Burial
video.
serves as a
Acid
Kapara.
improv.
The burial is also there in order to avoid the desire of the family. Therefore, even if a person wants to leave, it's Sabah is his will. But he does not want to be buried. We ignore that Sabah because even though he has certain rights to God in himself, he doesn't have the right to go ahead and cause his family embarrassment. Therefore, we will bury him. But we have to understand we are still left with our fundamental question, which is what? From where do we know that there's an obligation to bury? We see now that there's a minhag to bury. That's the minhag of Olam. From where do we know obligation to bury the grandparents?
I'm not sure at the moment. Right now. That's the one.
Can you tell that just from the visuals without, or the
Yes, we're
All
almost
right,
there.
we'll say good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Production pay Tilson Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shemot Joshua this year as is.
Rabbi Soros tells for Am Yisrael, a week of learning sponsors by Aryeh and Sarah Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Livracha, whose Shiva is currently being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Prince Shamo have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama, and that Yoni sponsor, the Ilui Nishmas, Erwin Krimis, when Livracha passed away yesterday, whose Shiva is also being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Nishamo have an Aliyah and his family in the Chama. Let's do that. Let us begin. All right, we are going to be a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is Memhei 45. We are picking up on the Dalit Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. So remember again, he's left up in the middle of the story of Yeshua and the Malach. Right? The Malach appears to Yeshua, tells Yeshua, I'm here because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Tamid yesterday, the daily offering. And number 2, now it's at night, you should have been learning Torah. And instead, you're going ahead and be taught the Talmud Torah. Okay, during the day, you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. Now you should be learning. And again, and Yeshua says, for which one did you come?
You're not like.
Right, for which one? Right, what is the instruction for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Atabasi. I came out for the Talmud Torah. I came out because you're not learning. So what happened? Yeshua literally, Pasuk says, Yeshua slept literally that night in the valley. What does that mean? He slept in the valley of Halacha. Meaning Yeshua said, Chevra, take out the Yisrael, take out the Gemara, you started to learn now, the knowledge is because you're not learning. Everybody lets you get to work. What do you see there? You see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Shabbat. People say, what a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? It means that you merit. There's a force that one accused from learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah. That's why they just on a basic level makes so much sense. Remember, offering of Kabbalah is something that someone else does for me. It's true. I feel it when it's important. When I say I'm not active, Torah is something that I'm actively engaged in. Also, really just a profound we have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of Rabbi. I come out of my Muslim. What do they do with the person? In our following person. Don't be quick to fight. And what are you doing when your friends from the East? Riv Esreacha, have an argument with your friends if you need to. The Sod Achar Al Tagil, but don't reveal the secrets of the other. So what does it say? Lech Emon Lehem Yisrael. And Rothschild was upset with Klal Yisrael. So he says to Yecheskel, go and say the following thing to Klal Yisrael. Go and tell them, Avicha Ha'amori V'Inecha Chitas. So this is actually pretty intense over here. Go and tell them, your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. Now this is a reference to the fact that Abraham and Sarah came from the Gentile nations. Hashem is like upset with Klal Yisrael. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. So look, so literally against spirit. Rashi points out this was the Malach Gabriel. The Malach Gabriel says,
Stop talking about anything in this is awesome. We're talking with Walsh about like a reality show. That was the new idea he had. The shop reality show, but I still think they're going to puppy documentaries, but
go ahead and embarrass them. You know, listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with, but don't reveal the secrets of others. The Rishus because Gabriel have the right to speak to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this way. So the Gemara says, and don't mess with everything, Shalosh Shemos Yeshlo. Gabriel has 3 names. Hiskin, Shitman, and Sigmund.
He
Piskin,
did almost
Shaposik
host Fear
Bar
Factor
Quater
like
Malo.
Ludacris.
Piskin because
Or like
again, literally
Ludacris
he
being
measures
in
his
that.
words towards
It's
himself. In other
another.
words, that he's
You know what show I
unironically
unironically I love now is The Floor.
Sha'otim
You ever watch The
Avalon
Floor?
Israel. It was a shut out the others of Klal Israel. Sigron, Kevan Shesagar, Sogar Shuk once again, once Kavil says the conversation is over, the conversation is over. Incredible. So you know, says this Hayaro Shachalo Batzar. Amar Rabbi Lazar, the older expression, so this pasuk is from Eov. This pasuk is from Eov. Now, literally translated over here, what's happened is Eov's friends, well, there's this interesting conversation after Eov is suffering, and there's all these interesting conversations between Eov and his friends, where his friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering, right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say to Eov, had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? Rabbi Lazar, the only yaktim of the tefillah of Sarah. Moses, if you found Gemara, a person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shemole moetim aron tefillah to Sarah in Beis El Uben Ha'ai or in Shtayim Yishe Yisrael Surid had Avinu not proactively daven in the area between Beit El and Ai, Klal Yisrael would not have been saved. That refers to, remember again, that's the war.
And they are experts in different categories, and there's a randomizer that picks one or two people, and they battle against each other. So it's like a picture of like whatever, like let's say it's history and R&B artists. So like if it's R&B, the history guy goes against R&B, and it'll show a picture of like Blind Night, and they go back and forth, and if they get the answer wrong, you lose time. There's a timer. And it goes, it's all this category. It's fucking, I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show.
The casualties have been much worse. Your cities can minimize casualties to the proactive silos of Abraham.
He's like, I love Usher, BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music. Oh,
introducing us to a different dynamic of Siva, which is proactive.
But yeah, no, The Floor, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub.
Something's wrong. I need something. There's crisis. I daven, which is incredibly profound as well. Now the Gemara says because the
What other shows can he host?
the avoda
What other
is
game shows?
while things are calm, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change. So davening to the Ribono Shel Olam to be a proactive, stabilizing force so that things should not go off the rails. I'm not even that. Or it's beautiful sense of Tziva. The Shagger says, I mean, it's asking the Tziva, sorry,
I'm not sure about that one.
it actually says,
What's the capital of Massachusetts?
Boston.
He
Anyone
doesn't even know.
davens his intensity here in this world,
Boston.
so the celestial.
But I guess that's what was the suitcase show where there's money and you probably tell people the
in
amounts
the
by
heavens
accident.
have the ability to act against it. Yochanan says the only Vakish Adam Rachim, Shihu HaKoma Ansin as Kofo. I'm sorry. The only Vakish Adam Rachim, Shihu HaKoma Ansin as Kofo. Ba'al Yehu Lo Tzayin U'Yimala. So this is a very beautiful
It's
Gemara.
funny when he makes fun of Shop, but I've been kind of saying he sucks. He's like, I don't understand why people like him.
שיסעו מלאכי השרת לבקש רחמים ושלא יהיו לו מסתירים מלמעלה. והלכי משמע יעצור says beautiful. A person should always ask when they daven. A person should say, I should have siyata b'shmaya in the celestial sphere. Malachim should help me. Malachim should chas v'shalom not work against me. So Gemara's like this in general are quite, if you look at the lecture of Rashi, שיסעו מלאכי השרת לבקש רחמים. The Malachim should help to ask for compassion for me. There should not be any persecuting forces above. The Hani Mashma Yarok Shlach in Basra. So say in general, Gemara's like this always quite interesting because this notion that Malachim help me, Malachim are against me, soliciting angelic assistance above. Is this appropriate? Is this not appropriate? So it happens to be part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malachim within our tefillos and things like that. But the Gemara is over here. So the person should realize in any given moment there are so many different wheels that are turning. Ask for help. Ask for help. Like ask for assistance from the Malachim. Absolutely beautiful. So
So say so again, you must think about it. You should keep it all vidui. How do you know that vidui works? And when a person does vidui, a person confesses their ideas, that vidui itself has
that's one thing I do
curative
like
effect
about
on the individual.
Mandel is that
Shneimar,
you're
Yeshua,
making these lines from like younger people. So like whether they're like Gen Z staffers, they're like, okay, here's the subreddit. They say this is in the sink, he has mangina, and that Mandel's like, say less, I got
just
this
as you
man.
have uprooted
And
us,
then he goes,
Hashem will uproot you today.
oh yeah, here we are. Sorry, I've never lost over here. Oh yeah,
Hashem was
it's
telling
wheeling and dealing.
today you will be uprooted. You will be punished in the next world.
Alan is very good at stand-up, guys. He's very funny stand-up comedian. As you've seen on Conan O'Brien.
All five of these individuals have a portion of some
Hey, Paul, see your club too. Yes, it'll fit in my fridge. You know this band now where like anytime somebody says something negative, we call them a bot. Yeah.
So
If it's
why
not
referential
referential
enough,
enough or
because he
then we say
acted
that
like
they're a bot.
somebody.
He
This
says,
goes
oh,
back to
I'm a bot in
yesterday's
the chat.
daf that
Yeah,
remember
we're
again,
bots.
Achan committed
We don't know how
many
to get rid of
different averos. One of the things that the Gemara accuses
What do
him
you do with bots?
of was Nara Murasa. He engaged in an immoral, adulterous relationship. The last Gemara said, others say, the Kadavash Zimishno. Others say, no, his name is Zimri. The Labani Krishna offers. Why was it called Afan? She'ichin Avonosehem Shal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused the sins
I gotta tell you,
to
being on
wrap
stream
around
this long,
Klal Yisrael like a
easiest thing I've ever
snake.
done.
His sin ultimately enveloped all of
It's very
Klal
hard.
Yisrael.
People keep commenting like,
So also
Cody
saying the
seems
power of
sick.
vegan. Power of vegan. Remember that just
Cody's
like
tired.
this. The Rambam
He'll
is
fall
down.
asleep.
Down.
You know.
Kishiyasa Tshuva, but Rambam Hilchot Tshuva, Halacha Aleph. Rambam says, Kishiyasa Tshuva v'yashav v'yakel, chayiv v'skadas. The first step in Tshuva is confession. Why is that the first step in Tshuva? So Kippur takes us first of all, because of Tshuva, to do a Kippur,
We'll see how long the devices work.
at the end of the day, before you
17
confess it,
hours.
it's not real. If I don't confess it, it's in my mind, and again, what happens over time is, I'm able to somehow justify. I can able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of rework it, remake it, retool it in my mind, and it depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it if I'm really good at even making it into a mitzvah. Right? And after enough time, I can even begin to think of myself as a tzaddik. You know, so the power of confession is confession makes the sin
running water, and
I
it's all because
acknowledge
of
the fact
the
that I
size
did
of bird
something
shit.
wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. If I acknowledge it and make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it. That's the power of vegan.
And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers.
Right? Isn't that interesting? The Gemara over here is talking about the idea that vegan is mechaper. So listen, if you think about that confession account, how does that make any sense? If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retooled the way that I live. But I don't know, what do you see? The act of having enough personal courage to be able to take a step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't do anything, or even if there's no action, there has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still tremendous accomplishment. Incredible amount. I was just about to. The Gemara says, "Eno yochom, eno does as follows: we use over the nakos atzmam. I be nakos. Let's remember again." So the Gemara said. So if you remember again, the end of the Mishnah, was talking about this idea. That what happens if a person doesn't know how to do vegan? Let's know how to do vegan. So what happens? The person should just say, "Teheni sasi kapara," right? My death should be a kapara. So then the Mishnah ended off. The Mishnah ended off that Rabbi Yehuda says, if Reuben, call him Reuben, right? Reuben's guy didn't let out the execution. Reuben knows that he is innocent. So Reuben could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos,
except for this Avera, because I didn't do it. So then the Chacham said back to Yehuda, if that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Good. Be not gossip. Who cares? Let everybody say it. Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. Say, my death should be a kapara for every Avera except this one. And I didn't do it. But what does it matter to us? Because it doesn't look right. At a certain point, it looks like the king dispersions on additional abilities of things. Because at the end of the day, every single thing was going to be executed. Says, I didn't do it. The Allah is strange. The Allah even, I only even as well. Also listen to this story. Tell me about it. Nice about him, but she lots of it. There was once a guy who was being led out to be executed. Amar, in which the Abozelo came to Sassi Kapara, the Kolabon. So listen to this statement this guy made. He's about to be executed. And he makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this other, if I was executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my others. Then any of the other ones, but if I don't have this to any Sassi Kapara, then ultimately I can allow my death to be an atonement for all of my others. If I did this Avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this Avera, my death should atone for everything. We're basing the Parashah on Nukin, and again, and listen to this, and this guy said, you know what, and I hereby, Payson just did their best. Payson did their best, so I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, but the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying is obviously the guy knows what he was right. So he's doing two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this Avera, my death should atone for everything. If I didn't commit this Avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Beis Din accountable, right? Beis Din, they're just doing their job. They're processing the information. Nothing else for them to do. But the agent, they should never be fined for goodness. Not in this world and not in the next. So what happens? Obviously, this was startling. This was very startling. Because the guy was really willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this Avera, his death should not be a kapara. Very startling. So now, the basic purpose, they didn't know what to do. So to bring it back to the exam, retry the case. You can't do that. It's already issued the verdict. Hello, they already gave Torah, the Sabbath, what happened? And again, Beis Din did their best. Really, what's happening over here is the yoke is going to be suspended around the neck of the agents. That's obvious. But he was like, at one point, no, I'll say what happened over here. What happened over here is, so it's obvious. In other words, look, obviously it's a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes that statement doesn't mean we're going to reverse the din. In other words, the din is the din. Obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. Well, there's nothing else for us to do. Knowing what happened over here, the witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, right, the witnesses wanted to recant. So it says, Gemara says, who cares? There's a principle in Eagles. What's the principle in Eagles? No vaccines. That's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, the witnesses wanted to retract, and they wanted to explain why they were retracting. Now maybe they have a rationale. But why they were, oh no, we thought about it a little bit more. We're going to say, halacha is, eventually, once a person gives testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end of the story. Even if they have good reason to go back and give a whole story, like give a whole myself, a whole explanation, nevertheless, we don't go ahead and let them go back. And what they have to do, where it says, said the Bayanetza, like the story of tax collector. I'm going to record it separately later on. This is an overwhelming story. It's brought down in Rashi. The Rashi is two columns on this page because that entire left-hand column is pretty much one Rashi. It goes from the top to the bottom. I'm going to record it later on in their session as a separate piece because it deserves its own time. But if I have any shot finishing today,
going to say before the Rabbi answers him, but it is a tremendous story. All right, the most like that's the end of that sugya. The power of vidui, the power of confession to God and effective atonement all by itself. Tremendous. Says the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, they're leaving him out. They're leaving him out to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole video, that's when the whole confession process occurred. Now they're gathered on this way. So what happens? Now she did also, that's what so they tell him to take off his clothing. So the Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see. This is not a degradation. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. So when they pour out the way they tell them to undress. Remember that Isha Mechassan also made a Isha made a Chanel, so the Uda said like this. A man just had something, a little piece of cloth covering in front of the body, and that was enough. For a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and I don't know, but some monochrome from the come say, I each miss for Aron, they are showing scholars from the hundreds of comes in the only fear of stoning unquote, ultimately by a man. A woman is always going to be executed, she's always executed. Okay, top of men, hey, 45, here we go. Ish Mechassan also paragraph in the front of. So we do the holes. It's just so much fun. We do the holes. That everyone is stoned unclothed. A man can piece of clothing just covering his muckle, right? And a woman has two articles of clothing covering her front and her back. So come say, come see a man is clothed naked and a woman is not. My time ago, obviously is not clothed. What's at the root of the so my time, what's the logic of the Rabbanon who say that only a man is stoned unclothed when a woman is executed clothed? The Ragmu also, because it says they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? Even my also, if you want to say that the din of skiva only applies to a man and doesn't apply to a woman, but it says Sa'ishahu, always Sa'ishahu. The pasuk explicitly says that they will take out the man or the woman for stoning. To which the Gemara says, Elamai also, rather, what does also mean? Or so below Kasuso. What it means is that there's a special sin of skiva by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What's the special sin of skiva that applies to a man, not by a woman? Ultimately, clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed, but a woman is stoned in clothing. I, the Gemara says, so below Kasuso, ha'osa b'ksusa. Okay, so we say that's the Chachamim. That's the Malach Lamaisa. Again, go ahead and stone a man. How does clothing a woman drink her clothing? So the locus so loshna ish, loshna isha. And he says no. So is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothing. Like that's halacha. So the Gemara says it doesn't matter a man, it doesn't matter a woman. Name Ra. They will say now here's what's interesting. Let's try to allow this.
And you're on tour with Vampire.
The name of the Gemara says is this to imply to Rabbanan Chayshi Li'Yiva, Rabbi Yehuda Lo Chayshi Li'Yiva. They'll say, now here's what's interesting. Even though what's happening over here, Rabbanan and Rabbi Yehuda both dashing right there, literally again, it's just a question of how you're dashing. The Gemara says maybe there's something deeper over here. Maybe, right, the Chachamim are concerned, ultimately again, the Chachamim are concerned that if you go out, especially by a woman, and stone her unclothed, there are other people present. So maybe again, seeing a woman unclothed will go ahead and awaken certain inappropriate desires within her. And therefore, that's what we're concerned with here. So the Rabbanon who are concerned, Rabbi Yehuda who is concerned for that. The Rabbanon who are concerned for that, therefore say a woman is always stoned, is always stoned clothed. Right? And Rabbi Yehuda seems not to be concerned for that. Is that what's happening over here? Yet, we learned actually just the opposite. Only just the opposite. So this is by social. It's not. Going over just going again, social is going to be expected of adultery. And there's an entire process. She's brought before the king. There's the entire mixture of the waters. So we go ahead and give her to drink. Give her to drink from the waters. So as part of the process, the coin mixes her clothing. Coin mixes her clothing. It's not a coin opens to the gut out. The coin holds on to the clothing. In nikru, they care. In nifru, Asha Megala Asliba Vasosa Sala. her heart is exposed, and they undo her hair. Her hair is braided, they undo the braids of her hair. And the Yehuda says, okay, that's not funny. Interestingly enough, what that means is, in the social process, it is possible that a woman will be in some state of being unclothed, some state, and that Rabbi allow it. And the Yehuda says, in Hayya Liba Noah, Lo Hayya Megalayim. So the Yehuda says, if she is an attractive woman, we don't do this. In Hayya Sarah Noah, Lo Hayya So, ultimately, again, if her hair was attractive, we also don't undo it. So the Gemara says, it sounds like over here, that Yehuda is the one who is kosher. Ultimately, again, if a man sees this sota in some state of being unclothed, is going to awaken desire. Right? And the Rabbanon seem not to be concerned for that. That directly contradicts what we just said over there. Also, right? Because in Arsa, the Rabbanon are saying, well, there was only women clothing on. And Rabbi Yehuda holds that no, she's in a partial state of being unclothed. So what's going on? Oh, Rabbi says, no. Hassan had a time of Shema Keitzi, the business that call these very perfect Luna. On the cockpit. So it's incredible. No. Here's the difference. The difference is in the case of the Sota, so what's going to happen? So she can come out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent, and it's interesting. The perfect Luna, the young Kohanim now we're concerned that what's going to happen. She's going to emerge from these right in the state. That's good. And what's going to happen? The perfect Luna are going to try to pursue her. And she comes out innocent. So what is punched for tonight? It's not that. So I mean, that's good also because she's a Sota, right? So that doesn't work that well. Right? So the nice again. So because ultimately again she could be found innocent, leaving the basin with concerns about potential immorality if they saw her in this partial state of being unclothed. Here in our Mishnah, we're talking about when he's going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. So the rest of the tema, Asil Isaluye Bachra, something incredible. So maybe you should be concerned about Sila, because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so okay, fine. So nothing's going to happen with this woman. She's going to have to be executed. She's famous for saying the banality of evil. To do immoral things with other women, or just immoral things in general. Because then you kind of look at so the play was her interrogated. So it's like her and then a soldier. So Papa could be shot at the soldier. What's the tradition? Okay, it's a horror only takes
what are you doing in the library?
In other words, but Rabbi seems to say like this: seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for immorality with someone else. Seeing a person awakens a desire for immorality with that person that's seen. It doesn't. It's not essentially. What Rabbi is saying is immorality is non-transferable, right? In other words, it applies to what you see.
His lawyer sometimes ridiculous. He has like a fun prop pebble or something like that.
Such a fascinating, incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with Soka. The concern over here ultimately, again, is immorality. With the woman that you're seeing in a state of being unclothed. But if she's going to be executed, there's no further concern about that. Amy Sahara Sholet, Ella the Misha English. Sahara only goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, or if you're not seeing it, then there's not even a tremendous. So again, Rava says, one second. You're opposing this as a contradiction to Yehuda. There's also a contradiction in the positions of the Rabbanon. I'm sorry. Okay, so we just answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabban Nami Kasha. I'm going to cross the nose through Kavanashim. Below Sena. So ultimately, you're going to say, so remember the Pasuk says, Rabbi is going to say, all of this is done, so that by the execution is in order to go ahead and give a message to other people. So at the end of the day, the person is not going to come to sin when they see a woman in the partial state of being unclothed and executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of Musa. So remember that the came up the other day, Kati. So maybe we should do both. Maybe we should go ahead. and halacha l'maisa compromise them both ways, namely execution and also today's being unclothed. Rav Nachman, Amakra, Yehachtamei Achal Kamocha, Barer Lo Nisayah. So this is incredible. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says no. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to be maked on their dignity. If you're not on their dignity, so I say, isn't this incredible? What is that? How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha b'hakir.
Is there any pictures of shopping at graduation?
If you're executing someone about saying, thoroughly, if you're executing someone, what does that usually say about the person? Not good. Right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kinds of situations, right? A lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being led out to the base of skila, you're not a good person. Precautions. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, even though we've seen the whole thing, the base has been advocating for you, the system is advocating for you, yet no one can examine you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. So it probably means. Even for the Jew, he's not a good guy. There's a halacha. What's the halacha? V'yahavta l're'acha kamocha. I have an obligation to love him like I love myself. How does it manifest? What it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering or minimize the degradation that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be, for a woman, we're not going to execute her unclothed. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unclothed, but we're still going to cover the area of his milah. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity, ultimately, again, to a degree. Even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and preserve. So let's say, if there's a mitzvah of the person who is liable to a death penalty, how much we have to love each other as well. Also, we get into such divisiveness, we get into such strife, and such negativity within colleagues over what? Over hashkafic differences, different differences. We'll say at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love each other. We have to love the person who's being led out to be executed. How much I have to love the Jew, no matter how different he or she is. Incredible Gemara. So in order to later Rav Nachman tonight, maybe Rav Nachman's statement ultimately is machlokes tonight, which the Gemara said low. Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So let's say, what are they arguing about? Mar Sabar is only the Inish Adifai Tfei Minecha Bigufei, Umar Sabar Necha Bigufei Adifai Vision. So let's say this is actually very profound. The Gemara says this, everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Namely, you have to learn Akal Kamocha, find, make sure that when you have to execute someone, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. So here's the shayla. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Right, in other words, if you give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less, which one will people choose? Will people choose the preservation of dignity with more physical pain or less physical pain but the compromising of their own dignity? That's not focus on. Let's remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Skila is more painful. Or I could shed the clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So as the Gemara suggests, this is so profound. Which one do people prefer? If you look at Rashi says that we are going to get other things. Lomar, other than in the pay, you need to be the pay. Look up, no, should be sucked up in the disha. The tisha lovers. The Alpha got the Kitzara the Gufas. Wasn't he's not focused on this. Not focused on the person. Like, well, of course, you have everyone agrees that that's like Kamocha. It's not focus on human nature. That's which is such a fascinating focus. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise the dignity of another person. But sometimes I gotta keep my dignity and suffer physical pain rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit uncomfortable. It's such an incredible use. So there's so many halachos over here, not just of how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to like them all. You have to love people no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you're vehemently disagree with them. Number one. Number two,
This is why we have to be so careful about how we treat the dignity of another. So you see from there, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather even suffer physically, but keep their dignity, and to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basis very gavash te komos. Okay, now as I sit out, it's fascinating by the way. These Mishnahs literally again, we're going through a journey. It's almost like overwhelmingly, we're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with the accused. So what happens? Basis skila, hayagavash te komos. The basis skila was 2 stories high. Remember again, the way skila worked, we saw before the story you push a person off a high roof. If he would die, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. Watch the eyes. It didn't go for a Muslim. So we'll see this more in depth. One of the witnesses, the way it would work is the accused would stand a kind of like, we'll call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. Which makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to carry out the execution. They would push him by his torso, by his foot. They push him by the sides, and they push him off the roof. So the Gemara says, if the contractor hits the ground, he falls right on his chest, he will turn on his side. The emace bar, and ultimately again, if he died as a result of impact, yatsa. In other words, you might have thought that in order to be Yossi Skila, you have to throw a stone, but you gotta get a pebble, you gotta get something in there. Then you might have no. If he dies from impact, that's Skila also, the enough. What if he didn't die in impact? So again, remember, this first witness pushed him off. The second witness, Hashem knows also, the second one goes in and takes the stone, and literally again puts it on his heart, which means throws it on the guy. It makes by yourself. So again, if he dies from the first stone, then what he does. So then again, more people get involved, and the group begins to stone him. Those are fascinating. Good, says the Gemara. Remember again, now it's true the base of skila 3 stories high. Plus, remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from even a larger height. And we find it pretty high. Why do you need such a tall structure? So the Gemara says, after all, ma bar bar pit has the ability at a depth of 10 tefachim. 10 tefachim. So the Gemara says that even a height of 10 tefachim, which actually seems to be relatively low amount, even a height of 10 tefachim has the ability to cause someone to die from impact.
My friends in the group
you're right. If you die from a fall of 10 tefachim, the chances are you won't, and you're just going to get very, very badly hurt.
Can I get some support?
The idea, and that will cause pain. The idea over here is we want there to be a fall that is high enough that the probability is that a person is going to die. That's what we want. That's what we want. So the Gemara says, therefore, Allah kill him in a way that minimizes the pain. So if that's the case, put him on a 10-story building. Right? Put him on a 10-story building. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, no, because remember, the issue is if it's too high, the body will become intensely mangled, right? Mangled. And again, that would be a lack of cover ultimately again to the base as well. So we find this middle area. So in general, how do we know that the accused, right? We're not accused. The guilty party is pushed off the building. On the Lomar, Yaro, as it says, pushed off. I know this. The Lomar Sakol, how do we know that it's both pushing and falling? On the Lomar Sakol, Yisakel, O Yaro, Yara. How do we know that if Allah he went ahead and he died as a result of impact? That's what you're saying. Hamalomar, oh, Yaro, Yara. The United States of the Goris, I know that this is true not just for the desert, but also for future generations. On the days, Hamalomar, Sakol, Yisaka. Okay, the in last week, that's when we work out to Adam. So the Gemara says, and it's not, remember, the guy doesn't die from impact.
So the second
Try not
witness
to be
comes
a bot.
along and
How about that? Try not to be a bot
takes the
challenge.
stone. No
Challenge
doubt
500.
back on Omer,
What's
Evan
say those things
Haisat,
are?
Masu
You know,
Shmei
the
Yashin. What's
thing
that?
where
Really
it's
makes
like
it sound like this.
challenge
First witness comes along, what does the first witness do? He's the pusher.
challenge
He's the
extra.
pusher. And then again, if Ruvain doesn't back from impact,
I don't think
the
this
second witness comes along,
like
and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. What's that about Tanya? It's one of those owners. Evan Haisasham must be Shnei B'nei Adam. Ultimately, again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by two people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a two-person thing. First Umar says, the no sna alibo, the no club no sna alibo, in Mason bar nasa. Tane tikshi yifa, must Shnei B'nei Adam, so you must say tikshi yifa, must Shnei B'nei Adam. So in reality, it was a heavy stone. It had to be lifted by both witnesses. No law, no sna alibo, elo, the midli la. What would happen? Both witnesses would lift up the stone together. The shadi lohu.
Do you guys hang out park outside the bot?
What happened? Both witnesses would lift it up together, but it would really be only one of them who would do the throw. Like essentially, actually points out to the thing that if two people try to throw something, what ends up happening? It doesn't go in a defined direction. There's two different forces acting on it. Right? The nice again, you can give that incredible piece. When two people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. There's two forces acting on it. Listen to our So therefore, again, when if Ruvain didn't die from impact, so what happens over here? So Allah again, the two of them together lift up the stone and they throw it down. But they lift it up together, but only number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. I want to point out a tremendous Muslim aspect of this. There are life-affirming lessons, even in execution. What do I mean by that? Because the thing about this is just a moment. In life, there are stones you have to live. Right? In life, there are things you have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to live. Right? And that's true, right? I need other people to help me live. You should only rely on other people to a certain degree. At a certain point in time, you gotta take ownership of getting the stone where it needs. Too often in life, we rely on other people from beginning to end. Right? I want to accomplish, but I need this one for this, I need this one for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. So you need other people to help you lift the stone of personalistic accomplishment. But at the end of the day, to get that stone where it needs to get, to accomplish the things you need to do, it's got to be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but the execution, right? The execution of your life goal, the execution of the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, direct it. It's got to be you and you alone. Tremendous. Life-affirming lessons, even in the midst of execution. Remember was like that. In law, redeem myself. The back hand, the olam Moshe Adam. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, but yet again, so remember, the Gemara says, if that first stone didn't work, and all of the Yisrael gets involved, the Gemara says it never happened. Never happened that you had a person who didn't die either from impact, or at least from impact, and then initial stone after that. So the Gemara says, that kind of like, it doesn't mean that they get it. Right? It doesn't mean that actually, again, they threw additional stuff. That's not what it means. What it means is you did stuff. In other words, if it needed, this is not what happened. In other words, here's the process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that Allah for the nice stuff, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then second he comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that works, then again, everyone else will use the stone. Now, did that ever happen? That they needed college to get involved in the stoning? No. But nevertheless, that's part of the process. Evan Heiss, about Evan Akash, Now, this is incredible. So the Mishnah made it sound like, again, there was a stone that was prepared for the second witness to throw if it was necessary.
says in Barak HaMerim Levaisa, Achos Even Sheniskal Bava, Achos Ev Shenitla Alav, the Echos Sai Shnei the Echos Rishon Chanakol, Kuban Barak. That's it, this is fascinating. After a person was executed, anything used in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. So the Gemara says over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used to stone, right? The rope that was used to strangulation, everything was buried with it. So it looks like that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? What it means is one stone per customer. In other words, that the Maisa, right, to execute the stone used in execution was buried along with it. And I love for Maisa, then if there was no execution, they would prepare a second stone. So you must be items would be buried with it. After all, we learned back any part of it. You wouldn't bury these items with it. They will say, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone. You don't really want the stone. Since it was used for execution, why? It's going to be a lack of covenant base. Because people are going to say, oh, that's like the stone that we put in. Right? That's the tree that they hang the shimon from. You don't want that. It's a lack of covenant. So you want to, yeah, they bury the stone along with the and then they prepare another one. Right? Okay, bury within that time we learned. In the garden, but we learned that you don't bury the item together with the mace. In other words, that's almost like you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a segregation for the mace. But the mace should be buried along with the buried item you executed with. Because you're right, Papa might be more with these up there. That doesn't mean that we put it in the kever. Like, in other words, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the kever itself. What it means is you're burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. How much more? Mikayada is impossible. Let's say again, we're is condemned to that. And before the execution is carried out, so one of the witnesses lost the hand. So if you lost the hand, then halach l'maisa, Reuben gets off on a technicality. My time, right? Reuben is part of my time. But Yada isn't Yeba Marishona, the letter. This is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant and the guilty party first. Therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Reuben goes through. Technicality. And when the Aka even in the Nekari, how can I be? So that's this tell you what, that people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's an amputee, doesn't have hands. So you can't go ahead and testify in the capital case. No, what it means is like this. I'm talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceedings, and they found them guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the death penalty is fine. So the answer is basically, Kamakun Shigis, Shigis, So here's the problem. What about the following situation? Witnesses show up in another case, right? Witnesses show up and they testify about the following. We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Reuven was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so were his witnesses. So he's showing up in the basin, talking about Reuven being found guilty in a different basin, and also again, and so-and-so were the witnesses. Now, listen, interestingly enough, how are they? They thought we just said the witnesses have to be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. That the hands captive, in this case, Reuben is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different basement. Shmuel said, no, actually, we're talking about over here, those second set of witnesses that show up, those are actually the original witnesses. Testified that Reuben was guilty. Anybody knows about What's fascinating about this is this is quite a literal interpretation of this, right? The Gemara is saying the Yad Ha'ivin Tiavo Barishona literally means that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first, right? The witnesses would push him off the side of the building by steel, and therefore the Gemara is literally saying if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Reuben goes free. So the Gemara says that is a pretty literal interpretation of the passage. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation
He's so funny.
So
He just
says,
arguing on
the Gemara says,
like, he fucking, you know it. It's fucking
all right,
mine.
anybody in the front, do we really need such a rule to most of us, I'm not going to go tell. Any other than these activity. Most of the ones that somebody kills someone else, all of us have to execute. Now, I only know that you have to execute him in a particular execution that the Torah highlights, right? How do I know? So let's say someone's high skila. Like, how do I know that if for some reason I can't administer skila, that I kill him any way that I can? In other words, for halacha, even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed misa that you execute him in a different way, most you must execute it. So what do you see from there? What you see from there is that halacha, even if a person does something, there's some latitude in it. Even the Torah says that Reuben is supposed to get skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give heret. Like that you give him heret. So you see from here that people don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly. We shiny house on the most of us. So that's not good. That's different. Why? Because there are both there's not the most of us. There's a lot of the plus, right? And the lot of the plus ultimately is most of us, which is a more general statement. So why don't you go ahead and learn after this? Let's just be the paradigm. Let's just be the paradigm. That even the Torah says something explicitly, it doesn't.
I feel like if the shape was just me sitting in this chair,
doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Like that's the other. Those are something you know. Because in reality, Rothschild and Gol Adam are both now. What's interesting about Rothschild and Gol Adam, we're going to see. These are both cases where the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. What's Shnei Ksiva B'Ayin Gaffa? Shnei Ksiva B'Ayin Gaffa is very important. I won't point out but I'm leaving it. When the Torah says something once, like that means that once is the paradigm. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that coming to tell you? That these two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. So the Gemara says, the first thing you're going to buy therefore, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is an exception and not particularly a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, the tells me that someone killed someone, Reuben killed Shimon, he's found guilty. What's the halacha? We have to kill him with skila. What if he can't give skila? Kill him however you can kill him. Right? So the Gemara says, Gola Adam speaks Gola Adam, you decide you Gola Adam, you mitzvah the Gola Adam. Right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. B'shogeg. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? Gola Adam, you go to Gola, but there isn't an avenger of blood. Who is an avenger of blood? Who is that? That's a relative of the person who was killed. So the Gemara says, how do we know? Mitzvah Gola Adam. You're going to go out. It's wild. How do we know? That let's say again, Shimon doesn't have any relatives, so therefore again, there's no Gola Adam. Beis Din appoints a Gola Adam. It's so interesting to see like what ties like that, right? Beis Din goes ahead and appoints a Gola Adam. So ultimately again, so you see from what do you see from here? Even the Torah says that it's that's for the Gola Adam who goes in. Who's a relative, but yet if there's no relative, Beis Din appoints us. What do you see in these two cases? Even though the pasuk explicitly says something, what we interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So the Torah says the person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of the Gol Adam. But if there's no Gol Adam, then what? Beis Din appoints it. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the pasuk literally. So we'll say, therefore, Shnei Ksiva B'Ayin Gaffa. Two instances speaking of the same thing, non-literal interpretation. But because it's stated twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. And if I'm also coming full circle, we now understand as what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skill? Who does it? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one one of the witnesses who comes in and she loses his hands, and what's the halacha? Ruvain goes free on a technicality. The most kind of technicality, incredible. So it says the Gemara only market Milo Ba'inon. Milo Ba'inon Krakidisif. Or do not need the positive. I was saying, we're going to stop over. By the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Yeah. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. Let's say you did fantastic. Right? We did it together, Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week on the same page, almost on the same page. Let's say what a week. I'm going to say such a tremendous success. I just want to point out one last piece. One of the most important sodas in all of this. What do you think? What do you think about it? It's like a stupid downer learning these gemaras. Like what do you do with all these gemaras execution? That's like always fun when you learn about death. What death does is learning about death creates the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So listen, what it has to really ingrain within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, Baruch Hashem, we are not, Baruch Hashem, no subject. If we learn, then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do. Every breath we have is tremendous gift from the Rebbe Shalom, and we just need to open that time. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos.
Did you see cowbell earlier? I
We have it. We got to figure. I mean, we invest in this. So we got to figure out a way.
What's up, Dallas? Texas. That needle's not touching this fucking temple, Daddy. The walk is skilled. I don't care what anybody says. It's a skilled walk.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shit to thank our annual college dollar sponsor for Production Day. Because the schools from the South Coast for all of the Amis, how I should look at it to see that is kind the car. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chaim Lichter, and we are Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, to call the Racha, who passed away earlier this week. Sorry, Chaim Torah sponsors for the South Dakota Mishpacha, for dedicating Shimon Joshua in memory of Amit Ben and David Levi, Zikor Bracha, Itai Rabbi, killed fighting and died on the first night of Hanukkah. Zakioli sponsors for today. Elio and Dwar Ramazbar, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, Zikor Bracha, and in honor of his son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. And I'm responsible for the release of the hostages today. And yes, I hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and B'Karav. Wasn't that we have a lot to do today? Couldn't hold this, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's dot is $9.44. We are actually picking up the red section of Menzino on the day 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. Hurry up, we're going to get Saskilo. Hurry up, we're going to Saskilo to Esther Abbas. When the convicted individual, called Ruben, right? So they're following along our progression. Ruben is accused of killing Shimon. Ruben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Ruben was approximately, when he was 10 hours away from the base of the execution spot, only law, they say to him, his mother commits
where's all the English money gone?
Alright, all the same
more English money.
She can then call him his mother.
Earlier, I accused an Indian man of sending us
to death by easy. To confess. Even though again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting Hebrew prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. Because anyone who
this video before you guys. You prepare for now, but has a portion in the world to come. She came out seeing by Achan. So we see by Achan. Now, who is Achan? So again, for those who stay a bit, when Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to that.
Back in the kitchen successfully, you need to go viral on Reddit.
We'll see more about that story just a little bit.
They can watch the stream for a little bit, and you gotta go right next to the clip.
So literally again, this is Yeshua saying to Achan, give covenant to Hashem, the God of Israel, the king of Yod Toda. Now, see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. It's not to see exactly what this particular statement means. But Yan Achan as Yeshua, so Achan answered Yeshua, and he said, oh no, I don't think I can see it, because those. So Achan said, when confronted by Yeshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so-and-so and so-and-so. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result, that he received atonement as a result of his deed? So you're just as you like destabilize us. Literally again muddy the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. So the Gemara says, it's only on this day, how you in this world that you are, so to speak, punished. You have to offer that you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that halacha because Achan did shukla, Achan did vidui. Therefore, ultimately, again, he is
don't burn yourself out,
being any of the other stuff, what happens when a person doesn't know how to do vidui? The same person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. On the road, so we see the name, and also the Talmud. Today, Yisasi Kapara Akol Avonosi. My death should be an atonement Akol Avonosi for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. So again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying. If you call vidui shtigmata when a person is dying, so there's a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says today we suffer kapara akol avonosai. So that again, this let this be a kapara on all my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the vidui. But the vidui says, in Hayyavera Shivim Zumam, the vidui says that at the end of the day, let's say you didn't know that he's innocent. Right? As much as David says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say he's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Selim Chesi Kapara Kora Volasai Chutzi Avonzah. You're going to say, my death should be atonement for all of my averos, except for this averos. You call Adam Omer King. So you says if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying the second again. So remember, Yehuda says essentially you say vidui before being let out, but if you believe you're innocent, you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, Yehuda, if you put that formation, everyone's going to say that. Everyone maintains their innocence, or these more people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So we're saying that Torah, not a Russian Bakasha. So interesting enough. So remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of sin vidui prior to go ahead and be guilty. So Yeshua says to Achan, please, he asks him not, question over here is, the Haggish not leave Naasi. After that, please tell me what happened.
You want to guess how many tabs I got open right now? Throw some numbers in the chat.
What is this?
How many tabs do I have on my phone?
So
So the Shema is
It's
the
way
cloud
higher than
says,
14.
the cloud says to Yeshua,
Way
cloud
higher.
Yisrael has sinned. Cloud Yisrael has sinned. I'm going to follow the Rebbe Shalom, Yichata. So
Let's see if
remember
anyone
again,
gets it.
Hashem was telling
That was
Yeshua
close.
that
Jesus. Oh, I got
someone
really
took
close.
from the spoils of
I got
Yericho
40.
who wasn't
Oh, it's very
supposed
close.
to.
Paul Kersey.
So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem,
Everybody,
tell me,
Paul Kersey,
who did
very
it?
close.
Who did it? Who took from the spoils? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? I'm going to make it Johnny. So this is Hashem to rock my snitch. Right, I'm going to tell you who did it. Let's have our brothers go and cast lots. Cast lots, cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was.
The fuck is this?
All of people are relatives. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast the lotteries. The Nafal HaGola Achan, and the Gola, and the lottery fell on Achan. Amar Yeshua. So Amar Yeshua. The Gal Achabar life. So now Yeshua confirms Achan. You and I haven't committed this other. So Achan said, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, Atam ve'Elazar Kohen Shtei Gidol Hadar Atam. You know, not get away from the ball after you come to know. So Achan says, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, like you're the Kohen Gadol, like you're the Rabbi, Elazar is the Kohen Gadol, the lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The way that Achan is trying to make a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? Also, other laws, your Jewish laws, that can be questioning how please, I'll talk to you about all the laws. Whatever you do not catch dispersions on the lottery. Why not? Shall see the Eretz Yisrael with this code of the world. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So if you start casting dispersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast dispersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. See, the Lord says, sing it and march. After day, like a solid. Those in pain code, right? Those in the short says, two, off and please, give over. Rabbi, Shafiri Chakre. Literally, your shield right up on his words. What does it mean? It's the most important of the Hilka Alahoda. Tingo, Toga, Goli Potter. So Yeshua, not a little bit tougher. He said, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession, and then we're done. And I'll say, yeah, I get it. I this is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. I'm not everything, Lani, Shema Achan B'Shlosha Kalanim. It's interesting as well. So it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Chayim. Chayim means also Chayim. We read the Chayim in a particular context, where they even put someone in Chayim. So Chayim also means the concept where the basin, right, goes and says something is off limits. So for example, Yericho was Chayim, right? The spoils of Yericho were Chayim. And you're saying that Achan went ahead and violated three different Chayim. First of the white lines were about 2 during days of Moshe and 1 during the days of Yeshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see this period, apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a Chayim. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, but he violated 2 by Moshe and by Yeshua. Kazot, the Kazot, Asisi. Kazot is like this one, and like this one, have I done? So ultimately, again, there's 3 acts of performance, or 3 acts of violation, 3 Chamrami by the Yochel. I want to show it wasn't Shloshim. Chamisha, he violated 3 Chamrami. Arba v'Yosef v'Achan Yeshua, Shneimar. Anoki Chatasi, Vikazos Asisi. Okay, the Ashta might have an Anish. So up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other Chalamim, why is he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't have been punished earlier than that. So Rabbi Yochanan Shul Elazar is equal to Rabbi Yochanan Shul Elazar Shin. The fish of Anshu Alan Staros, Aksha Abu Hayari. So I said, this is incredible. One of the marks of Klal Yisrael is Klal Yisrael Reikin Zebazeh. Mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility means that not only is one responsible to take care of each other, but halacha l'maisa, I'm responsible for your others, you're responsible for my others. That's the way it works. I share in the zechulos of your mitzvahs, you share the zechulos of my mitzvahs. That means mutual responsibility. So this concept, as you mentioned, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit the avera privately? No one else knows about it. So I'm not going to say you get mutual responsibility for that avera. So listen to this. So Rothschild says, it is, but the only that responsibility only occurred right after we crossed the avera. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, even though Chacham went ahead and violated multiple other kalamas prior to Richo, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after we cross over the Yardin. Therefore, the only one twice was held accountable for was what? Was Richo. This is actually not Moses, and I listen to this. And it starts by talking about the Adolon. So literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. So much as Nama Nokot Al Lano V'Lachu Levaneinu Yar Ayin Shebad. Right? So why is it? What's the witness of the Torah? There are dots over. Lano Ulevaneinu and the Ayin of Ad. Lano Shlo. Right now, so you want to teach us that the due of mutual responsibility didn't apply for private averas until after the crossed into Eretz Yisrael. There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golos. When we're outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So you must hear me up. Is there ever liability for private averas? So let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public things of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averas, you're responsible for my private averas? That is a very difficult thing to discuss. Right? If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. So you know it says, עד עולם, אלפים על הסתרות, כך לא עלת על עושר שבגודל, עד שעבו ישראל את הירדן. Rather, we're going to say this second hour of the friendliness is like this. There is never mutual responsibility for hidden averas. You see, right? You can't operate that way. You might say, I can't be responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the Miglos, the real averas, there's responsibility for that only once we entered into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that before we entered into Eretz Yisrael. That's the case, not from the Dollar. All fun. So that's the case on one side. That essentially, Al-Qadar's taking some property from Yichol was a private act. So that's the case. Even though it happened to sell, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that?
I'm on a sports jersey. I'm a Bears. It's number 66. I can't hear Brian. Oh, there he is. I can hear him now.
Ultimately, again, because his family about it. Even though the public is public enough, but his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As Rashi says over here.
We've been, I don't know if you know this, but we've been streaming, well, yeah, you do know this, we've been streaming the Gringo Poppy since 9 a.m.
The family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle. There's responsibility for those folks.
It was pretty crazy.
Whatever the Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael is responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff. You give me responsibility for the private things of knowledge. But for the revealed things, that's responsible.
sitting in a
This
family.
is what
I
straightening does
can't
to
know
your
my
hair.
family members are doing impossible, but if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it and help results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. So much as happy yourself.
Rain has a new flavor called white gummy worm. That's what Gerardo's drinking. Yeah.
So this is actually
Red Bull and an
very beautiful.
Americano.
Because remember, this is a Kosh Baruch speaking to
So we got a lot of caffeine. We're very tired. I admit it.
they got Abu as BC. Klal Yisrael saved and they finally
No, I mean, listen, if we get anywhere near 24 hours, there might be like a mistake where I unplug
but Klal Yisrael is held responsible for the sin of Aham because of the Gilabah, because they're a mutual
I don't know how much longer I can do
mutual
this.
responsibility.
You know the answer to
Publicly known out there. What's the answer?
Sorry, what was
They
the
do know about it. Who knew about it? Here's what I knew about it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Well, you missed how my hair got this way, but you know why I don't cut my hair, dude? Because it's cheaper to get a Cubitic. You know what I'm saying?
Rabbi,
What did you miss? Let's see. We had we saw Mark. We had Brendan Walsh, Alistair Williams. You missed about 30 to 50 replays of BG. But, you know, like, you didn't miss that much.
Even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael.
Oh, one time, I think you probably saw, I did like the first 10 minutes. The second 5 minutes on the Patreon, but I've never done the full thing. I know I've let you down, I apologize. But I want to get there someday.
The name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik.
I gotta say, Brian, the bits on the show recently have been amazing, as always. But they're getting even better. I don't know how you keep doing it. Every time it's amazing.
Terms like change. If someone is excited today, you could be a Russia tomorrow, someone's a Russia today, you could be excited tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Yisrael and Chilek and coming Maharash. It's like again, the only Russian in time. Because the neshama of a Jew is not just a spark, it's a piece of HaKadosh.
Oh, yeah. Some of the funniest guys ever do it. We're mainly just beneficiaries. We didn't count it. I see this. Brendan Walsh, comedian, famed comedian, he was saying he's like addicted to the Reddit. Do you ever feel like you're addicted to the Reddit? It's a problem.
There's a big what does it mean? That the social content Russia is
These are good questions to ask every day.
The fact that I can neshama, the fact that I respect my Kadosh Baruch Hu, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I could commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, chas v'shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael.
Yeah, I mean, it's hit after hit. And then, like, land bounding, that was pretty good. Latest one.
Spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what about how it calls a shame exile. Right? It's ultimately again. I'm sorry, it's not a
I don't know.
term.
We always laugh about it because the episodes take like 6 months to make. You know? So it's so weird to have a truck show and then every show starts with these like he claps his hands and then 6 months later there's a new truck. So I'm hoping that in a few more months we get another truck.
Today we're serving bread, sticking out on this carburetor.
If we can get him there to Austin and the storage unit, fingers crossed.
One is it that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I would be broken through myself, what is that? I mean, there aren't just certain avenues that
we didn't even reach out. We haven't tried to get Jen on. I don't know if I want to have Jesse on fire. The way you're hesitant to be associated with Shop is the way I'm hesitant to be associated with Jesse on fire.
Why? Because I'm Yisrael. Because I'm the Neshama. And that Neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life,
Yes, no, that's a good question. You know, we should have that, but we don't. Unfortunately, we just, you know, it's all risk with no reward. We're all risk for reward. You know, and me and Mark, we went out to dinner before the first time I met him, and we sized each other up. And I was like, I could take this guy. So I let him go.
I mean, the thing about Mark, I was going to say, is, and the thing I'll say also with my editorial about narcissism,
This is what people say. Common expression people say. Asa Kari Kofi, Asa Shmei, Asa Kari. Even a little branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a little branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a little branch that is surrounded by little branches all around you. It still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains a little. Incredible. The guy uplift you see, I should see
that was all Photoshop AI or whatever.
Also violating covenants.
No, I will say though. He actually, BC, I gotta tell you, he said he addressed this on the pod today. I don't know if you heard this part. He actually said that he's not narcissistic, he's autistic. So he's saying he's autistic. Yeah, he did say that, right? Where it might just have a fever dream. I could have sworn because we've been recording for 9 hours, it seems like, so I made that up in my head, but I'm pretty sure I said so. Great question. We have, but so what happened is our mutual guy that we both know, Othello, he told me he was like, dude, this guy Shab has like a stand-up special that you should do a stand-up special. It's on YouTube. And I was like, yeah, sure, okay. Like, I'm sure we're the same level. But anyways, it was Gringo Poppy. So I was like, I'm not going to do that, but I'll do a joke called the, what do we call it? The Gringo Coonie. And so I made this thing called the Gringo Coonie. It's like a little Twitter thing. And then I was like, I had just started the podcast with Gerard, and we had some episodes out. And I said, why don't we watch the Gringo Poppy on the stream? And this is all kind of like me kind of thinking about it. So we watched the stream. We streamed the Gringo Poppy, and it got such a huge hit. And then somebody independently posted in the Reddit, could have been open. I'll never know, allegedly. And it got this big hit. And we just started finding out about Papa, and then we were going to do it. And then we were like, why don't we just watch 10 minutes of it? And then we started making the songs. And then Bobby Lee reached out.
Really, which is the most valuable thing of all. I don't know what I'm saying is, it's after. It's after. Whatever it is, you need to what you want, it doesn't make any difference. So it's like, none of us are like whatever actually choose to do that. Yet, the default reality
Playing music and doing this and being funny. I've always wanted to be funny when I make sad love songs. So it's kind of like helping me grow into like funny songs.
The album is judged like an out on the left side. I don't know. I can't put on my own books and then you often went ahead and tried to put the school up and you have relationships with Rothschild and Russell. First of all, it's not we weren't going back to like these shots, but it's not like our field was moving out of our way to buy a couple of things off.
I think like
just occur.
a few pre-roast battle shows that would Rogan. I saw Rogan there once. I don't think I ever ran into Shaw. We would see D'Elia around, not in the store, but like improv. Actually, at the store too. Yeah, D'Elia, one of the greatest ever do it. So, but I never saw live Popper and Rogan stand up. Was that? I'm working on my D'Elia impressions.
Don't partake of the spoils of the remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. Let's remember, the Jews are incredible amount of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got
I thought they were all going to stick together,
Yeah, they're all fighting. Such a dramatic mistake. The compromise, your family card, so what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake.
I think they're all kind of like tied together. D'Elia's got nowhere to go. It's a show that had, Theo Vaughn was there for a while, and then he had to go figure some stuff out. He's going through a lot, and then they're just like, we'll just keep going. It's one of the best shows out there right now.
a really bad big decision. Let's say, sometimes I like to think that it's big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true. But it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're simple, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a direct of my life. And that direct sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying. Don't think that Achad just woke up that morning and said, hey, let me put some of the
also then credit to Shab if he knows about us at all for not suing us. Thank you.
The only
blowback at all that I received is one time I did the show a long time ago, and the producer of the show told me, he was like, hey, the guy that does Shab's poster work saw your name on the thing. He was like, I can't do this poster because this guy makes one shot. And then I was like, oh shit, really? And he's like, yeah, but I was like, I'm still gonna put his name on, and then they just ignored it. Or no, actually, no, the poster guy was like, I'm just kidding, I can support with you or whatever. But he was, so that he was at least aware that I did that. But that is the only blowback whatsoever that I've heard.
That's the short azal. That's Mona, that's Benosa, that's Shona, that's Kamala, that's Solo, that's Olo, that's Kol Shalom. This is what the Pasuk says. And Yeshua took Achad. He's a tired of all the spoils. So the Gemara says, who Chata, one of them knows some how to understand. So it sounds like you're executing Achad's family. But Achad is one community out there. What is family do wrong?
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, right.
Call each other something else. He says he's some of the so then Achad community said, what we call this so the Gemara says,
Father doesn't even know it, but he's financially pulling not just his son to stay alive, but all these other communities.
And we thank Harold Shop. We're so happy that he was able to move here from South Africa and the Emerald Mines. We really appreciate that.
Again, what we thought was incorrect, and it's important that we see the color just like
but to answer your question, absolutely 100%. Our algorithms are just as embarrassing as yours, if not worse. I am subscribed to some of the things. Unfortunately.
So we went and see Yeshua. I went ahead and burned everything. Everything
podcast range
I'm not
sure I'm willing to go as far as the president. You're always going to go out there. You heard it here first. Brian Campbell, podcast range. We have never said that. We watch it. It's great stuff.
I was told that my Spanish coverage was so again, details. What I talk, right? I saw in the Woody in the spoilers. I got a Shinar Tova, my Spanish coverage was Amra. It's still a good song. It was a clock of 5 minutes. Shua, which was a sound like the street song. A clock of 5 minutes. But I took in the show, I'm not going to ball, the content of the form, was supposed to be so I back to the show. Yeshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of my sparkle. Listen to this. So I'm not going to he threw it down in front of Hashem. I'm on the front of the show. We went to the heart of the shots and I was like, remember, how did how did you sure know? How did anyone know that Achad took from the spoils and how did you know that? Remember again, and in the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. 36 Jews died. Remember again, the Jews were promised victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must be God. Something's going on over here. So Yeshua comes, it's almost like an act of defiant chutzpah. Takes the spoils. You know what we got from the really for this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. This you killed half of the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, I go ahead and share I kishloshim the shisha ish and the Galabai. Because next day after you go, 36 men died. That's what he says. A half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, shloshim the shisha ish. Literally 36 men died in the Galabai. I'm going to the kind of the shisha ish.
Hello, says, we kill a 36 men died. So who died? Ella, said, you have to it was a great time game, who is so great, and he is as great to his worthy as like 36 people, half of the second.
Yeah. Right.
So Yeshua was upset. So he says, because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Abraham stole from the people. This is why he killed either 36 people.
Yeah, that's possible too. I think is probably what you learned that day.
Also swearing the Muslim says, a little bit again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion.
Probably the latter, I could say.
And the rich man
Or
speaks
it
in
could
a
be
bit of
either one.
arrogance.
Oh, you know one thing I wanted to ask you, and feel free to, you don't have to answer, but when we would, we first started on the Reddit, we would hear about you, and the CEO, Brian Campbell, oh yeah, not more time, sure, yeah, Harold Guani, BC, there was a profile that was like supposedly you. Do you remember this?
I do remember this, and to this day, I wouldn't even know.
Okay, we don't know who that is.
IBC, I'm sure you just, or whatever. I have no idea.
We have no idea who that is. Okay.
I just recently figured out that it's an app that you can download. Like, I got 47 going on 75. I have no idea.
I mean, we always say like we're so much like shop, but he was like when he was accusing Kalila and Bobby Lee of like hacker shit or whatever. And she was like, do you know how Reddit works? And he's like, no. That's how I felt for a long time. It's still kind of felt like that.
What does it say?
Like, for example, the latest I saw, I mean, many life struggles behind. But the Patreon thing, he answered like potentially libel answers on Patreon about the CBD laws. He's like, now assume that people can take that and put it on Reddit, or that even worse, every single Patreon subscriber is just a Redditor.
I mean, there is no deeper pain than being an attorney for Reddit jobs, I imagine. It's gonna be like, oh, why? No, stop! We actually, speaking of attorneys, I think this is funny. When Kirk was he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And Mark was like, "Is it okay to talk about the thing?" And his attorney's like, "Yeah, it's fine." He had some sort of comical like TV character like Bob Longmore. His name was Rob Kebbel. We're like, "All right, sure, he's an attorney." It was ridiculous. And then he was like, "Yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's." We're like, "All right, but okay." You're not helping this guy.
Is to jar the heat power is a reflexive form of that verb.
He's like, I have nothing to do with this,
To engage in the process of realistic judgment. Reflexive
I mean,
so let's say the
the
process
thing that I was disturbed by the most is the when he was that person was telling him that their child had epilepsy, and the child's like, "Oh, you gotta get him CBD. Just give him some CBD." CBD treats their dog. Yeah, just give him CBD. It cures them. The epilepsy goes right away. When wild CBD just gives you a migraine.
If my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a time of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Hit Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. Hit Hallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. It's a different way of looking at that. So you know,
I don't read the comments.
That's a yard day. So again, what do Yeshua say? Yeshua says, why did you take this over
the lawsuit is crazy. I guess I'm not a litigious person. It would not cross my mind to sue somebody. Their job is he's a hungry wolf. He's wants to spill the beans on some other guy.
It's like some people
think it was maybe infidelity that led him with comedy. Some people think it was, children's baseball. I really think it was
Attorney says, you know, we should have a closer journey. We should just stay where we were. Whatever I told you, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more than the Kaiser's household. אני אמרתי, so you must listen to this. So I command you, so if you want to join it, you're supposed to set up the stones, right? Upon which the colors you didn't do it the other day. They had on like 75-year-old guy who grew up with him, like they're literally trying to you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, interviewing his little league teammates, and they're like, here's what he said in the second book. Is this true? I don't know what this is. You guys are skilled enough. But at some point of this thing continues, we're going to need people that are like, going to find the guy that got through the glass door, put name tags on all of his new trademarks. We got to find, you really get Gary Barnett on there, get that chick who, like the taste of the thing, So that's like complete compliance. And came out
there are so many people that attempt to help people. You know what I mean? The bench press record there. There are so many people that really can add color to how we got here that no one stepped up to fill that in. Is that a Cooney and Gerardo production in the future?
Well, he's asking because, we act like this is a 24-hour stream of Washington Ringo Coffee, but really, it is the inciting incident that leads to the documentary about Ringo Coffee and the life of Bridget Shaw. It's important that we bring that to awareness, and I'm glad you asked the question because if I may, I think we're bringing awareness to the fact that it needs to be made. Mr. President, I hear your words and hear what you these edicts or injunctions that you're giving us, and that's something that we're going to work tirelessly to do. We're inspired by the work that you've done so far, and I will personally, I'm fighting really hard to find all these people. I've been streaming for too long. I can't even put words in injunction. What is that? I'm losing it, man. We're not putting sugar all over your dick and telling you it's delicious or anything, but yeah, we want the docu-series involving all the aspects, and the main component of that needs to be shot at the center, just like Michael Jordan, because he's brought us so much.
Kanye was the first
people
person
that
to
work
go
within
ahead
the grocery store,
the difference
the
is
money got fired, I would definitely have them on bottle bosses.
For execution. So who was the first person to do legal for execution? That was Ahmed. So now we're going to show it was incredible, ridiculous.
We tried to find, we actually tried to find the bully room thing. Oh yeah, which is crazy that we did that. Sean McCorkle thinks he's an asshole. He's like, I got the guy with the biscuits. Like, Sean does. Sean makes it. No, we want to, but I think we missed a window because Art took over for a long time. I'll try to.
With a withdrawn sword.
Yeah.
So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo, ki ani sad Sebastian Antabasi. So now the Moshe doesn't know, he's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't
I'm
worry,
sure
I am a
people tell you a lot of stuff. You're the
I'm only here to help.
the meetings, there's a room situation. You can only imagine why you're there.
So Yeshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself after the hunger and the other shooting Shalom Chaver Balayla? You can't give a Shalom Aleichem to your friend that night. Why? You have to be concerned with the shade.
And like random, like the same exact model type thing. So we didn't share it. Like we just kept it to ourselves. And then the whole truck flip incident happened. And I was like, oh my god, that full month ago. That was the craziest thing ever because he sent it. I know he sent it to you, right? He sent it to me too. Oh, I think so. But I ignored it. I think Charlie was like, look at this. And I was like, what does it even mean? And then it happened, and we were like, oh my god.
Maybe it's a line shape.
And it was the exact same picture. Yeah, and then this guy, whoever it was, if we had like, I'm sure they could get fired. Whatever it is that they. It's like we were like,
do not go ahead and use the emotion of it. I will say, which by the way is such a profound mistake. Everyone has the line they want to cross, right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's only that they all know I will never do that, right? Anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. We don't have that line, we want that line, which is good. Everyone has to have that line they want to cross. So she also has that line. She don't use the name of Hashem in the days I will say, I'm a listen, this is ridiculous. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Malach says to Yeshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, really fear that all of this fantastic and tonight you're not going to Torah. So that's right. Listen, what is the exact Rashi? Actually, so I could be.
But he's putting a lot of effort into it, so I think they're both probably going to be basically baseball stars.
There's a couple more for that.
Definitely. Every fest. I hope they can come back. Yeah, I just hope they don't kill us.
Yeah, by the way, so he says, the Malach says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon coming.
I think I'm going to be sitting in a cafe someday and someone's going to come up
as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not going to look at Rashi. It's the 4 lines down, last one line, it's on the right hand side. That's the both sides. That's what we have to tell Torah.
Are you? I'm like, oh, Senor Cooney, Don Cooney, I was done by that. Some show relative comes in, he's got stuff on his shoes, so there's no fingerprints, and he's like, fuck you.
So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like,
because he seems to be
no access, but yeah, I love Hosas.
The Gemara says, I understand why during the day you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn.
I liked the thing he did with the,
but at night,
they were doing some crazy AI content.
At night, I understand you're fighting, you're at work during the day. I understand you're at work during the day. You're fighting the battles during the day. But you're at work. You're at work.
Sometimes she's, pushing a comic book or something. I don't understand some reality show. Through my journalistic connections, I've never seen together such a stupid energy where I'm obligated to ask for something no one cares about. Sometimes I'm like, can I slip in the kind of question that can continue,
so the Malach said, it's war time. It's war time.
I think, follow your journalistic instinct there.
Where is Night Saber?
If anybody can,
what's happening over here?
You're Woodward and Bernstein. I think so.
Just like Arrow Hawaii's best guy.
Yeah, great man. But who else if not you is my question.
Sometimes we think we got it all figured out.
Was there a specific setback in the Bible that did make you aware? Like, I know your origin story on this pod. Like, did you even know Red was?
Oh, dude, I was looking forward to Criminal Poppy.
Was absolutely unequivocally
I watched it in bed.
To the start. I was have to stop on here for today. It's fine. That's what I wake up. We did a lot of people today. We did a lot. One rock, it's real rock. Again, we're not going to rush.
And then I turned as the show went on. It was fun to watch the Reddit. It's obviously, I wasn't wise to the Reddit before that. I was looking forward to Criminal Poppy. I look forward to the You'd Be Surprised. I'm an idiot. You knew more. You tell him, you knew more about it than me. You were like watching Big Brown. Like he was, I was supposed to Big Brown breakdown. But
you only came in for Criminal Poppy. Like it wasn't like it.
So here's what my knowledge of it was. I like UFC. And I'm pretty sure I watched
good morning, everybody. I'll begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show.
Really know anything about him. And then when I was doing stand-up at like the time when he started, people would post about how this angry bitter comics would be like, this guy thinks he can do stand-up now.
Our annual Kalamazoo sponsor for.
And I watched it, I was like, they're just hating on it. And then he had a Showtime special, and I was like,
Mishpacha,
I have any interest in that really? I kind of
is
just like vaguely remembering it from the fire thing. I was like, it's probably bad, I'm not going to watch it. And then Othman was like, dude, you got to check this out. And I watched it with Gerard. I was like, oh my
Our week of learning sponsors is Rabbi Aryeh and Kara Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon's from the Racha, passed the Torah response to someone Mishpacha, the dedicated Shurim Joshua in memory of Amit Ben David Levis, on the Bracha, Itai Rabbi, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of the Hanukkah. The Yomi sponsors for today. Elio and Dvar Ramenfar in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, on the Bracha, and in honor of their son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. Thank God for the Baruch for the release of the more hostages today. And Yes Hashem, hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and the Karov. Also, with that, let us move a lot to do today. Chodesh, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf of Mem 44. We are actually picking up the rest of Hashem on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the convicted individual, right, so following along our progression, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Reuben was approximately, he was 10 amas away from the base from the execution spot. Omer Lo, they would say to him, his father, commit vidui, or recite vidui. Shekindera kolums misvada. Because again, it's the derech of people who are being put to death by these things to recite vidui, to confess. Because even though again, death itself is a kapara, isn't a torment, the nevertheless the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So the Gemara says, Mishnah says, because anyone who does vidui before he dies, has a portion in the world to come. What we see by Afan, now who is Afan? Turn again, as we're going to see just a little bit, when Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yoshua said that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to death. Afan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. We're going to see more about that story in just a little bit. Yoshua, Bini, Simros Kavod Hashem Elokei Yisrael, obtain those Toda. So literally again, this is Yoshua saying to Afan, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel, the king of Lo Toda. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. You have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Bayan Afan as Yoshua. So Afan answered Yoshua and he said, it's probably the Yomer. There's also presence. Afan says, when confronted by Yoshua, Afan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so and so and so and so. I didn't know ultimately again that Afan was atoned as a result. So Yoshua says to Afan, Afan just feel like destabilized. Literally again, muddy the water for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. So my rationals, it's only on this day, i.e. in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. But you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here the halacha because Afan did tshuva, Afan did vidui. Therefore, ultimately, again, he is incredible. In any of them, this follows. What happens if it doesn't know how to do vidui? The person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. Omer Lo, so we say it again. Emar says the following: Today, Musasi Kapara Akol Avonos. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi Yehuda says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying. If you call vidui shkita, when a person is dying. There is a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says, Tehei misasi kapara akol avonos. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the vidui. Like Yehuda says, in Hayodea Shuvim Yizumah, Yehuda says that at the end of the day, let's say Yehuda knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as Bezdin says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say Yehuda's being led out to be executed. and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Tehillim Sasi Kapara Kara Velasai Chutzmi Avonzeh. Reuven could say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this avero. So Amalot in came Yehu Kol Adam Omer came today the Nachos Atzmo. So Yehuda says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, they said to Inke, so remember, Rabbi Yehuda says, essentially, you say Vibra before you bring that out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, if you put in that formulation, everyone's going to say that, because everyone maintains their innocence, and tells you to maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay, so Mer says in Mer, no, in not a Lashon Bakasha. So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of seeing deeply prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, where he asks him not, Lashon over here is the Hagate not the Maasisi. Please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a Lashon is request. What does this mean? The Shashar, Yoshua, Chata Yisrael, Shashbach says to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael has sinned. Our motherfucker Rebbe Shalom. So remember again, Hashem is telling Yeshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? I'm related to Iglitani. So listen to this. Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Lech Hapel Baralos. Go and cast lots. Cast lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was.
Wild stuff.
All of people go out. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast lotteries. And the lottery fell on Achan. Yeshua. So Yeshua. So now Yeshua confronts Achan. He went ahead and he committed this offense. So Achan says, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Elazar coin, Shnei Gidon Hadar Achan. Even in Makil Aleichem so Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Navi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two. One of them is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So please, I'll totally rise all girls. Whatever you do not cast aspersions on the lottery. Why not? Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So Achan, if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast aspersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on, he says, Shine Emar, Ach Begol Yefaikas Aretz. So what does it mean, Tain Toda? So what does it mean Yeshua says to Achan, please give over? Amravino, Shachudi Shachde. Literally, Yeshua bribed Achan with words. What does this mean? So Yeshua lied a little bit to Achan. He said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we do is a confession, and then we're done. And I said, yeah,
views another special again on YouTube. I mean,
this is what I did. And and he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from
he should do it just because of that. Hey, you
I'm not listening, Lami, Shema'o Acham
honestly,
B'Moshe
he's like the
Harav.
Rocky
It's
of being
interesting enough,
stupid.
it turns out
It's
that
like
Acham
Rocky always
didn't
comes
just
back.
violate
So
the
Sean
Torah.
is always
Torah
going to
means
do
also
something even more
we
stupid.
raised the him in a
You know,
particular
he's,
context.
I
Some
did
of
this
his Torah.
last time, but
The
this
Torah
time
also
I'm going
means
to
the
drink
concept
poison
where
on it or
the
whatever.
basin,
He was
right?
like,
One can say something is off limits. So, for example,
Yeah.
Yericho was Chayre, right? The spoils of Yericho were Chayre. The Gemara says something very interesting that Achan went ahead and violated
There was a
three
record label, you know
different
this?
harabim. First of the white lines on the bottom,
There's a record
Shnayim
label.
B'nei
It
Moshe,
was
V'Acham
Big
Yoshua,
Boy Records.
2 during the days of Moshe Rabbeinu,
What's the
and
record
1
name?
during the days of
Little
Yoshua. So
Little
apparently,
Rocks.
although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a chayre. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils.
It's not very good.
Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, he violated 2 by Moshe and by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Vikazos, Asis. And those are the 3 Lashonos of God. Like this one, and like this one, have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents 3 acts of performance and 3 acts of violation. 3 Charamim violated. Yochel, Mishor, Gosman, Shimon, Hamisha. He violated 3 Charamim. Arba, Moshe, V'Acham, Yoshua, Shneimar, Anochi, Katasi, Vikazos, Asis. Okay. Va'ad Hashda, my Kamala. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other haramim, why was he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't have been punished earlier than that. Rabbi Yochanan Shmuel Lazar is beautiful. Rabbi Yochanan Shmuel Lazar Shimon, the Vishlo Anshu Alan Staros, Asha Ablas Hayardi. So I say this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is Klal Yisrael Reifim Zebazeh, mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility is that not only responsible to take care of each other, but halacha l'maisa, I'm responsible for your averos, you're responsible for my averos. That's the way it works. I share in the zuchlios of your mitzvos, you share in the zuchlios of my mitzvos. That's the mutual responsibility. So this concept, the Gemara says, right, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know. What if I can make an avera private? No one else knows about it. So I say, is there mutual responsibility for that avera? So listen to this. So Rothschild says, there is, but then only that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the idea. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other haramim prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after we cross over the yard. Therefore, the only one Klal Yisrael was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. Was Yericho. This is actually not what and it's so literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all these things. So Mar says, Nama Nakod Al Lanu V'Lachu Yal Ayin Sheb Ba'ad. Right? So why is it? What's the difference in the Torah? There are dots over. Lanu Ulevanenu and the Ayin of Ad. The Lamed shall punish all the stars at Avos Hayadin B'Rei Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda holds it teaches us that the din of mutual responsibility didn't apply for private averos until after you crossed into Eretz Yisrael. What do you see is actually incredible. There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golos. In other words, when we are outside Eretz Yisrael, it's a mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. Whereas Rabbi Yirmiyah, he starts to the wall and says, hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averos? Like, so listen, let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public behavior of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averos? My private averos? That is a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a really overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, "V'halok kvar ne'emar Ad olam, elikashim shlo onesh al staros, kach lo onesh al ochi shebegaloy, ad she'avi Yisrael sayad. Rather, you're going to say this second matter that Nefaniah says like this: there is never mutual responsibility for hidden evidence. You see, right? You can't operate that way. You might say, I can't be responsible for things you do in private. You can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the niglos, the revealed evidence, there's responsibility for that only once we enter into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that before we enter into Eretz Yisrael. Ella, if that's the case, how come Mendalit? Often, my time so that's the case on site. Then that essentially is taking a party from Yericho was a private act. So that's the case. Even though it happened there in Israel, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Ella achan my time anash. Ultimately, again, because his family knew about it. Even though it wasn't public, that Klal Yisrael knew about it, it was public enough that his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As the Rashi says over here, let's say someone points out what a tremendous hospital, that there is there is a level of mutual responsibility that a family has. And if a family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is responsibility for those families. So in other words, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I can't be responsible for the secret stuff of you. You can't be responsible for the private things of mine. But for the revealed things, I should be responsible. I'm sitting in the family. I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. Whereas Chati Yisrael, the Gemara says that the sin of Afan was the sin of Klal Yisrael. So this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a Rothschild speaking to Yeshua. Chati Yisrael, we got Avnus Beis. Klal Yisrael sinned and they violated my day. Now we're seeing now these things come together. It was Achan who sinned. But Klal Yisrael was held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Avos, because of the mutual responsibility. But there's no mutual responsibility for public to know now. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and therefore to create mutual responsibility and liability. So it's a beautiful word. He says to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. Rabbi This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from the halacha even though a Jew sinned, he still called the Yisrael. Right? Again, even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So there's a beautiful piece. By the Balatanya. Balatanya writes as follows. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eino Shem Toah. He says, the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Sadik, Russia. Those are descriptive terms, right? Sadik, descriptive of who you are. Russia. He says that's not Yisrael. He says, what's there between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? He says, descriptive terms change. If someone is a tzaddik today, he could be a Russia tomorrow. Someone's a Russia today, he could be a tzaddik tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Ki mishmos Yisrael and chilek elokami ma'al mamish. Because the neshama of a Jew, his mamish spark, is a chilek, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Manela Eno Yochel Rishtanos. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is an immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei who Hogim. Okay, so it goes on. This is absolutely incredible. What does it mean that the Yisrael Shechat Lashon over here is Chati Yisrael, Avati Shechat Yisrael? Again, I will say the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I have a Neshama, the fact that I'm a there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst avera possibly imaginable, chas v'shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because it's being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I have a neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Baal Tanya calls Shem Etzel. Right? It's ultimately, again, sorry, it's not a descriptive term, but rather, again, it's Shem Etzel. It's not a Shem Toar, it's a Shem Etzel. There are things that are Shem Toar, which are descriptive terms, and Shem Etzel, which ultimately, again, is an essence term. Descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. A Shem Etzel, an essence term, that remains intact no matter what I do. I will say, this is probably one of the most important Gemaras in all the Shas, because this is the reason why tshuva is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I abuse myself, that I can go through myself? Why is that? Which is, there aren't just certain averas that after a certain point, like if you hit the point of no return, there's no going back, that's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael. Because I have a neshama, and that neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. Because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I used to rebuild myself. So that's what it means when it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russian right now. That's possible. But no matter what the descriptive terms may be, my essence term of Yisrael is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritually and personally rehabilitate is always present as well. Incredible. I'm really this is what people say. Common expression, people say, Asa Sikai Beni Hilti, Asa Shmei, Vasa Kariyos. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a haddah that is surrounded by willow branches all around it. Still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains incredible. Incredible. The Gam Avros BC, Asher Tzidisi Osam, Yoshua. Fathers are also violating the covenant that I commanded them. Gam not Kumenachim, Gam Dangu, Gam Kasashu, Gam Sama Bukele. I'm going to talking about all the things that, again, I'm going to point out, fathers didn't do this, it was concentrated, but fathers was being held responsible. I'm going to rely on Yeshua and do the last bar, Mistar from. The Lami Sha'avar Achal Achamishi from Shifra. See from here that Achal violated all, it's really just taking the spoils of the Yehov, he violated halacha, right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Chumash. Shne'emar, Chamisha Gam, a little bit of a play on words over here. Chamisha Gam, he also violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. However, like Mishum, Rabbi Yehuda Bar, Miskar, so Achal Moshe Bar Losa. Achal tried to cover up his bismillah. Right, we said before about evolution also. Don't use bismillah. Siv Hachal says over here, the Gam Pavlos, Siv Hasam, Risi Hachal. Shita, that's obvious. Mal, the Mojo of God, Mitzvah, the Gufay, Lo Pakar, maybe not, even though Achal was a sinner. Ultimately, again, perhaps he did not go so far to cover up the Mitzvah on his body. Kamash Mama that he did. He also never of Israel. He did something terrible in South Israel. Amra the Abba, Balzat, the Lamed, Shabal, Afan Na'ala Hamulasa. Nothing had relations with the betrothed girl. Siv Haka says over here, Ki Asan of Allah, Siv Hasan, Ki Astan of Allah Israel. Shita, Mal, the Mojo of God, good high, low Pakar Nashi. That far, Afan wouldn't do, right? He wouldn't make the Pakar Nashi, but essentially, Pakar Nashi means make your soul hefker. The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hefker. So isn't that incredible? Like none of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, you know what, hefker, my credit cards, no, enjoy, the cash, all yours. No one in the right mind says why? because my wallet is valuable. Yet my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, when I commit an avera, essentially what I'm saying is it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, how you want, what you want. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll say none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet the default definition of an avera is the tima neshama hefker. It's incredible. Ravina says, "Dine kinara amurasa." It ultimately often was judged like an Ara Murasa did the skila. Ultimately, so now what does this mean? What do you do with this skila? That often violated all 5 books of the Torah, that often went ahead and tried to cover the skila, that he had relationships with an Ara Murasa, like first of all. That's not, or the Gemara is going out from like Zero Shabbos. But it sounds like, or feels like we need to be doing it kind of our way to find culpability for us. So what the Gemara is saying is like this. It's important to do this all the time. Sin doesn't just occur. And dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a combination of smaller missteps that may by themselves be relatively innocuous. Like they lead me on a particular path, they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So what we're saying is like this. Whether Achan actually had relations with Nara Murasa, tried to cover the what the Gemara is saying. What the Gemara is saying is like this. Achan, Yoshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of Yericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. Like, remember, they came out of Egypt with incredible amount of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So, Achan, how do you make such a dramatic mistake that compromised you, your family, and colleagues? And what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was committing multiple averos all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that's how it's going to end only in one way. A really bad decision. That's why I was saying, sometimes I like to think that it's the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're sinful, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life, and that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, "Hey, let me partake of some of the spoils of the week." It's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yeshua and take the spoils of Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on a path. This is why I was saying this so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a derech. If I live that with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. So the Gemara goes like that. Like Yoshua's Achan ben Zara, Bes Akesa, Bes Hadares, Bes Lashon Azav, Bes Bona, Bes Benosa, Bes Shora, Bes Hamona, Bes Sora, Bes Olo, Bes Kol Shalom. So now, the pasuk says, Yoshua took Achan, his entire family, all the spoils. The Gemara says, "In hu chata, one of them knows some nachal." I understand. So it sounds like Yoshua is executing Achan's family, but Achan is the one who committed the avera. What did his family do wrong? The Gemara says, "In Yusame Yisnei Semach, hu chata, Kol Yisrael nachal." It also says he's someone Klal Yisrael. So again, if Achan committed a sin, what did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, "Yaseh b'Chol Yisrael imo, Ella mirdosan." Right, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed, just as Klal Yisrael was executed. What happened there? Body motion was guided at the execution of Achan to give them Musar, show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect, and it's important that you see the Chala Amdilu Yishmu, just like again, execution of Republic, in order that the people should understand the severity of actions. So Yoshua gathered the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael as well. So they went ahead, so Yoshua went ahead and burned everything everything means Achon, sounds like means Achon is possessions, and stone them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Turkey, why do you need burning and stone? What's the shot with that? I wrote the straight, I wrote the skill. No, what it means is the things that were supposed to be burned were burned, like the object's property, and things were supposed to be stoned, i.e. Achon, and livestock was stoned. The Arab Shalom Adaras Shinar. So again, the Navi details what Achon took. Right? I saw in the booty in the spoils. Adaras Shinar Tova Vasayim Shkalim Kesef. Amrav, it's still a dinosau. It was a cloak of fine wool. Shmuel says, "Sabala d'Sfifa, a cloak of dyed wool." Vayatzikim l'fnei Hashem. Amar Nachman, Ba v'chaftam l'fnei Hashem. So what does it mean by Atzikim l'fnei Hashem? Yoshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of the Kodesh Baruch. Amar Nachman, Ba v'chaftam l'fnei Hashem. Threw it down before Hashem. Amar the father of Ribbono shel Olam. Avilo tiharig rubas shel Sanhedrin. I will say, now remember, how did Yoshua know? How did anyone know that Achon took from the spoils of Rifa? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember again, the Jews were from the 15. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on. So Yoshua comes and almost like an act of defiant chutzpah. Takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the Moshe. Ready for this? For this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. This you goes after the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, "Vayakom ehem anshe ha'ai tishoshim b'shisha ish." The battle of Ai was the next last year. 36 men died. That's what he means when he says half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, "Tanya shloshim b'sheish members." Literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. Amar lo in the kind of the shloshim b'shisha v'halo me'amar ela kishloshim b'sheish. The pasuk says the equivalent of 36 men died. So who died? Ella zeh yir from Menashe. It was a great advocate in Menashe. Shakol to Megan who was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, as half of the Sanhedrin. So Yoshua was upset. Yoshua's upset. So because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achon stole from Yericho. This is why you killed either 36 people or you're even Amarav, my decision, Tachanudim Yidaberash, Ba'asher Ya'ane Azus. What does it mean? The pasuk says that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. The Gemara says, who is this? So Rosh Zeh Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe when he spoke to Hashem with a sense of humility. Va'asher Ya'ane Azus, who's the rich man who speaks with a little bit of arrogance? Zeh Yoshua. This refers to Yoshua. Right? Again, it's the fact we just saw Yoshua spoke to my time. What's the reason? Even with this by Atzikim with Hashem, because the we just mentioned, that he took the spoils that Achon stole and he threw it down on Kodesh Baruch Hu. And almost like you think Kodesh Baruch Hu, why? Okay, you want to punish us, why you punish? But why take 36 pajamas for what? For some spoils. So Yoshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. The Gemara says, "Atu Pinchas lo avatachi." Didn't Pinchas do the same thing? After the Ksiv, Vayamol Pinchas, Vayipalel, Vata'atzah Gifa. Pinchas now was normally translated as Pinchas davens, and the plague which was sweeping through the people as a result of the immorality. The Lord is a big gun. Stop. So the Lord said, it doesn't say Vayipalel, it doesn't say daven. What does it say? Vayipalel. Melamed sha'asa palilos in kolel. So what's that? The shoresh of Abraham Melamed halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That Pinchas could be up and judged by it. What did he do? He brought the bodies of Zimri and Cosby. Right? Zimri was the Nasi. Cosby was the committed adultery and immorality in public. And he threw their bodies down in front of the work. I'm going to follow the Bono Sha'olam. For these two, 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that Pinchas also acted with a shekel insolence and arrogance. So we'll say, I'll just mention the Ksiv by you, I'm mentioned over here, tremendous. He's teaching us something about tefillah.
So the word gives the idea that the word halal means to judge. Shashafal Hirsch brings down in chorus. Following idea. He says you translate lehit halal as to daven. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Like if the shoresh pei lamed lamed is to judge, lehit halal is the reflexive form of that verb, which means then, what does lehit halal mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So let's say the process of tefillah, the Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says the Hirsch, this is so beautiful. Often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on kavanah. And kavanah, of course, means like understanding of the words. The verse says essentially, it's okay to let your mind wander. It just depends what your mind is wandering to. So if my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a kind of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. Hallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. Let's say a different way of looking at davening. So you must say, Lama Barto. Have yours on us, that's a yardin. So again, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? Why did you take us over the Jordan? Right, just to be defeated. So the Gemara said, Moshe made name Rabbi. So Moshe also said this. Lama Hari also Lama Zeh. And the Parsha Shmos. Moshe said, that's according to Paro. And Paro says, Tif Bad Ha'avodah. Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done something terrible to this people? Ella Behacha. Rather, it comes from here. So Yoshua says, you know what? After this defeat at the eye, Yoshua says, you know what? We should never cross the Jordan. We should have just stayed where we were. But Yoshua, come lock. Again, kum loch means get up. Now, the way that we understand it is kum loch is Hashem's telling Yoshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more intense than Christ's. How so? So the Gemara listen to this. Hashem says to Yoshua like this, when I command you, when you came over to Jordan, you're supposed to set up the stones, right? Upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the light. So Yeshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, nothing. After Shiva left, Okin Rab Amorale, Rab called over his Amorah, and he said, Salvadarsh, Yidash, Kasher, Siva Sheles Moshe Abdo, King Siva Moshe as Yeshua, Bechin Asa Yeshua, Lo Hisir Davar Mikol Asher Siva Sheles Moshe. Remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Yoshua culpable for not following his directions. Yet the Prophet says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. It sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why were you partially responsible? So watch this. Hashem never commanded Rabbi not to take from the spoils of Israel. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yeshua's prohibition. So Hashem says to Yeshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yeshua did it because again, he wanted a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But Rabbi says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to do that either. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take the spoil. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore again you have partially told what happened with us. Incredible. I can't relate. Boy, so now an incredible love. Okay, so that's the story. And again, let's say, why do we do all this? Because it's incredible. Right? But why else do we do all of this? Because again, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that before a person executing who is the source, the biblical source
for Vidui. The Mishnah over here quotes Achan. Right? Achan confessed his sin before being executed. I'll say, by the way, who is the real Makar for Vidui for confession? The real Makar for Vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do Vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not part of over here is because we're looking for a source of someone who did Vidui before execution. So who's the first person to do Vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're talking about Yoshua, was incredible, ridiculous Yoshua story, as we saw starting more sense brachas. Yoshua was in Yericho. Vayisa in a vayar. Goes ahead and he sees, and the pasuk goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omei lenegdo v'charbo shalupo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo ki ani sar tzva Hashem atabas. So now Yoshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. Yoshua, how were you able to prostrate yourself? After you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend that night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. They're shaking at night. So maybe Allah again. Maybe the person you see in front of you is not really a person but a shade. How do Yoshua give him shalom? So the Gemara says, "Shiny Hazam the Kamrele Ani Sartzva Hashem Atabasi." This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't a shade. Maybe it's a lying shade. Like, in other words, not maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using he's saying Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go out and pretend he's not a shade. So the Gemara says, we have a tradition, Shadim do not go ahead and use the name of Hashem. Which, by the way, is such a profound yesod. Right? Everyone has the line they won't cross. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, no, I would never do that. Right? Anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in. Right? I'll do all that stuff. You don't have that line. You don't have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has to have that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shadim also has that line. So Shadim don't use the name of Hashem. I'm a gazer. I'll say, Amish, because this is ridiculous. Amalei, Amish, Talton, Talon, Shalvin, Adayim, the action of Talton, Talon, Torah. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Mala says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily Talmud. And tonight, you're not learning Torah. Okay, that's right. I wasn't that. What is it like you're not learning Torah? Actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. There's a daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the Talmud. You have to be culpable for that. So, okay, what does it mean? Yeah, by the way, so he says, the Malach says specifically, you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. Look at Rashi. Put 4 lines down, last 5 lines, on the right-hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. Rashi will tell them Talmud Torah. The Eben to be Yom Iyat and Yecholo Maso for Torah, Makmas Yitzchak Thomas. Not up to tour, not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do it as well because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach says, listen, it's wartime. It's wartime. And the Malach comes to Yoshua and says, where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. I understand. You remember the you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But the mice, and now it's nighttime. Where is your learning? Listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they were pretty busy during the day over there on the Yoshua. And yet the Malach comes out of his way to say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time was absolutely unequivocally devoted to the study. So I was not to stop over here for today. We're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot, one block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. We continue tomorrow. We'll say, Shkoyach. All right, so let's go. And good Chodesh. Everyone's going to have a great day. Good Chodesh.
Everyone can do this. You mean you watched it for 24 hours TV? See what he says.
Some guys knocked on my door with literature about a simulacrum. Is that legit? Things to book. Tony Hinchcliffe was on the pamphlet.
People watching this probably think they're in a simulacrum. Look at this shit, it's crazy. It's hard to not join the simulacrum when you see our fucking flight fits like this, dude. No, you could have a yellow suit too. All you gotta do is not be a bot. It's your jersey. Yeah, this is what we're missing right here.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin to do like this. All of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our Talmud sponsor for Top Shipping, annual Talmud sponsor, placing stuff of our Tisol, dedicated all of the Shiurim and Rothschilds this year. As is closely so placing stuff of our, so we thank you very much for your generosity. And I wish you open it, Hashem. That the feeling of our customers is kind of all of Tom Straw. Talmud sponsors for the month of Teves. The Kalman family memory of Amit Ben and David Levin, to form the drop-off, the Vital Levy was co-fighting the guys on the first day of Hanukkah. We all that in the merit of our time. Some will have an Aliyah and the family in the summer. And we can learn sponsors that Ariel Kalarister, and then we have a great to his grandmother Sarah Batz, since for the drop-off. Some will have an Aliyah. The family and of course, is always dedicated our room. It was success of all of our precious hashis, and we felt the Lord for being the Shalom and the courage and the merit of our holy soldiers, and the drop of our being successful. The home Maaseh Museum. What's that? Let us begin. Today's app is Men's Givol 42. We are up to 42 men days on the days of the last week today. We're not even going to pick up on the honeymoon. This is so much right smack in the middle of on the day. Right across the Tulsa's So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three machos? Remember, again, we still have this idea that the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or to say the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the Arabian camps in the desert. So in the desert, there's three camps. Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle, Machane Leah, which is where the Arabian camped around, and then Machane Yisrael was everywhere else. So for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the case of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea here that we're working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. He said, you know how you're reading on this from. It's not about it, because it says, hold it in the color, and we put the machana, go ahead and take the color. Also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat Be'ez, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed back on the Spark in public, and then there was the Makoshish Itzis, the person who was Makalo violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara is not about it. Hold it in the color, goes to Makana. So it says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed back on the Spark, we take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him. So the Nagasins quickly blow him out. He's taken out of all three camps. Taken out of all three camps in order to go execute him. So the words Atom, of course, will not close in other people, not going to Atom. So you say, take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means taking out of one of the camps.
You must remember it says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who put the Mishpachu, puts the Machane. Remember a Paran kind of stuff puts the Machane. It says by the common instruction. Now what is the Paran instruction? If you look at Rashi says a common instruction. There are two bulls that are according to over here. Number one is Har Ha'elam Davar Shotzi Bun. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling, there was a particular type of carbonell that's called Har Ha'elam Davar Shotzi. Or again, actually the Har Kohen Mashiach. This was the Har that was brought with the Kohen Gadol delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Share that comment, neither of these kabbalos are consumed, rather Ellen is structured. Reverse, you could say Bahoti is Kolahar and Chutz Lamachara. Fine, the Gemara says, just like by these paros, right? Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. The Gemara says, so to over here, the question of Hotzi by the Makala is also outside of all three Makalas. I have also know, and by the way, how do you know by the pattern that they're taken out of all three camps? To turn out one end, the Hotzi is called Hapar, and because I'm not going to show us my things. So the Pasuk says the Hotzi is called Hapar, and because you shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. So the Gemara says, she told me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the paran outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? When the Pasuk says, you don't require this process, right? I don't need this Chutz over here. But Rothschild is also Rothschild as Hapar, only Chutz and as a son of Osa. I don't need that process. I don't need that because they're already going to scrape the cow goes to the bull outside of the Machane. She's Havos right now, the son of Osa, Kasher Sarah as Hapar Hadishan. He already tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this pile as I burned the other pile. And just like the other pile is burned outside of the machalos, so too this one is as well. So the Gemara says, why is it going to teach me? It's going to teach me the second, the Hotzi also, because the Machane is going to teach me removal from a second camp. A second camp. So the Gemara says,
and also opening this make feel like that right when you walk past the
and then when it says a third time only puts the machane by which you also mentioned it's taken out of the ash. That's also necessary. Why? Check right now, I'll check a Kadesh in sorry. The general machane that comes to teach you the third machane. So essentially the repetition of this phrase on the machane, which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shkutichutz? So again, Shkutichutz refers to the prohibition to check a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis HaMikdash, right? This is not Dafka just with the Shalosh Machos. So for example, again, where am I supposed to chef the carbon? Inside of the Beis HaMikdash, what we call Machane Shtima. Even if we chef the carbon outside of one camp, in let's say Machane Leviyah, you don't supply it for that. So the Gemara says, you turn around over here, then Halocha myself, now whenever it says Chutz Machane, that's even one Machane. Gemara says, we're not from Shkutichutz, Ma'ala Halon Chutz Machane Achos, just like by Shkutichutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. So over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the Makalo, right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, what's my plan? We started having a start. So essentially we see over here as follows. Just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done quote unquote outside of the camps. Right? We have again we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the part
the power Ha'elam government of keyboard and the power Klim Mashiach are burned outside of the camp. Now you happen to know that those two poems, actually, I'll be favorite to poems are burned outside of all three camps. Now we know that, okay? And we established that just before. Shriek is supposed to shoot the chefs are covered outside of the base, and this applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. So it's supposed to be one camp, parting all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, the whole sea also on the Chutzpah Machane takes the person who's going to execute and execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is, the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parting. And if it just says the parting are done outside of all three camps, so to execution is done outside of all three camps as well. Which we want to say, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To Shchutei Chutz. And Shchutei Chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the Shara. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, we're the stop running primary stuff and how they relate it. Then it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the parting. Why? Shekain Hotei, Amikot Banakana, not share in the Kaper. Because execution and parting share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon Hotei applies by both. By both, both are prepared for the act, and the Kaper both provide atonement. So these more things to compare execution to the parting. Yes, no, I can go ahead and learn out from Shchutei why. Shekin Adam, Chotei B'Neshama, people, naturally ugly people. Because again, on the other hand, you can compare execution to Shchutei in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, like Lashon of Chotei. Both have liability paying with life, and people, both are subject to people. Don't just around the Christian message, it is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act to another preparatory act. So this also the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parting. And just as the parting are done outside of all three machanos, so the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. He says, Rabbi says, on the Moshe Rabbi says, Rabbi takes another approach. He says, look at this. Where is Moshe Rabbeinu in the desert? Where is Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviah. But remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishnah, he lived in the Mishnah. He was situated in Machane Leviah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe, was responsible for carrying out the execution, not merely himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the Makala, take him outside of the camp. And Moshe says, maybe they'll use the Makala. So that means again, outside the Makala, and then there's another lesson. So it says they took from the Kala outside of the Machane. So there's another Hotzah. What does that refer to? Put Machane Yisrael. That means to put Machane Yisrael. So you're going to pop up again. So the Moshe, interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on this concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not go through so here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? So now Papa has a different approach. This one says, no. Hi, meet by Yasi. No. That last phrase of Vayatziu also, Vayatziu es HaMakalo Amikot Machane, that phrase is teaching that actually carries out execution. In other words, that is an important concept. Not for legal purposes. This one says, no. Asi the executive. That's what the Torah explicitly says. That they executed the guy that says that the Mishkan, the way they say, top of them, Gimel 43a, so the Yisrael also, Kashet Siva Hashem es Moshe. The prophet says in Psalm Yisrael, do it as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'ata. But based on what about the part that says, Vayigimu also of them. So the prophet says that they went ahead and they stoned him. right? They stoned in the Kalo. So my Ave, when you read that passage says that they carried out the execution. And it's very interesting science. It's very interesting. This look at what's for different possible. For different halachas, there's very little some of them that in the West that they sold him. So the Gemara says also the one with Susa. So we talk about it. So meaning that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says the halacha, and we see this halacha when they subject the person to skila, then they're ultimately again they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death. Right? Because again, if the stone cold, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, very little also means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. And then what other than that, then it makes the Evan Achas Yatsa. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies as a result of one stone, then I would have thought that skila by definition requires multiple stones. So much like to come with one stone. Now, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting to see. We'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the onus of skila. So we'll discuss that in the next session. So maybe it's a limit of Evan, it's a limit of Avon. So it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of Avon with stones. So you might say, we need both. Why do we need both? Because the concept of Mana, Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Havamina, Hekadilla makes the Kada, no Nisi, I would have felt like this. Essentially, the minister is Skila. What do you have? You have a contract. If you get it right before this, you kill the guy with the stone the first part, it's fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free.
Oh man.
Therefore, the Gemara says, well, they say, Akrisian is like Rahman Avanim. Therefore, the Torah says, Avanim teaches us. Avanim teaches us that Allah, again, you're going to stone them. And if it takes one stone, it takes one stone. It's multiple stones, it takes multiple stones. Furthermore, the like Rahman Avanim, if the Torah would have just said Avanim, Havanim and Kara, nicely characters. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. God says, Mona, Evan. Therefore, the Mona comes along and says, Evan, you start with one stone. I kind of met my karma. And what's the issue? So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focusing? What are we introduced to over here? That when you execute someone, you execute them where? Outside of all 3 texts. But interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a puzzle. The Torah says the wholesale subject was from Masada. Now it turns out that in reality, it's like we're learning this out from where? From the Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, the Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar. Even lo ne'emar kra, I see over Xer Shabbat. Achshav Shamar kra, Xer Shabbat tzarek. So that's what the Gemara says. In reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of what we come from a pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that we could that statement, then what? Now, for myself, we would be able to learn out from a Xer Shabbat. Okay, let's say first slide down. But that's what Rashi says. Moshe Echad Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So Gemara says, we said before, Moshe was situated in Machane. Okay, so the Kala puts the Machane in the Gemara says, remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the Kala, take the cursor outside of the Machane. What does that refer to? Click the Machane. So that refers to step number 1, click the Machane. Elmi put the Machane. Then it says, Elmi put the Machane a second time. What does that mean? That's put the Machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking them out of Machane Yisrael. Now it's just in the Kala. Then the pasuk said they took out from the Kala. La'asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it.
So the Gemara says,
Tuni is
Asiya,
being held
like that they
hostage.
carry two on a gadget to do. That already said that. The Israel, Asri, Kashet, Siva, Shem, is Moshe. That's already said, Cloud is Sakir, is Moshe, and commanded. Bruce West says, no,
You've never actually done that before. I don't think I've ever been to sleep. I think I have. I haven't been to sleep.
So we're going to
You
see
haven't or I
that
have.
possibly necessary
I'm
for another
sure I've
detail. So we're going to call Sneaker and the Chia. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially, talks about the idea that when you execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When you execute someone, before you execute them, there's a sneaker. There's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skill, what we're going to see is the process is, first you throw a person off a high roof. So a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Like that's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then you bring in the stones. Right? Then you bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interesting enough to have the obligation of pushing. Right? Which makes we'll say, understand, somebody you can hear this stuff, like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the Kishkas of the legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent executions. Right? We've seen this. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. But nevertheless, there's a conspiracy on Bechia, to which the Gemara says, I'm going to the Vida, so it's actually as follows. According to you, Kol Ani Hotzi B'Ksiv B'Parman Ashrafim, Ma'adrash Tabuchu. So the Rashi, all of these Hotzi in Amachanes. What do you do with all of these Hotzis that are mentioned by the Parman Ashrafim, which again is the Parhalam, the Minasiba, Parhalam Mashiach? This one says Kasha. That says, yeah, I don't know. So you guys a lot of Hotzis. Okay, so let's say, what's your takeaway? What's your takeaway? Our takeaway is I don't like someone to execute someone. So first of all, if you do it for two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. It's very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is able to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Beis Din, it finds a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, right? New proof for examination come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established three macros. Right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, you're really executing outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all three Machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad Omed. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So it's like, remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's hold this out, right? Moving to see the Jerry Shimon, witnesses can belong, let's say, Beis Din hostage, that moving is liable for death. So remember, again, they're not going to leave moving out to the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to a Beis Din, and they're going to stop the guy with a flag. Another guy in ocular, like in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Beis Din would find some new flat guy will wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Beis Din. Okay. So let's say this is great. I'm not going to Shitari, Echad Eben Shemiskaba, the Echad Shemiklaba, the Echad Chai Sheneragbo, the Echad Sili Sheneragbo. So let's say, so let's like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right, the trees used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kuba and Shark seaboards. Right? This is great, by the way. Right? This is such a Jewish suggestion. what the sugi about when we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money, right? Who's footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Beis is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because again, this is the community that's going ahead, the community that's going ahead and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for the headache, the rope or what we call it the rope, used for strangulation, all these instructions is taken from your funds. My time, no? What reason for this? To make the game, it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, they're going to execute you and you're sponsored by you. Right? Today's execution of Reuven is sponsored by the Short and Shabbat. Right? You can't, I want to point out something. You think about it, you actually, yes, you can. Why should I pay for Reuven's execution? Let Reuven pay for his own execution. Reuven got himself into this mess. Right? Why is this coming from communal funds? So it's interesting. It's a good question. Logically, it should come from Reuven, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person, to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So I established that. Listen to this. So by the Huna, Sudur Shemanitim Bo, the Sudur Shirasu Ma'amitim, Mishal V'Imu. Right, this is happening. Let's go back to Mishnah. Right, so now Reuben has been sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuben is being taken out to the Beis HaSkila, so what does Mishnah say? We have flat guy coming out of Beis Din. We have horse guy. Who's taking for those people? So flat guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, Kevin got our day, on one hand, you see, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they really working for? Working for Reuben, right? And they're benefiting Reuben. So Reuben should have to pay for flat guy, Reuben should have to pay for a horse guy. Right, the Gemara says, on the other hand, Oklahoma, Kevin is the big green on the Chayim and the other Bahat, some of the Gidal, on the other hand, no. This is the obligation on Beis, right? The obligation on Beis is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, the ones that we ask over here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuben, and they're introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of business. The business has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. What's that for? Just how incredible this is. It's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. The question sounds almost like a really cute. But again, it's not just a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the days left for any Jewish organization. So who's responsible over that? So again, that's the Shiloh. Let's say the Muslims are. This is great. The suit. How about Rashi? Our Pista. Ayotzi V'Parei. It's only being executed. Mashkin also, Kolak Shabbat, the Kol Shabbat, goes into this. They were given a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Kolak Shabbat, the one that's frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the soda. So they would give him this wine mixed with frankincense. This wine mixed with Lavona. So apparently what Lavona does with wine, it's good to know, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine.
right? And listen, now, why was this done? Today, should tell it Daito. And the person who's really executed, we want them to be like, essentially, get them like a sticker in the dream. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually like works. Yeah. But the nice said, okay, I want to point out the nice thing. You got to like what is tomorrow. Let's say, tell you how to bring down that when you do drink together, what do you say? You say L'chaim. You say L'chaim. Why do you say L'chaim when we drink? The time I have been really good because of this Gemara. Because when you execute someone, so you have to apply them with alcohol, so that their senses would be dull and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Kind of what husband says, when we drink with each other, when we drink with each other, it should never be construed as the shalom. That we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. You know, sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult. Like, yeah, I'm drinking as an escape. So it's not why he drinks. He never drinks to escape. He drinks because a little bit of nashka, like Nicholas lets us so as the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes at first how much I love every single person, right? And how much love I can express. Just like Hamilton says, when two Jews drink, they got to say, L'chaim, to write, that drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom something going to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish is incredible. So the rest of the follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine with Lavono to make sure that everybody shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Tell us something, Shneimar, to you, Shekar, in the old days, the Yayin and Mari Nefesh, literally again, give Shekar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give Shekar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul, which I will say just as an aside, that's interesting, something like Latin. The Gemara says, why do you have to create wine? Why do you create wine? For the kosher tanchumin. For the cup of consolation. In other words, we'll say the name is more important. But when the person will come back from the Rabbi, right? The person will lose a loved one. Or the first thing you got when you came back from the Rabbi, first thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because we're supposed to create with wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what we're supposed to create. Because sometimes again, to me, Yain Lamari Nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Sometimes a little bit in moderation. And in case the other maybe a little bit more than normal to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who's about to execute, give him a strong L'chaim, so that he can not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So to this. In the Tanya, we learned Nashim Mikashim Sharayim, how you must not boast. And the says, wasn't this fascinating? Who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Mikaros? Like these precious women of Yerushalayim. They're the ones who donated the wine. What's interesting, by the way, that it's women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, maybe men are more reticent to part with their wine. That's possibility one. It's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what will happen. Men see women be executed. Like what's the Hebrew saying? What's the Hebrew saying as women do without execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming, right? Very little in the empathy well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how again the Nashim Mikaros of Yerushalayim, and seeing someone really executed. Again, maybe to be guilty, it's still tragic. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they were thrown into life. So let's look at it. Life says, okay, let's not vote. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one did the execution wine. So you know what I'm saying? You shall me. Right? You shall me. Who takes first? Once again, let's say Tachlis, economics, who's the food? There are no Nashim Mikaros. Right? No one donated the execution wine. So who is paying for it? No, the truth is, that's actually pretty easy one because it's something that clearly comes from community funds. Why? Because to you, it wasn't looking at Rothschild, to you,
I'm
shit
tired of
out
explaining it.
the animals, it's
I'm
huge
wearing a
plural.
headband
So
suit.
the fact
I
that
want
there's a
to
plurality
tomorrow. This is some bogus shit.
associated
I'll
with
tell you
that
what,
possible
guys.
indicates that it comes from the tzibur.
I
Okay,
swear to
so
God,
that's
I'll stop doing this
that's an
podcast
easy
if
one.
anyone
Remember
calls
to
it
go
sick
into
tomorrow.
donate the wine, that comes from community
I'll
funds.
sick.
So you might say, let's say, again, so I just want to point out, the Gemara doesn't resolve it, right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution, that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the shadow book that the Gemara didn't answer is, who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy, that the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so much sense false. So one minute, I'll come to our favorite Jesus. I'm going to ask you how many weeks. If you run it, it's going to stop. Watch this. So it's remember again, and it's good because all these things come together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there? In front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember when you saw that in the deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument with the other. What does it do? They put him on the basis. Okay, so watch this. One of the interesting things here. First, one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? The Mishtake, he became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. The Mishtake, so let's know what is the halacha. So Nafeach Rothschild is Biadeh, Rothschild means Rothschild is like waved, it's the way like when you wave someone off.
Oh shit.
Dismiss. Wave like in a dismissive way. Wave in a dismissive way. So Mishtake, Afilu Aka B'Shokol Nami. Come on. If somebody becomes mute and they can't get back down, they can't get back down. Otherwise, we should be focused to maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some kind of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. If he can say it, he can say it. If he can't say it, he can't say it. Just because someone had something to say, and then he lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Which must have none of that. Also, look, because the negotiation for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. There is no reason to think that that's just. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Kevra, I have something to say. He stepped forward. He just never got a chance to say it. The issue versus Pascal, I'm saying, well, don't you see that? And you know, coming up to me, this year, we call it umis. If you have any students who say, let's say, I have an argument to advance, to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And let's say he's put on the basement and then he dies. Rowan also Kimukai, Rowan will come up with Rowan will come up versus we count his opinion even though he's dead. Like we count his opinion even though he dies. So the Gemara says, so what is he here? It's only if he asks for the benefit, you know. The Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And put him on the basement, and he advances his opinion, and then he dies. So he still counts his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in Lo Zicha Lo. Which the Gemara says, Zicha Shita. Amar Tiparlacha. So the Gemara says, you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the Kiddush says, I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The Shaila says, well, the Shaila is in our case, where what happens when a student stepped forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can you count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara ends off with kasha. Okay, so you know he says, Afilu upon Mishnah. So now again, the next part of Mishnah said, fascinating Mishnah. The next part of Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, like this case, Ruvain is in the base of Skila about the execution. That's why you
They showed me Todd. What's up, Devlin? Oh shit. Vegas, been there.
I'm going to about the execution. So remember again, now what happens over here? Now, Ruvain says, wait, I realize I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Nachzir o Safidu Arba B'Chamisha Tamid. So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now, the issue the Gemara does is the caveat. What's the caveat? As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. You know, otherwise he's just like, I realize that's something to say. I mentioned it pretty much yesterday, like putting your kids to bed, right? One more thing. So at a certain point, that's really nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything you eat, every snack already, there's nothing else. So these are the important caveats. In other words, if he says, I realize I one more piece of evidence. So the Mishnah says, we'll take you back as many times as you have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying. So now you ask an interesting question. So I think on the show, is that true? Is that true every time? Let's say you think that the base has ski that. And he said, first time he said, don't kill me yet. I realized I new evidence. I just thought of something, shouldn't have amazing. So do we have to essentially, investigate that claim already the first time, a second time, or only like up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says, that's how we learn. They also learned that if he does this, the first or second time that Ruben does this, can we just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time he says, have our new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back to basic, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation of the base on Skila to make sure that he's legitimate in what he is, some legitimacy. The time that look from time 3 and on, in each man should be bar machzuna, so in man should be bar machzuna, so if there's some legitimacy, not the fact that there's some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take it back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking it back. I'm not Papa, Targumua, we punch together. If you like this, we got, so that's exactly interesting. So it sounds like it's like this. In the first 2 times, you kind of get like the get out of skill free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base of skill to the base. No questions asked. You see you have new evidence? Fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot, before taking you back. So you know something, so it says, here's the Shaila. How do you know? So it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as you says, have I new evidence? You take him back. From second time and on, how do we know if he's telling the truth, or if there's some legitimacy to his words? This is very slow. Now, Rabbi, the Masira is good to wrap on. So if we bring 2 times the Chachamim to the base of skill, fascinating, each amount of bargain, low. So essentially, we bring 2 times the Chachamim to the base of skill. And it's looking, what do you got? Right? And if after he says it, they're like, okay, send it. Then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we will just want to execute him. So the mercy of the Lemzor and Yikara, well, that's the case. If you're furnishing 2 times the Chachamim to kind of rest in the claim a little bit, from time 3 and on, why don't you just watch? Have them from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, out of the boys, Matzi, call my DS thing. Let's say something when we say Yudin is probably a little bit nervous. Right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, they also can you imagine at the execution spot. Like it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? When it's about to be executed, because like, I have no evidence. I'm saying this may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base. Instead, he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it. Say it. And the two Talmudim will be there together. So I said, get ready for this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah, much more to put you up. So again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually quite. Mishnah is like this. Service like this are very exciting because literally again they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate either, right? It turns out you're right. either they exonerated him, or it's this case where they brought him back to the base of Skila afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really did not deserve to be executed. So that kind of so Mansur was supposed to put you up. So they found ground to exonerate, and they exonerated him. In love, and it's not Yotze Misaka. They take him out to be stoned. So the mother says, Yotze the funnel. Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Ruben. And what did he say? Yotze Misaka. Al-Sha'aba Clonis, right? So Ruben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed, Uploni Eitav, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerated evidence, come forward now. So what's interesting? This example really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kabbalah, part of the reforming process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. There is accountability for what you do, and there is accountability for what you do. And number three, which is really most important over here, is it's a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that can lead to the exoneration of the day. That's really the goal over here. So much more about it. It's not for me, my being holy, so I said, we got Rabbi, says, by the way, you got some arguments, you'll get information, so and other witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Ruben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Now, why you put out that information? Because it says, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Ruben, but maybe there's someone who watched and says, witnesses saw Ruben kill Shimon. And in Tel Aviv, that's interesting because they were having Shlomo with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So because of that, ultimately, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, we could go to the funnel. So the Gemara says, I have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the funnel in may karamo. So this is interesting. Now, I go to see this from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. She says, not 40 days behind. So actually, if you have that going using, you can see what he mentions in the footnotes. You'll be able to see this level of print. But as he mentions over here, that Nimcha, that there's pieces of the Gemara that were taken out, pieces of the Gemara that were taken out. Okay, so you might just intrigued by the idea that Halacha L'Maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, other days, let's say, other days, this is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. The Shemini says as follows, because over there, Yitzra Yisvad Allah, Mala, Allah, keep going, back in response to the small one. Let's say, so literally translated. If you go, sorry? Complete opposite side of the spectrum of politics. What? It's pissing your pants, whether it's okay to be. I don't know. You have more lines? Of course, my mom is the first Mrs. Fuck Kimmel. I mean, she's gonna go Bahama in this chat. We're just using a regular Gemara. All right. So I'm going to show you. Let me go over this. 43B. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through this thing with the amount of thinking more. I'm going to show you. Karach Avrach as Yisrael. David goes ahead and literally sacrifices his roots, right? Misvah Allah, and that's the root of the lessons. Ma'ala Lavakasa Kimatikra Santrabo Bishkalabi. He says it. He has Anna Control with 2 words. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful. You know, take a look at Rashi. So there you see, so Rashi says, La'akosh is so laughter. It entices me to sin. It's don't call the hollow, the Shabbat Shiva. What's this? Now, the way Rashi understands it says follows. So my Yitzhak enticed me to sin. After my Yitzhak entices me to sin, Zoko, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately again I decimate it, and I do shiva, and I go ahead and confess my sin. So according to Rothschild, happened over here as follows. I fell prey to my Yitzhak. I gave into my Yitzhara, I sinned, but afterwards again I overcome my Yitzhara, I subdue my Yitzhara, I confess, I do shiva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually fulfilling past accomplishment. Then it says this, I have honored the Kodesh Baruch Hu in 2 words. So when I gather all my above the Sid, Zaveh, Toda, Yichad B'Yin. Ultimately, again, he offers the Toda, Thanksgiving offering Yichad B'Yin in 2 words. This is representing the idea of Kodesh Baruch Hu in this world, and it's also for a is amazing. If you look at the Russian over here, the Russian over here is, it doesn't say like Kala Kodesh Yitzhak, it says Kala Zaveh Yitzhak. So also, the most incredible thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin, essentially, just welcome create a truth that as if I'm offering a covenant. We're going to just in just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a yitzhak, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yitzhak, I am giving up something for a Kodesh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up Kabbalah to absolute things. Most like every single day, I have an opportunity to offer up Kabbalah. What kind of Kabbalah? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Henry Mukhar and Muzuman, like Yoshin, Yukut Kuchabichu, I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want, I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the old strength, not to do that Avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because Kadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon I wish to offer. And when you offer that type of sexualistic carbon, the Imam says, it is as if I honor HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. The Imam was right there. The Imam found a lady, and let's say, when you look at the Imam that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Our lady, there's no reason to Kayan. When they make this good, as the Makbid Olah, Skar Olah, the other, so a person goes and offers up an Olah, you can't put Olah, like you Skar for the other, you offer up an Olah, you can't put Olah, Abam, someone say, no, this speaker stood, when you offer a carbon, you get reward for the particular carbon you offer. However, this is Abam, Shedaito Shvela. That will say, the same thing, now what is Daito Shvela mean? Daito Shvela, we often translate as humble, but the Marshal actually has a different idea here. The Marshal says that Daito Shvela is, the Sheshav B'Kol Libo. The Marshal says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who's about Shiva. So somebody who about Shiva. And means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time I say Libono Shalom. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about Shiva. What's that? About Shiva is not something you never sin, because somebody never sin will be about Shiva. About Shiva is taste sin, enjoy sin, is good at sin. Every time you give us something, right? It's good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire and desire anymore diminished, but because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, like listen to this, Ma'ala Allah Akasa Kulu, Ikrit Kala Tabana Sulam. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. Shinamar, Zuke Elokim, Lach Mishkara. It looks like because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when you offer up, when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person, rejects the dramatic walk of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. Shneimar, le'nishbar b'nitka elakim lo sizah. Literally, again, a broken heart. A broken heart, a broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, I can never despise. So what's the greatest cover we can offer? It's not an older version. The greatest cover we can offer is the cover of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of cover. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you've made every carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I really take that sacrifice, I have a special Torah tefillah, a special power share. I will say I'll stop it for today. Okay, good. Good stuff, everyone. Tomorrow, just hold that.
It troubles me with how many open Diet Cokes there are.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day.
I won't lay down. I think probably 2 or 3.
Have a great day, everyone.
Drink Marks. When I start saying son, that means I've been like almost gone.
Yeah.
I swear on everything it was me. I'm being dead serious. I doubt it. Justin Bot. Justin Bot. Nice try, Justin Bot. If you can send me a DM
All right,
of
we'll
you
say
and
good
shots.
morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's good thing.
Do I need to give you money so you can shout me out? Bob, you're like 25% of a 24-hour stream.
Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tufshin Hair annual Talmud Torah sponsor Tilson Mishpacha Baretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the shurim and drushos this year as a source for the souls on Yisrael. Tilson Mishpacha Baretz. So we thank you very much for their generosity. Hashem. That the feeling of Akash should be in sky for all of Klal Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the mantra of Teves. The Kalman family memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Lebracha, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Hashem will have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And our weekly learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Hannah Richter, and memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Lebracha. The merit of our Talmud Torah. Hashem will have an Aliyah. The family in Nechama, of course, is always we dedicate our learning in the source of all of our precious haftarahs, Nefesh Baruch Hu, Nefesh Shem from the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, Nefesh Baruch Hu, allow them to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yidei. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 Mem days on the days that we'll have to do today. Minhani, let's just pick up from Minhani Mili, which is pretty much right smack in the middle of all the days, right across from Tulsa's V'ne'eman. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all 3 machos? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community is modeled, was the setup of Jewish community is very much modeled after the way we camp in the desert. So in the desert, we had 3 camps. Machane Shina, which represents the Mishkan in the middle, Machane Leviyah, which is where the Leviyim camped around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everywhere else. So for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leviyah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea we have been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all 3 machanos, all 3 camps. It says, you know, in Haimili, we really know this one. It's not Rabban, because Paul says, go ahead and take the makala. Also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are 2 cases of Musaf, right? 2 cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the makalo, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshe, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the 2 cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara is behind me, the Torah, Hotias Makalo, Torah says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take him out of the camp. And go ahead and execute him. The Gemara is what does it mean? It means take him out of all 3 camps. Take him out of all 3 camps in order to go and execute him. So you say take him out of all 3 camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all 3 camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps.
camps.
fucking
It says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who turns like a Machane. Never Parim and it's from Machane. It says by the permanent Now, what are the permanent If you look at Rashi says the permanent there are two bowls that are referring to over here. Number one is Har Ha'elam Darshal Tzipor. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. The Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling to a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's called Har Ha'elam Tzipor. Or again, the Rashi says with Har Kohen Mashiach. This was the car that was brought to the Kohen Gadol, delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of these carbonos are consumed. Rather, Ellen is Rachel. They're burned. Fine. So the Gemara says, just like by these paros, right? Just like by these parim, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So too over here, this lashon of hotzi by the Mechalo is also outside of all three machalos. By the Hasan and by the way, how do you know by the parim that they're taken out of all three camps? The Torah one on the hotzi is called hapar and the machana. Because it says the hotzi is called hapar and you shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What does outside of the camp mean? Outside of all three camps. The Gemara says, she's telling me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the parim outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? The Pasuk says, you don't require this pasuk, right? I don't need this. I don't need that pasuk. Because they're really taking the cows or the bull outside of the machane. Also. So he tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this par as I burnt the other par, and just as the other par is burnt outside of the machanos, so this one is as well. So the Gemara says, what is going to teach me? It's going to teach me the second, the hotzi also the machanos. It's going to teach me the removal from a second camp. So the Gemara says, and then when it says a third time by the Shumas Adeshin, taking out of the ash, that's also necessary. Why? Sorry. So essentially, the repetition of the stories on the is unnecessary in a number of different contexts. Teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shkutechos? So remember again, Shkutechos refers to the prohibition to chef a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? This is not that just the Shalosh Hakaros. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to chef the carbon? Inside of the Beis Hamikdash, what we'll call Machane Shechina. Even if you chef the carbon outside of one camp, let's say Machane Leviah, you're also chayiv for that. So the Gemara says, "Mitlush learn out over here." Then halacha l'maisa. Now, whenever it says chutz l'machane, that's even one machane. Gemara says, "Learn out from shutei chutz." Ma'ala halon chutz l'machane achos. Just like by shutei chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afkan. So to over here. Now, what's the here? Here is by the Makalo, right? The here is the case of execution. So too, by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, so essentially what we see over here is as follows, just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the Par Ha'elam government at Tzibor and the Par Klan Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now you have to know that those two Parim
Those actually, let me frame it differently. Purim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know that. Okay, that we established that before. Shchutik Chutz, the prohibition to keep the carbon outside of the camp applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shchutik Chutz, even one camp. Purim, all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, Bahotzi also al michutz lamachna. Take the person you're going to execute and execute him outside of the camp. What don't I know? What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the Purim. And therefore, just as the Purim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well. First Gemara just says, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To Shchutei Chutz. And Shchutei Chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the Shaila. So the Gemara says no. The Gemara says for the start when we come and so it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the Purim. Why? Because execution and Purim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon of Hotze applies by both. By both. Makshir, both are preparatory acts, and Mechaper, both are atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the Purim. No, I can go ahead and learn after Mishkutei Chutz. Why? Shekin Adam Chote Beneshama Pigol Makshir Pigol. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shchutei Chutz in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chote. Both have liability, liability being life, and Pigol. Both are subject to Pigol. Don't listen around. The first nurse says, no. Makshir, it is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act from another preparatory act. So therefore, both said the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the Purim. And just as the Purim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, Rabbi says, Moshe Rabbi takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the desert, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviah. I remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishkan, he lived in the Mishkan. He's situated in Machane Leviah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe, because Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the makalo, take the guy that first comes powerful, take him outside of the camp. The Gemara says, maybe you don't need what's the makalo leviah? So that means again outside the makalo leviah. The Gemara says, and then there's another lesson. Torah says, they took the makalo outside of the machane. So there's another hotzah. What does that refer to? What's the machane Yisrael? That means the chutz machane Yisrael. So you're going to help out again. So interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, Papa has a different approach. Krishna says, no. Hi, big body with Asiya. No. That last phrase of Vayotziu also, Vayotziu has a makalo on the chutz machana. That phrase, that's not saying teacher that actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is an important concept. Not for limud purposes. Krishna says, no. Asiya behedjiksiv. That's not true. The Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who cursed the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Where does it say? Top of Memdimo 43a. Ubnei Yisrael asu kasher tziba Hashem es Moshe. Pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'ata. But based on what about the pasuk that says vayirgulu also of them? So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my Abdi, when you read that pasuk says that they carried out the execution. And we better look at the sign. It's very interesting. This is required also for a different pasuk. For a different halacha. What is it? So it's by Gulu also. Then what does it mean that they stoned him?
So the Gemara says, also, Halobik Suso. We're going to talk about this. It means that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, we'll see this halacha, when they will subject the person to skila, men. They're ultimately, again, they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten death, right? Because again, if they're stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, vayigimu oso. Oso means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. Evan, where I learned from Evan, she'im meis be'evan achas yatsa. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila by definition requires multiple stones. Kamash if you come with one stone. Now again, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting. So you'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of skila. So we'll discuss that in the Hashem. So make so it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim, stones. So the Gemara says you need both. Why do you need both? The Gemara says Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when administering skila, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right the first time, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achlisium like kasav rachmana avanim." Therefore, the Torah says avanim. What does avanim teach us? Avanim teaches us that Allah for the Mesa, again, you're going to stone him. And if he takes one stone, he takes one stone. If he takes multiple stones. Furthermore, because of rachmana avanim, if the Torah would have just said avanim, avamina meikara, naisi tarti, I would have said from the beginning you have to bring 2 stones. Because of Rahmana, Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I kind of ne'emar ka'amar. So here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What do we focus? What have we introduced to over here? That when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. The Torah says the whole seal Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From the Gzera Shava. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, Bahah, Haitana, Ne'emar. It kind of introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Gzera Shava. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu no lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. I see Omer Gzera Shava. Achshav she'amar kra. Gzera Shava lo tzarech. So the Gemara says, right, in reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of all the intention of pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah for myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Gzera Shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yasef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe was situated in Machal What's the Machane Mutia? Oh, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane Mutia. The Torah, in speaking to Moshe, says, take the makala, take the cursor outside of the machane. What does that refer to? What's the machane leviyah? So that refers to step number 1 is taking on the machane leviyah. El b'chutz the machane. Then it says on the chutz the machane a second time. What does that mean? That's chutz the machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to pushing them out of Machane Yisrael. Now it's here's the Makalo. Then the pasuk says they took out the Makalo. La Asiya. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. The Gemara says Asiya, right? That they carried through on it. That we already said that. Asu Kashet Sivasa Moshe. Pasuk already says Klal Yisrael did as Moshe Rabbeinu commanded. Which Gemara says no. Hahu Libayile Chad Smicha the Chad Tia.
So we're going to see that possibly necessary for another pizza. We'll see what we're going to call smicha and dichia. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skila, what we're going to see is the process is, first you throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. Right, which makes a lot of understand. Sometimes we can what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen Kishka's legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. Right? We've seen this. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished with that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and dechia, which the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, according to you, Kohani hotzi b'sei b'parma nesrafim, my drashtim. So it's Rabbi Rashi. You're darshting all of these hotzi minamachanos. What do you do with all of these hotzis that are mentioned by the Parma nesrafim, which again is the Parhelam Davar Ben Atziva, Parhelam Mashiach, which one says kasha. I said, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'll say, what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when we execute someone. So first of all, there's the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. It's very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution on Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, like new proof for exoneration come to them. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, as we established, three machos, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all three machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad only. So the Gemara says this is it. So remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. Let's play this out, right? Reuven is a chief of Shimon. Witnesses came along, and let's say Beis Din asking that Reuven is liable to that. So remember again, they're not going to lead Reuven out to the Beis Hasidah. Outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to a Beis Din. Remember again, it's not the guy with the flag. Another guy in ocular, right, in greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Beis Din would find some new flat guy would wave his flag? Horse guy would gallop out for the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Beis Din. Okay, so let's say this is great. So I'm not going to Shitali, Echad Evan Sheniskel Ba, the Echad Eight Shenit Rabba, the Echad Chais Shener Rabba, the Echad Sulu Shenechna. So let's say, so the point is like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Michel Sibra, right? I was like, this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. The sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money. Right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Beis Din is carrying out an execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and
executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the rope used for strangulation. All of these mishal tzibur, these people with uniforms. My kaima, what's the reason for this? The midday, lo amina leizil v'leisi v'likol nafsha. Because the Gemara says it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, today's execution has been sponsored by, sponsored by the Schwartz Mishpacha, right, the Ili Mishmas, Ruben. You can't, I want to say, but I want to point out something. If you think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution, right? In other words, let Ruben pay for his own execution. In other words, Ruben got himself into this mess. Right? Why is this coming from communal funds? So it's interesting because it's a good question. Logically, it should come from Ruben, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason you don't do it is, why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by Ravuna, Suda Shemanifim Bo, Besus Shiratzim Amidan, Mishal Mihu. This chapter, let's go back to this one. Right? So now Reuben has been sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuben is taken out for this execution, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flat guy standing by the basement. We have horse guy. Who's paid for those people? So flat guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, on one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? Who are they really working for? They're working for Reuven, right? And they're benefiting Reuven. So really, Reuven should have to pay for flat guy. Reuven should have to pay for horse guy. Right? The Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on faith, right? The obligation on faith is to try to the best of their ability, to exonerate. So really, again, we want to really ask here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuven. Here's introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezin, because Bezin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, what's that? How incredible this is. So it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fund this. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. These in our thoughts, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this, right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the days for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible here? So again, that's the Shiloh. Say the Gemara says, the Sue, listen to this. It's great. The Sue. Hadam Rabbi Ravashi, Amar Rav Krista, Ayosi Lehare. The son is being executed. Mashkin also, Korat Shalokosh Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Korat Shalavona. The one is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Torah. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with Lavona. So apparently, what Lavona does with wine, right, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? When the person is going to be executed, we want them to be like essentially get them like a inebriated. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually works. Can you imagine? Right? But the Lisa said they were supposed to. I want to find they were saying the time of Hagin brings down that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The time of Hagin brings down is because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, they would have to fight them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening.
Kamei Hagim says when we drink with each other, make enough prayer, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is good. I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why a Yid drinks. A Yid never drinks to escape. A Yid drinks because a little bit of mashke, like nichnas yayin yatzasod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to first how much I love every single thing, right? And how much love I put in spark, and how much love I put in. I'm in these guys, when two Jews drink, they have to say l'chaim, to life, that is shared. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish this Gemara, incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona. They should start daito. Remember that they shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Double sense of Shneimar, to me shekar la'ovei yayin l'mari nefesh. Literally again, give shekar. Shekar is like an attached to investment. Give shekar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say, just as an aside, it's interesting. It's not so much fun. The Americans, why did they consult to create wine? Why do you create wine? So the kosher times goodness. The government times goodness. Remember, I will say, the Americans more cotton. That when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? The person will lose a loved one. What was the thing you got when you came back from the Levaya? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Shmuel created the wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. As the Shmuel created, because sometimes again, to new yayin l'mari nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal, to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to be executed, give him a l'chaim, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So we can do this. You might say the time we learned, how you must not boast from the views of this is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Each of these precious women of Yerushalayim, they're the ones who donated the wine. Listen, it's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not the men who donated the wine? So, maybe men are more ready. That's possibility one. But it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what would happen. Men see ruins being executed. Like what's the Chevra saying? What's the Chevra saying as ruin is being let out to execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming. Right? Better than on the empty well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, when seeing someone who's really executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they would donate the wine. So what's we can do? The Gemara says, okay, lowest level. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one donated the execution wine. So the Gemara says, you shall me, right? You shall me. You pay for it. Once again, let's say, stop. Is economics. If there are no Nashim Yikaros, right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? No, the truth is that's actually a pretty easy one because it's something that's really comes from community fund. Why? It's to new. It wasn't to new Shekar La'ovei Yanamar. To new is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that indicates that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the easy one. If there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So you might say, let's say again. So I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shara goes out to the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That's what the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, Gemara says, "So by me, Rabbi Sheshes. Echad Amar Echamina Talmidim. Yeshi Lamed of Schos. This is the static. Watch this. So remember again in this group, because all these things come together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What would they do? They put him on the base. Okay, so watch this. Let's say one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Benishtate. He became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. Benishtate. So what is the halacha? So menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei. So menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei means Rav Sheshes like wage. It's the word like when you wave someone off. Dismissed, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. Waved in a dismissive way. So nishtate afilo echa b'sofa olam nami. Come on, or if somebody becomes mute and they can't advance on it, can't advance argument. Or otherwise, we should be choshesh that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone had something to say and then he lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Jewish Gemara says none of that. It's different. Because to be choshesh with someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. Then we have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Chevra, I have something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. Versus Tashma, let's analyze. Let's listen to this. If you have one of the students who says, Rabbi say, I have an argument to advance, to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And let's say he's put on the base, and then he dies. Rowan also the halacha is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so we can still count his opinion even after he died, but that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, "Zicha in lo, zicha lo," which the Gemara says, "Zicha shitali." Amar tibayracha. So the Gemara says, "You're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the finish is I can count his opinion even though he's dead." The shine is in our case. Now what happens if a student steps forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can you count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say, afilu, pamisha. Let's remember again. The next part of the Mishnah said, would be a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, right now, it's clearly described. Ruvain is in a base as skila, about to be executed.
I feel like this is like my new sobriety nation.
And then it's about to be executed. Remember again. Now what happens over there? Now, right, and now Ruvain says, wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, so we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now the issue the Gemara says is with a caveat. What's the caveat? The Mishnah said last was the Mishnah. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. You mentioned this yesterday, like putting your kids to bed, right? Little kids look up it. But hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like, there's nothing else, right? We've spoken about everything. Have you snack already?
There's nothing else. So these are important caveats. In other words, if Reuben says, "Oh no, I realize I have one more piece of evidence," so the Mishnah says, "Fine, we'll take you back to the but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying." Now, you ask an interesting question. Is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say Reuben got the base of and he said, first time, "Oh, don't kill me yet. I realized I new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back to the So we have to investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time, the second time you said that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5. So the Gemara says, "Back time you learned, time Rishon Shniya, Ben Sheish, Mamash B'Dvar, Ben Shein Mamash B'Dvar." Machzirin also, there was we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuben does this, kind of just give him a pass. Give him a pass. First or second time he says, "I have new evidence." What do? We take him back. We take him back to basement, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base of Shila to make sure that he's legitimate in what it is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, if there's some legitimacy, not exactly if there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. You're right. It's like this. So what's exactly very interesting? So it sounds like it's like this. And the first 2 times, the kind of get out of skill free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back on the basis of skill for days. Then no questions asked. You say you have new evidence? Fine. We'll take you back. From time 3 and on, you claim that you have new evidence. We're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So the Gemara says, so here's the Shaila. How do you know? In other words, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Reuben says, "I have new evidence," we take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? In other words, if there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very true. Rabbi, the Masino is Rabbi. So interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila. Fascinating, you know. He the Mamish in below. Essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skila, and they say, "Hey, what do you got? Right?" And if after he says it, they're like, "Oh, okay, saying good," then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we're just going to execute him. So the Gemara says, "So they make kara." Well, if that's the case, if we're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chachamim to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just have them come there from the beginning? Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, "Agav the boys, Matzi, Lo Matzi Amar, Kol might be a mistake." Let's say, understandably so, Reuben is probably a little bit nervous, right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Especially, I will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? Reuben's about to be executed. He's like, "I have no evidence." Understandably, he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base instead he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. He got something to say it. Say it. And the two times will be there to vet it. But so say, get ready for this. These things are ridiculous. Mishnah. Much less control. We want to say so again. Now this is all progression, right? All progression. It's actually quite Mishnah is like this. It's very exciting because everybody again is flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Reuben, right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate Reuben, or it's this case where they brought him back to the base of Skila afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what's called so Matsur was Matsur. So they found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him. They imlav, and if not, Yatzuli Sakel. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, "Cruz Yotze Lefanav." Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotze Lisakel al Sha'avar Plonis. Right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name.
the name of his father, the crime that he committed, Uploni Eitav, and so and so and so and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say this announcement really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on mourning. On mourning, there is accountability for what you do, and there's always accountability for what you do. And number three, which is really the most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that could lead to the exoneration of the name. That's really difficult over here. So the Gemara says, "I'm Rabbi. Start from the Meimar beyond Ploni, Ploni, B'Shal, Ploni, so Ploni, Ploni, Dilma, Ika, Diyadi, Ba'asu." Rabbi says, "By the way, you have to add in some more information. What's the other information? So and so and so and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Rabbi on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv." Why you put out that information? Because I will say there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence from Ruvain, but maybe there's someone who was and says, witnesses saw Ruvain kill Shimon on Tuesday 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So listen, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the cruise goes to the front of. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in Meikara Lo. So it says, this is interesting. That goes to tuning. There seems to be a piece missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. Rashi says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes for Tziyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnotes. You used to be able to see this level of print. Right? He mentions over here that mincha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that halacha l'maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, Amadeus, we'll say Amadeus. This is ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. The lady says as follows. We'll say so. Literally translated. If you go, sorry.
That was so good, I just flipped my trunk.
Shut up.
I don't know. You have more lines?
Shut up. Oh, yeah. It's just probably still up.
Got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. All right. Samir Shemalevi. Regular base. 43b. 43b. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount. Don't give me more. Samir Shemalevi. Rabbi goes ahead and literally sacrifices his yetzer, right? And does he confesses. Treats as if he has honor of in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, if the yetzer entices me to sin, Huzoko Bahargo, Ishab B'Shuva. Now, the way that Rashi understands it as follows. So, my yetzer enticed me to sin. After my yetzer entices me to sin, Zovcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately, again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So, for instance, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my yetzer. I gave in to my yetzer hara, I sinned, but afterwards, again, I overcome my yetzer hara, I subdue my yetzer hara, I confess, I do tshuva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Kodesh Baruch Hu in two worlds. All of my zeva, all of my body. Siv, Zabeach, Toda, Ultimately, again, he offers the Todah, Thanksgiving offering, Yechabdinei, two nuns. The nuns representing this idea of Shirek Hashbarach in this world and next world. So I just want to point out something amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, the Lashon over here is, it doesn't say like Kol Veishas Yitzro, it says Kol Zoveches Yitzro. So I will say, the most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially, the treats us as if I'm offering a covenant. You know, the definition at the moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera. I want to be able to do this. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yetzer, I am giving up something for a and that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up karbanos in the absence of this. Most like every single day, I have an opportunity to offer up karbanos. What kind of karbanos? I want to do something. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. Hineni muchan u'mezuman, right? L'shem yuchud kudshes lichud. I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength, not to do that avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something, that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon I give to offer. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, the Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara is not a lady, and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Not a lady, the mentioning in the Shayim, when the base makes good of the Makriv Ola, Skar Ola, the person goes and offers up an Ola, you credit for an Ola, right? Minchas, coming for the other, you offer up an Minchas. So we'll say, in other words, basically, stood, when you offer up a carbon, you get an award for the particular carbon you offer. However, since this Hatami Shedaito Shtela. Now we'll say, someone is that, now what does Daito Shtela mean? Daito Shtela we often translate as humble. But the Maharsha actually has a different idea here. The Maharsha says that Daito Shtela is Ruach Nishma, the Hainu Sheshav Bichol Liva. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shtela means someone who is about tshuva. We'll say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Sheva. That's about Sheva. Listen, about Sheva is not someone who never sins. Someone who never sins means to be about Sheva. About Sheva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Every time you do that something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire is because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito Shir, listen to this. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. I will say because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic rock of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. It'll be again a broken heart, a broken spirit, downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, yet the Rothschild would never despise. He said the greatest carbon we could offer is not an oldest, not a son. The greatest carbon we could offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of carbon. When you make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that,
when I raised to make that sacrifice, I had a special koach. Special power. I will say lots of for today. Okay, good. Shkaya, everyone. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. I have another great day, everyone.
The shop house barely made it through the last one. We need to wear that last one. Brendan.
Yeah. Which one are you? Knowing that. No. Don't say it, but point to it. Yes, they can't.
Which one? Do anything else. If you lock up those fucking demons 24/7.
Let's see who goes to stand up first. Look at the draw, Pete. This is the most important decision you've ever made.
I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Shipping.com. I'm a Thomas Lowe sponsor for the year of passion for 57 by the President Papa. The dedicated all the partners this year as his first for the Zone Papa on Israel. I'm co-sponsors. The Kelman Mustafa for dedicating all the showing this month in memory of Amit from David Levy, Zihron the David of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night for Hanukkah with his precious Michelle Havnaria and his family in Nechama. All the learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Kana Richter, the memory of Rabbi Richter's grandson, who was just with us yesterday. Rabbi is today Sarah Bas Shimon and Zihron the Rebbe, the author and the merit of our commentator, the Shomer Havnaria, and the family in the Chama. Let us begin. So today's topic is Monday, 42. We are picking up a lot of these days and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next every day. It should be. So as I said, we left off on Mem Aleph on the Beis 41b. 41b. And we left off at the two dots. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, in the end of yesterday's dot, there was a beautiful exchange between the Tanner of Safra and the Tanner of Safra, the learning Sanhedrin, in the yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rabbi Bakama went ahead and was interacting with them. So Rabbi Bakama said, what are you learning? And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. The Gemara says as follows. So if you remember again, the end of the discussion was Ihati Amisu Batshiva Amisu. So Rabbi Bakama was very impressed by what the Karen of Safra was saying. So he said, you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I thought you mentioned the last part, Amilei, Mikivusa Demar Amina B'Tuba. So it's interesting. The Karen of Safra said that time by Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, we were able to share with you so much. Meaning, Mikivusa Demar, no Amina B'Tuba. Had you been a little bit more different, like had you been a little bit more sharper, I've been able to share with you as well. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says when he says the program, the Kibusa did not only the Ami Betuva, not more Sha'at told the Anav, and more than Ami Bahabo. So this is beautiful. So that kind of stuff we're talking about Hama, because we are so pleasant and we're so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, when you show up to the house this morning, if you are going to be a contrarian, like if you are going to be difficult, if you are going to be combative, well, the hack shows, well, I really make that a clue. So this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. But the kind of Saka is saying, the story of Hama, because you're so pleasant, we feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness, brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are present in our interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. When people react positively, kindness versus whenever you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, which some people are just like, whatever interaction, whatever interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I actually zero interest in interacting with someone who's kind, with someone who's compassionate, with someone who's sweet, with someone who's just emotionally giving in their interactions.
It's
there's a
incredible,
desire
and I know
to
everyone in
want
the
to
comments,
engage,
myself
and
included,
that brings out
are
even
just loving
more
it. I mean,
from the
so you're
person
taking
who
it
has
all
so
back,
much.
but
It's a very beautiful people.
well,
After all that,
you got to do the rest of the show by
I can't
yourself.
guess it's
We're
really
signing
getting
off.
this one idea.
No, we should introduce we did a show with you guys before.
Witnesses
Your
could be often
co-host,
their
God
time
knows where he
up
is
to
at
2
Texas
days.
Wax. He's probably
Up
mad
to
at
2
me now.
days. So the show
It
is
doesn't
how
matter
far
what.
into
There's
the month
Slingbach, blue
can you go
shorts.
ahead and
Tell
allow
them
for
about your
people to
show.
be off in their
Oh, yeah.
timings? I come up.
Well,
She said to me,
we're a bit redacted.
أنا
I'll have to
بقى
give you
أنا
guys
بقى أنا بقى
that much at least, but
until you get to
yeah,
the middle of the month,
we're just two dads just trying to figure out life.
in other words, you can't go
And
up
honestly,
to the majority
truthfully,
of the
we're
month. You
complete
could
failures
assume
in life,
that
and
people could be off a
trying to
little
find
bit in their timing.
success in
But once you get
podcasting,
past
just
the
like every
majority of
other
the month, you
regarded
can't really
person.
allow for any type of discrepancies in the
So
timing.
do you
So
think
that's
Ozen
because
is
I
mad at
come
me
on,
because I
you
texted his
so I
wife?
told her the English speaking,
You know, he's not going to see this until
Saturdays will allow. Remember the other thing, he said, for example,
Oh,
one
they asked you, thank you, Martin. They asked you, blue shirts asked you if you're homeless.
so we can allow for that, right? Why?
Are you
Because
homeless?
maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-day month, whereas another one thinks that it was a 29-day month. So the shame is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy?
How's the baby
So
doing?
that's the same of your plan. Up
She's
until
good.
the majority of
I'm
the
worried
month.
though
So
that I have passed on my elders.
Sorry.
The second autistic guest we had today, Mark said that he's autistic.
So we don't even say that ethanol is supposed to that home, but hey, if you send the case,
I agree.
if one week says that it happened on the second of the month, one week doesn't happen on the
Well, you're
fifth
gonna
of the
cancel
month,
yourself late
yeah,
into
it's
the
just
stream.
buffalo. But I'm not. Maybe it's that
It really would be great if it was like hour 22 and Gerardo just said something just completely off the wall. Yeah, and he's an odd habit.
Witness number one
You
thinks
wake
the
up like
last 2
3 days from now,
months, 29 days
all of a
each.
sudden you're getting blasted on your
Witness
phone.
number two thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains the discrepancy between 2 days. To which he wants to allow the show.
Can you tell the stream why you decided to name your daughter Tiger?
You see from that how much of myself, once you get to the called the road,
Oh man, dude, it's good to see you, blue shirts. I wish you lived in Los Angeles. That'd be great.
So the Gemara says,
Yeah, well, honestly, I was thinking about this earlier.
it could very well be that he wants to get to the middle of the month. Not
And I
everyone
was
knows
surprised.
the previous month
I
was a
certainly think it's
mother
been
or a
about
cluster.
15
Like
years
that's
since we've been
possible.
together.
But what does
Damn,
everyone know?
that's crazy.
They know about the show
And truly, did you ever think
that
when you left
myself,
Arlington, Virginia, after 15 years, that you would
the
finally
chauffeur
reach
is
such
blown.
great
That
heights?
actually goes out to do that the chauffeur is blown
No,
at
I
the
couldn't.
beginning
Yeah,
of
no, I
every
couldn't
month.
have
So
envisioned any
everyone
of
knows about
this.
the chauffeur
You
blowing.
know, I mean, I would never thought I'd be in a yellow hazmat suit talking about Brendan Schaub.
Previous month
But,
it wasn't.
You know, I
The
cry
fact
when I
she
think
put
about
it
it
the
internally.
truth she put it
In my work, it's
so
great.
passing every 1 month you miss the
Here's another
chauffeur
thought I
blowing
had,
the
just kind of
month. But they say that for 2
off the
months
tip of the
you
dome
missed
here,
the
but
chauffeur blowing. So ultimately again that would be
would it
highly
be
incredible.
truly like a great full circle if you guys get done with this, you found out that
So it's so now
Brendan
interestingly
Schaub was
because
not
we're
only
talking
causing
about
this,
the
but
new
he
month.
was doing a
So now we're
24-hour
going to
stream
have a transition
watching
over to a really great discussions. Up until what point in time can one
That's a
recite
simulacrum.
Kiddush
yeah,
HaKodesh?
that would be
Hey,
nuts.
that's Halavana.
That would be
Kiddush
super
HaKodesh. When
I mean, that would be the best way to
up until what
defeat
point
us.
into the month
Right. It's
can
like
you
he
bench
outdoes
the
everything we do.
moon?
Like we try to
So
do
you must
stand up, but
actually
he
the smart
does.
Piggy Masa.
We
Until
do
the
podcasts, he
deficiency
beats
of
us.
the moon
Yeah.
is
Now we're at a
completed.
stream. We're at a
So you
stream.
might say
He's
the
always a
comma,
step
okay,
ahead.
how much is that?
Or if
So
it's
they were asking
24
at
hours,
what
that's just
point
25
up
minutes.
to what point in the new month
Like
is
his
one
special
permitted
time.
to say
Yeah.
Kiddush
The
HaKodesh?
greatest
So the
special
one
ever.
gives us an answer. I think Ajit is Mali Piggy Masa. Until the deficiency of the moon is
What
filled
threads are
in.
there left to
Not
with this? Like,
Shkoyach. What is
do
that?
you guys
What
imagine
is
doing
that?
this well into your 40s at this point? Brendan, I know you
Give me
look
a time in the month that I can get
before.
straight.
Yeah, I've already. I'm 65 years old personally, but
Up
dude,
until the
like with
7th
Brett, I
of the
mean, it's
month.
crazy.
Up until the 7th
We
of the month,
we only
you
do
can
the
go
show
ahead
now
and say
once
Kiddush Shabbat.
or
Okay, so
every
the
other
Gemara
week,
says,
twice a month. And then he comes up with something new every time. He never stops. He's the hardest working guy. He's the hardest working. Wait.
You can say Kiddush Shabbat until the 7th of the month. And now done, you can say Kiddush Shabbat up until the 16th of the month.
It's not
Top
about
of Mondays,
it's not really about
42
our 40s. We
Says
just signed a
that I
12-year
look at
contract
you
with Tiger Belly. Yeah.
and both of them hold.
We got an extension on our contract with Tiger Belly.
Interestingly enough,
So
so
now
this
we're
is
pushing our
fascinating.
50s. None of this matters because Tiger Belly pays us regardless. It's not a big deal. Bobby Lee's our boss.
On top of the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So
Toronto
there's machlokes in terms of what does that mean? Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and the Rabbi says up until 16 days into the month. So you might say, one says that the moon has to look like a phone. So that's the opinion ultimate the idea of Rabbi Yehuda up until 7 days, and the Rabbi says it looks like a seed. Means it's fully circular. Like by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. The moon is complete. So that is a fundamental macro case over here. I'm reading kind of a machlokes, and one machlokes.
We had that exact conversation one time when we were butt tired at Taco Bell. I turned to her and I was like, can you imagine how hard this would be if we were drinking? He's like, yeah, dude.
Looks like a boat.
But we were already at Taco Bell. So it was like, regardless, drinking would just be worse. We'd be drunk at Taco Bell.
Well, I mean, that is,
let's go back to
your audience. That is not 95% of the back catalog.
And you fucking, you're working out, dude. A good pause.
Well, it's the 8 Mile Challenge.
I know.
What
are you trying to freestyle rap right now?
That's
so funny that you did that by accident. I know. Like, he does this bit now where he walks 8 miles to get in shape with like 8-mile challenge. He had no idea. And then it happened, and then it's an Eminem thing. Oh, that's a blue shirts move right there. What's next? You're going to fucking do the Great Mile or something? You fucking donk.
So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say October Hamid. It wasn't October Hamid, it was the bracha. Say to me, Chef, you don't know October Hamid, but like sister brachas. So Chef, you know the bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. October Hamid is saying that benefits you, and also the ability to benefit others. So the why do you say October Hamid?
I mean, I probably would have made a stupid joke. Like, let's say if I was not sober during this, and I'm like, oh, dude, it's successful. I need to confront Brendan Schaub in real life. I probably would have been more keen to do that. Yeah.
If that's the case,
there would be no check on any of our wacky agendas.
Remember, October Hamid by definition means, right? To say October Hamid would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive. Which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say October Hamid as the moon flows in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana Emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe you should say that. Let's go ahead and say October Hamid as the moon is spinning up, and Diana Emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, behind our Chay, so I'll say this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, that is going to do with Rashi, almost like Rashi, Ayu Archei, Kol Chodesh Liyas Olam Kin Hagoshi, Le'in Kan Din Halanos B'Chasona, V'Achot Halam Chesed B'Meusa. So the Gemara suggests over here that this is the natural way the world works. So because this natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala. It's nothing like the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So it's like, to me, I don't know, I was saying last night, I was encouraging. Take it down to a space that night. Sure, I'm going to starting the next day of program here at the shul. Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45. It was like just quiet. It was studio. Manish, beautiful. And I think it's also beautiful. So I was thinking about this. This Gemara, it seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how women think. So you're telling me now, like, essentially the Gemara saying is, Olam Kin Hago Noeg. But the world just kind of operates in a sort of program, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it is difficult time not to get around this because to a certain degree, feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The third program to think is that as a response obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or korah, or hatova miti or dayan. And what they're introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that just it's a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? It's not good, it's not bad, it just is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now, again, the beauty in it is the position is the messages in it, absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, what the Lord trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily read in.
It's the craziest thing here. I love the passion. It's called the passion of the lynch.
That just are. They're just
it's like
and I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah is kama v'kama, it's true in our relationship with other people. We will say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. But again, there's all of this intuitive different things. And meanwhile, sometimes, just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no double entendre. There's no hidden, like I don't get like Frosted Flakes the coherence to figure out, like what it is that was said and how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. And it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan ha'emes or hatova ha'miti. Incredible. That's what I think.
We're going to make some sausage salad.
It's beautiful.
And hopefully the air fryer.
Whoever goes ahead and recites this is Kiddush Levana. Whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving a Shema. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time, now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our forecast. Like it says up until 7 days, then I've done say 6 years before the end of the you know how we pass it. So you pass like the night, right? That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th
like
in the middle of the month. We actually pass the movie until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out.
Nice.
But I'm not going to mention that's how we pass it. So you know, whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah.
Dude, me too, man. I'm hungry. We make good zones. And it says ultimately,
again, this month, this Chodesh Hazar, that is exactly so. It's Chodesh Hazar, which is Kiddush Levana, and
the air fryer and shuts everything off. So we got our thing and not do that.
That probably one of the
somebody says we're watching TV on my phone cooking. I make the salad and then I put the sausages in the air fryer. And then you hear a very cooked.
What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what's standing between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I use to like avoid eye contact with, like duck through, like you're out of that. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So like it is the tefillah where some cellular population peels off, or just or just even if it's done, it's like, come on, chit chat, right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah. But the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. Let's say, you know, one of the interesting things is sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with a fear of spiritual instincts. We live all the way here. Do you see that? Because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain degree of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether they realize it or not, you keep that control a little bit at a distance. A little at a distance. And we're always talking about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so busy. on let's say Shabbos, that they just want to run out and this, that, and even if I say it, like it's just like it's the fastest speed on Suki was, like a close second, right? But on my side,
Man Lehman was like, I love this guy.
As if like there's like
He asked about the airfare thing, but I guess we ignored that question
I think
earlier.
it comes from a deep place.
Oh,
And a lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues.
yeah, I mean, everything, that's another thing that we don't ever talk about is the culinary choices in the Gringo Poppy. They're all pretty good. I mean, all that shit is delicious. Tater tots, rice, it's also
subconsciously,
I think the worst
I
one is
just
when
blow
was on
past
churros,
it.
because everything
I
else is
just
so
go
good.
past it because if I
I
don't
guess so, but I also like, I prefer chili killis. Did you notice that DC said chili killis? Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that.
He's happy, I think he's happy, I'm happy, and I don't have to
He is the most hopeless out there, right? Does anybody
incredible. By the way,
oh yeah.
what does
Besides
it
Bobby
mean
Lee,
that
yes.
Kiddush Levana is Ki'ilu Mekal Pnei Hashchina? So listen, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, so I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha
I
says,
know we study him not unlike you would like a karate master or something.
listen to this.
We're more technical, you know, this is more like jazz. It just comes to you. Yeah, it's about the shop bits you don't hear. Yeah. I'm tactical. I have a tactical penis.
Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. What we lament most, and that's another thing I point out, I believe by this month of Shabbos will already become the same. When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, after close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. Next week or two. This is going to be a very shy Gemara. So remember, the Gemara says over here, the Gemara shows us that we are not able to see the Shekhinah. The greatest tragedy of Golos is that when it was a base in Rosh, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah. We see it all the time. In Golos, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, listen to this. We sing in Yisrael, Shemasilim Yisrael Shlosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes away, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That you too will regenerate.
Chris, can you tell us if you like Jelly Roll or if you do? What do you think about
it? So beautiful. Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wins, right? And then it wins, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story about people. That's the story about us as individuals. And so when you go out and do Kiddush Levana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zokah to be Makabel Pnei Hashchina Elibet Yerushalayim with the Beis Hamikdash. And that's what the Gemara says. When you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabel Pnei Hashchina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. Turn very slow. And one of those up in Yisrael. I don't know if this question. I need to hold this to close down. Let's listen to this. So Rabbi Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. Unless that makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important piece as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remove myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that cause? The Ribono Shalom. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana is incredible. Incredible. Pentecost, and then in the movement. Abai says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. Such an important tefillah. We have to, what's it, it's going to take coming attractions. We have this list. Kiddush Shabbat is going to take place in a chutzner.
The bar off, like talking to himself. Why was that happening? Why was he dressed up as somebody else talking to himself? None of it making sense. He kind of brings me back to a theory of the long time. And I'm sure the first person to think of this insurance cats.
Creating atmosphere, creating atmosphere. Sometimes the same Kiddush Shabbat, and what happens, your ride is already there. They're getting a patient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So you begin to see the polarity of this tefillah, incredible. 1 tefillah a month, it's only 1 tefillah a month, Kiddush Shabbat it is. That's what I'll just say. Therefore, Rabbi says, you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Shabbat has to be recited standing. Remember, Zutra, Nikatsu. Remember, Zutra was in the elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Shabbat. And they make a lot of vision on the bracha. I'm not about to Rashi. My love the bracha. And then it's so they make the following bracha. Baruch Mekadosh Kadosh. That was a Kiddush Shabbat in Israel. Okay, well, I can get behind that. Right, Baruch Mekadosh Kadosh. That was it. Baruch Mekadosh Kadosh. Mekadosh Kadosh. That's it. That's it. So listen to this. I'm not late. So he said, "Hi, Rashi. You got nothing, Rashi." Well, that's a woman's bracha. What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good, like Talmud stuff, right? That's all. So the Rashi points out over here. He says, "Rosh Chodesh," and again, not a topic for that. Rosh Chodesh is a women's judge. There's a special country for women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of the Mekadosh Kadosh and Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't even make note of the moon itself. So the saying is the bracha is okay. Makes up it's a Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. This is such a beautiful number of you.
I think Brian Keller relies on the white savior aspect of
As Katani Maskis, I say, for many years. I never said the bracha in a way that highlights it. And you see what, so you just pick the text. Like I said, easy for us to use it. And what's the challenge for a rush? What we're in a rush for or rush to do that. And you do it. But we're always in a rush. So look at what it says. So here's the bracha. Now obviously it's bracha tashalom to the bracha. Through his word, we don't shall vaccines, and through your words, you create the heavens.
Just always selling. Imagine the driving quote,
And ultimately, again, to the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. So maybe again, hope means like a rule. Is man, and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo Yishanu as Tafkida. Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Snake and Rasso for some color, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul MS. So I just want to point out over here again, the work so beautiful is the man Shah comments on this. He says, Shlo Yishana Tafkidam, Shlo Yishnu Yishanu Yinu Shalaham. You know, as you know, because when you look at the heavens, the stars never say, no, today I'm going to be the moon.
24-hour stream
And the moon never say, no, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial feels they focus on their mission. And there's a God for stuff in our life. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people, or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission, and if God looks into it, it's still our past, it's still our mission. So my operation in life is to figure out, what's your mission? I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget
to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that that is my avoda as well. Stay on course, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your achievements. It goes on like that. And giving the sound of glory to those who come from the womb. This is the Masashina, seeking and established to myself, for they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself, just as the moon renews, so human beings are destined to renew as well. In the fire of the Islam, I think to those Masashina. Like to go ahead and live the against praise to the Creator. Thank them themselves through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch Asa Hashem Mekadosh Kadosh. That's what I said. The Lord comes on Hashem, the one who renews the universe. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mekadosh Kadosh and we use that same bracha, and we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. We just got to start selling from the Torah, because we're going to finish trying to do the effect of our can you find more authority? Who can win the word Torah? To reach the other Chavidos Shamishna. Have a little bit of Mishnah, because if you really Mishnah, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. You say it to make you know. So again, it doesn't give you Gemara, it gives you a lot of halacha, it can give you a lot of it, but you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Harder lives it, and I'm saying, but that's two of the class. So it's a very beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is an opinion, that's an author. But I like to go to the Mishnah, but not that it goes down and switches gears. That the enemy needs to go ahead and raise the word of Torah down and get the armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to raise the word of Torah? It's nice. It's nice, I used to again, because they're armed with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the prophet. In the Muhammad Torah. Fine. After all the stage shows, I'll let you choose. Fortunately, I was shots. And then it was like, it's unusual. So, yeah, you realize there's some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. I should say, well, once I got my witness, we started to go to the theology, right? Other than the theology, we started to go to the theology, right? Ultimately, that works. Like, that works as well. You know, about almost ordinary Tekama, or after the Tekama, it gets to the Gila. But one thing you said, I saw you there, that one group is I saw you there to finish. You know, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, you're English and Butler. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise is light. So how do you only to explain that discrepancy is that how do you someone's mind? Or just someone that's just looking at their facts, right? So one says, shoot, that's obvious. Ella, Echad Omer Kodem Yitzachama, but Echad Omer B'Socharetz. No, right, what's happening over here? One witness said, we saw even Shimon before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So, and I think that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't blow it up. So it's not the original book. So let's say something that happening over here.
I hate Chad Dukes.
You're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, but rather again it was during the glow of the sun and sun rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malon, Kamash Malon said that we had discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise.
That's so funny. Did I do that? That sounds like something I would do. That sounds like and I take your controller and that's
about it. That essentially disallows the testimony. So let me again. So the Mishnah is going to say that halacha myself, if one of the students in the basement, one of the students in the finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, we invite to part of the basement and we remove that for the rest of the day. Saying the Gemara also on the Sulo, just stays it for the rest of the day and that's it, not anymore. So you want to invite him, in the Ishmael Shkizar, if the student is saying good, right,
the student has something positive to go ahead and say, as the student wants to learn, I'm just focusing on that. So the Lord says, you just invited ultimately again for that day, and no more doesn't get to stay in the region. That time we learn new something about the Yorim Shani Ola. If the student says, no, we invite you to be part of the Sanhedrin, and you don't go ahead and ever take him down, then Abraham speaks about it, and you'll call your Kula. And it's what he was saying ultimately, and then it's not really all that helpful.
I sent it to the
When
sports
you let him stay for the rest of the day,
I always try to get the sports
why?
junkies to talk to me or talk about you. That's my goal at living in the house. I just like listen to the word see it.
The student says, I simply to exonerate the defendant. So he's invited to join the debate. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the debate going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the debate that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Matzah Moses, so the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do they do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth to the group like overnight or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish the food consumption. So it's a young nighttime, but why don't they drink wine? I'm going to
official
Rulers a sheikhar. Literally translated rulers a sheikhar. The Muslim words this means ha'otim b'razal shalom al-yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what's called judgment. Those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. Or if you're going ahead and you're dealing with DNA the functions and dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No right in other writing. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha remains sub, they cannot reach a verdict. They can't reach a verdict. So the halacha remains sub, the Gemara says they have to see, let's say it's deadlocked. The debate is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either a majority of one to exonerate or a majority of two to implicate. Because they have to keep it. The Gemara says, no law matter. What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? I'm not going to put it also. Essentially, a deadlock trading results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So that says, the thing are looking for choice and looking for so deadlock trading will result in a not guilty verdict.